And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
And welcome to Chijijik Lol Park for week number 2 of the LCK Cup. Digon here alongside for the first time ever the duo of Wadid and Umpty to set you up for an amazing week 2.
Oh yeah, it feels so strange because I normally sit outside of the couch, but now I'm here. So I'm glad I got promoted.
You're an indie now.
Oh, it's a promoted system here.
Yes.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. Not true? Okay. What in it? What?
It just means anytime that Wadid's with anyone else, he gets demoted back to the other side.
That's what it means.
As we take a look at the standings after week number 1 of the LCK Cup 2026, and surprising to most, it is 5-5, exactly split, and definitely not the way that you thought it would be.
Yeah, I was thinking that Group Baron would just play better than Elder, but it was not. It's literally the same score, 5-5. And also, some team had a huge expectation and they went 0-2, and their name is HLE. So we'll see what's happening this week. What's gonna happen this week?
Well, at least we can say that HLE actually met a strong team, strongest team.
Yes.
So they can perform well at the next time. Well, we're gonna check it. Should we check this?
I mean, because of HLE, your prediction went so wrong.
And then my supers! Where's my supers?
This is why you've been promoted to the outside, Umpty. 6-10 for his first predictions here on the global desk. A tough start for our man here.
Oh my god, what is your traitor? I thought you were a super speed deliverer.
I mean, I'm trusting supers this week as well. We're gonna see it soon, but I have a huge prediction.
Well, maybe the supers and your predictions will be a little bit better with knowledge about the mid patch that happened here in 26.01. This is the B patch that came out. A lot of changes, mainly affecting solo queue, but a couple that will affect us here in the LCK, Umpty.
Yeah, so the most solo queue player is obviously me here, so we're gonna explain. The Apelius nerf looks quite huge, but I think every solo queue player is still playing it and still prioritizing it. I think the nerf is nothing, so LCK player will prioritize it too. And the SS Reaver, I think it's a huge nerf, but the SS Reaver item-wise is like just very OP items. So never can change that. So I think everyone will still use it for it.
I think it's still a good build. I think it's better build than the Triforce if you want a snowball early game. So I think it's still a really good item.
Cost effective, but still hit just a bit from the patch. And one thing that didn't hit the LCK, but did hit around the world here was Jace. There was no Jace played, 24 games, 100% banned, and it seems like the teams figured this one out pretty early here with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just so broken on the Rifts right now. It deals so much and it clears so fast. So, I mean, how does it feel as a jungler?
I'm actually different with you.
Oh, okay.
I actually think that's a trap pick.
Oh!
But this Jace champion is very scared because if Jace player play perfect, he can 1v9.
Oh, yeah.
But if this Jace just like sleep one time, he cannot win the game too. So I think every teams are thinking that maybe Jace played perfect.
All right, well, we'll see if that changes here in week number 2. One thing that was pretty apparent, though, was the presence of bruisers. You like to see a lot of fighting. Well, top lane is your answer here in week number 1.
Yeah, I think after the cast, I feel like top laners are getting so much experience than the other roles. So that means you have more space to have a scaling option. I think start of the week, many people tried to win lane, but it didn't work out that well because junglers had to path towards both sides. So I think now top laners are starting to high prioritizing the value more on the top lane, and I think it's definitely working out.
I agree, and then the side turrets are always having the turret plates now. I think actually they can get the goals easily too, compared to mid and jungle and support, I would say. So I think the value champions are actually really working well.
I mean, especially the champion with the Gwen and Zahan, who has such a huge value in the late game. I think it's giving more option for the team to have more carries, because mainly you think about like mid lane or like AD carry, like carries on the late game value. But now top lane can be the main carry option for the team.
I actually think the Ambessa and Pantheon is actually connected with the top side.
Oh,
because the Ambessa is for the swapping, like flexing. It's the huge thing. So if you think that enemy team is gonna pick Lannington, okay, Ambessa just go jungle, and then it goes high win rate. And the Pantheon is actually was not good at the last patch these days, but the Dragon got weaker, and then he just played for side at the top lane.
Yeah.
So he's actually good now.
I mean, I think the reason why Ambessa and Pantheon, those two picks, are more valuable in this patch is because of how easy to set up the skirmishes. I think even though the pro players, they sometimes cannot dodge the Ambessa ulti because there are so many things going on. And also for the Pantheon, you know, like as a pro player, you should expect Pantheon ulti, but you cannot really think about it 24/7, and it gives a lot of pressure for the team and the laners. So I think that's why those easy setup junglers are working out on this patch.
That's right. Again, Pantheon was permabanned a lot last year until it got touched in the patch. Then it started to open up and then became a little bit less apparent here in 2026 in the hands of most of our junglers. 5-1 on the patch so far. And we not only got to see strong picks, but sneaky picks as well, including an Akali on the top side of the map for T1 Doran.
Yeah, again, I think at the start of the week, they tried to get the top priority. That's why they picked Sion or Rek'Sai, those kind of early game champion. But now they just realized that, oh man, we have to path towards both sides. We have to play for bot lane. That means top lane is isolated. So that's why you pick Akali, Gwen, Zahan, those kind of late game value champions, because you're going to get more XP, you're going to have level 20, you're going to have more gold with the side lane plates. So I think it's a more valuable option for the top lanes.
I agree. I mean, this is another thing, but I didn't even know that Akali is going to win the lane against the Rek'Sai.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then Nolus.
Yeah, Nautilus Flex. I mean, how do you think about this pick? Because, I mean, for me, it's kind of random.
Yeah, I mean, I heard from special recipe from Raptor. This is cheating though.
Oh, the inside scoop.
Yeah, because I think every teams are thinking that against the Malphite, actually the japping jungle, especially like the tank junglers, are OP against it.
Oh, okay, because Malphite wants to one-shot the target, but you cannot really one-shot Nautilus or Sejuani, those kind of
Yeah,
jungles.
it's like very, you feel pressure. If I don't one combo this like Nolus, Sejuani, Maokai, then he will just like fight back with me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you still get that little bit of a wrinkle of potentially a flex pick. So we'll see if there's more of that in store. Now, we have the general here, and Umpty, you are known as the early game jungler. The
Yeah.
first 15 minutes was your bread and butter. And so there are a lot of questions about this week's patch and how things will play. So we're going to go from the general's 15 minutes to the general's 15 seconds question on a hot topic. And we'll start here with this one. How do you think about jungle now? Is the carry jungler dead? Wadid on the timer. Umpty, it starts now.
So carry junglers are actually dead, guys. Top ADC are so strong. Those guys are getting same gold value more than the jungles. The junglers are just weak. Just pick Jarvan, Malphite, or Sylas to steal Alistar ult and just CC it and carried by bottom. Thank you.
Oh!
Perfect time.
He made it! He made the 15 seconds valuable advice for the junglers. Holy moly, man.
Yeah. Basically, jungle carry is dead.
Oh,
it is
yeah.
back to supporting the other roles. So thank you for that, Umpty. As we take a look at one of the other roles that has found different ways to support, which is support. Enchanters have popped on up compared to playmakers before. Before it was all engaged in 2025. Rarely did you get to see some of these enchanters, but here they're starting to show up now, Wadid.
Yeah, I think the reason why they pick Lulu, Nami, those kind of champion is because of also like the AD carry champions, because the main meta is Yunara, Aphelios, and Corki. I think they are known as crit AD carry, hyper carry, so you need some kind of like Lulu, Nami, those kind of support, and also it gives a lot of pressure in the earlier phase of the game. So I think again, bot priority is everything, because right now we don't have Atakan, so you want to snowball with the Dragon cycle. So I think that's the main reason why they play more enchanters on the bot lane.
Now, also in our review of week number one of the biggest changes, and this one specifically to LCK Cup, was the coach voice. And some teams used it, some teams don't. Most teams use it, some teams don't. And we wanted to highlight the multiple different ways, including shot calling, morale boosting, timer keeping. But here we go from one of the most, I guess, vocal voices in coaching is Joker for DRX, who used it with specific shot calls. We have examples here for you guys.
마지막 턴 썼는데 지금 잘못된 게 그냥 오리아나 움직일 때 바로 꿍깡 쓸 수 있는지만 확실히 말해주고 오리아나 움직이는 쪽에서 그냥 한 턴 보고 나머지 안 끼고
So yeah, this is mainly about the pre-plan that I mentioned so many times in the pre-show and the analyst desk, that you already know what's going to happen in the game after the draft, you know? So I think it's really good to remind pro players to what you can do in game, in fact. So that definitely helps DRX so much. So we could see a lot of insane team fight moment, just like Xin Zhao flashing in with the Orianna ulti. I think those kind of pre-planned thingy is helping out. And also as a pro player, I was doing a lot of like pre-planned thingy, you know, but I assume that Joker as a pro player, he did that when he was a pro player. So, and now as a coaching staff, helping out the rookie players, definitely working out.
Yeah, I mean, the first one,
미드 궁각 보면서 레드 설계하고 탑까지 이어봐 한번.
You can talk over. Like it's about the shot calling, right?
이제 미드 열면서 계속 탑 압박 줘봐 이거 탑 파밍.
It's about the lane assignment, I guess.
yeah, this call when I heard, it felt like he's the sixth player. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
right?
planning the games in the map. Like, just go invade red and just look for Gwen first. The Gwen is enemy team's win condition, just kill her.
Yeah, I mean, that most important part is that he actually targets for the Vi ultimate. And so he, like, player literally just press the button, you know? Oh, my coach says just press R on Gwen. How simple is that?
I mean, he kept it straightforward. And again, they had the toughest week in Gen G and T1, and those early games played out well. It was later on when things kind of fell off there, but we're seeing the impact of Coach's voice not only in plays, but in game time as well. It has gotten shorter by almost 2 whole minutes here, Umpty, from 2026 to 2025.
Well, everyone thinks that game tempo is actually very faster now because of now Atakan is not exist, the Baron is spawning faster. But actually, the Baron is not being hunted very fast. It's actually 80k or something with HP. So the game speed is actually similar.
I mean, from my perspective, I would say 2 minutes faster is significant number still, you know? So I feel like you kind of have to be awake about your early game still.
Yeah, no Otacon, Baron earlier. We'll see how it continues to change throughout the season. Now, everyone, it's time for a very special episode of...
Wait,
This is Umpty's first time hearing the music.
right?
Digon's Fact of the Week. Now, we've got our first-time competitor here against our reigning champion, so let's get straight into it. Joining us, reigning champion, 1-0 on 2026. It is What Did, hashtag Mr. Worldwide. Up against the newcomer, but he's been around the block before and a little familiar. It's the General, Umpty, hashtag 9 years of Umpty. Congrats on your 9th year at Date.
Thank you so much.
Together, yeah. Oh God. Yes, those are our competitors. All right, well, I put hashtag Mr. Worldwide for What Did and 9 years of Umpty because you guys have had a lot of teammates, and you guys are teammates now on the desk. But throughout your career, you both share one teammate, one exact teammate. Do you know which player you both have played with? Only
Wait, what?
Yes. I did so much digging. I went back to your when you were playing on the Rising Stars, you were the owner. I had to go dig deep. You've all played all around the world.
So we have one shared
teammate.
Why did it was in G2, right? I don't think I had an EU teammate.
No.
So I have a Korean teammate only then. And then you were in Griffin, right?
Well, he also...
True. You're so
I
smart.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, you were in Griffin.
All right, you have 10 seconds.
Did you play with Yuko?
Not really, but I think I guessed that.
5, 4,
Sword?
3, 2,
Yuko.
1. The answer was Sword.
No! It was Sword!
It was Sword.
He's gonna be mad. He's
From
gonna
the
be
old
mad.
Griffin roster, we did
sorry.
came back and played in the promotion tournament with Griffin in 2020. Umpty had him as a teammate on Brion in 2022. Wow. I told you, you either going to get it right or have to apologize.
I just apologize towards Swords.
All right.
Oh my.
Umpty 1-0, undefeated in Digon's Fact of the Week. All right, time for the Udi Bank Gold King. Who will get the very first one of 2026? Well, let me tell you, it is an 80 carry,
It's aiming.
but not who you think it was.
It's aiming.
Not aiming.
New
It's the
Gold
Young Kid
King
album.
is
Picking
Diablo.
this one up. Hyperscalers really helping out here.
How? How is not aiming? Oh man,
I mean,
it's a new Gold King here.
new Gold King here, and I think this is not fair.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
It's like the ADC's quest, man.
Oh, because of the
Well,
ADC cast?
Yeah, those guys are gonna get every Gold King now. Not at the top, not at the jungle, not at
That's
the main.
true.
Everyone is gonna be ADC.
I'm pretty sure 80 carry got it every week except like maybe 1 week. Maker got it.
But I think it's even harder right now because of the
Yeah.
cast, because AD carries getting more golds. But anyways, I really liked how he played with the new coaching staff. I think Diablo has been insane performance during the first week. So I'm looking forward to see more from him.
Yep, BNK FearX, one of the teams that went undefeated and one of 2 teams to not change their roster. Probably one of the biggest roster moves was keeping them all together. Now let's take a look at the schedule for week number 2 as our teams go back and do battle for their respective groups. And it all starts with Nongshim versus D plus Kia in just a little bit. Then the DN Automotive Supers up against DRX trying to get themselves the win for both the squads. But you guys have separate matches for your match of the week. Umpty, let's start with you.
Okay, so my match of the week is the Friday one, T1 versus KT for the Telecom War.
I mean, for me, let me speak.
Yeah, you can speak.
You can speak the whole minute.
Versus Hololive Esports.
I don't trust LCK anymore.
Oh my
That's why I picked that matchup. And I think DNS, I think they showed up some potential compared to HLE. So I think that's actually is going to be really close one.
You don't believe them. Why didn't you believe them against the Bros? Oh, and also we have our predictions in for everyone that cares about the LCK, except one man who's a little sausage right now.
Wait, what? He doesn't care about LCK anymore? Now, finally, he's fired.
He didn't send in his prediction.
It's gone.
I'm not sure where Chronicler is, but he can cash this one out right now. Yeah. Ox is just going to be in the bottom of predictions because he didn't put any in, and now facing the wrath of G-Sun. Any weird picks here? I picked Bro. We did pick the DN Automotive Supers,
Yeah,
so
I
you
did.
are backing it up against Hanwha Life Esports.
Super believer.
I do.
Woohoo! Wow. Any other crazy picks that you had here from this week?
DRX versus T1.
Oh, wow. Yes! VRX.
Oh, that's true. You picked.
I trust my boy Raptor. I trust my boy.
Anytime that those teams play, that is a bot lane that can go toe-to-toe. Before, it used to be Guma and Keria. Now it's Pays and Keria. But BNK Fearex 2-0 going to be a huge, huge match here. Y'all, we are so excited to have you for week number 2. We have a lot of matches in store, and we can't wait to break it down with you. We will see you after game number 1. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
리엔즈, 농심, 레드포스 화이팅!
디플로스 기아 화이팅! 동신 레드포스 화이팅!
디플러스 기아 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup. It is another week, and we have tied up teams here in Baron and Elder. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf as we get into today's games, and these ones could be a lot closer than some of the days we had last week.
It's a pretty good day of League of Legends
I would
we've got
say it
on
is.
our hands here. Nongshim having a big, I mean, it's not, I didn't actually put it on my hands. It's like on the sheets that I have in my hands. But
Said that, I got a bit scared. I was like, there's game here?
yeah, not yet. We'll see what happens in this first series. I think we might have a series on our hands with Nongshim versus D+, because D+ started off incredibly strong against very weak teams.
Indeed.
Nongshim started off really rough, but then actually had a strong finish. So I think that this matchup should be pretty close. On paper, this looks like a pretty good one.
Sorry, I missed it. Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe
So
it
it
is.
says it'll be a close one, I guess.
I'm really hoping that we have like DK finally like putting their money where their mouth is and coming out strong and being good. I have a feeling though that it's just going to be Nongshim riding the high of that victory over HLE and DK doing that disappointment thing. If we do have both teams firing on all cylinders though, this could be a very, very good series. And yeah, after stunning HLE, that was the big upset last week in our final day. We were going into the POG state thinking it was going to be a boring week. It was not a boring week in the end, especially with DRX also overperforming, which was really, really nice to see as well. But yeah, DK, I think probably still the favorites moving into this one, and I think largely because of the bottom lane, and this guy in the mid lane now up against the World's 2021 final MVP, up against Showmaker in that World's final win.
It always felt like for so long that these two players had just recently won a world championship, but now it's been 4 years for Scout, right? So, you know, and for Showmaker, he won in 2020, right? We're in 2026 now. So it is, it's been a long time, right? I think Scout has taken a dip recently, although he had a big bounce back on the Talia. Showmaker took a dip for a while, and he was kind of like a heart rate monitor in terms of his form. Yeah. But it's on the high end right now. He is by far the best performing mid laner in terms of laning stats. Now, again, you have to put the asterisk of their opponents thus far, but he has died one time.
One time?
He has died one time in LCK Cup so far. Just the one. And his KDA is insane. He has the best CS diff at 10 as well.
Yeah, and Scout has been a little bit rocky at the beginning of 2026. I think has started to come into his own. I think it was a large reason why they looked so good against HLE. And so I'm hoping that he's going to be able to stand toe-to-toe. The thing that I am worried about for Nongshim is bottom side of the map, because Smash has been absolutely amazing. I think Korea, he's, you know, a little bit of a loose cannon, but he's along, like, across the rift from Lahens, who was the original loose cannon. In fact, I think he's just a cannon that's not attached to anything at all. Yeah. He's just sort of flying around. So I don't think that's necessarily going to be a mismatch, but Taeyun versus Smash, I think that is very Smash-sided.
I think so too at this moment in time. Taeyun has had a pretty rough start to his time on Nongshim, even as far back as Kespo Cup, which we'll probably continue to reference for a few weeks, because that was the first big look that we saw.
Oh, and last year we were referencing it all year. I think we can. I think we can just do the same thing. I think it's absolutely fine.
Like, Taeyun had 2 games in 2025 where he had 7 deaths out of the whole year. Like, that happens rarely for an AD carry, but it happened twice, right? It's a long year of League of Legends. He's already had 1 game against BNK where he had 9 deaths on the Aphelios. Okay, so, like, form difference here a little bit different. I think the average skill level of the LCK might be something we're learning a little bit about here as well in terms of his performance there versus here, because you'd expect to glow up with a full Korean roster where communication gets easier. As the AD carry, people always say plug and play, but thus far it has not looked as convincing. It looked a little bit better in their series against Hanwha Life Esports. As mentioned, it was a big bounce back for a lot of these players. Let's see if they can hit the consistency. For D+, this is the first real test, right? And had Nongshim not beaten Hanwha Life, we would probably be like, is this a real test? Let's wait until they hit Gen.G, okay, T1. But this feels like we're ramping up for D+ to potentially either, okay, excitement is real, or the disappointment comes early.
Yeah, and speaking of disappointment coming early, Dan, it turns out that he didn't like the LCK. I'm going to give him up until we start Champion Select to get his predictions in. I'm very much hoping that he's actually watching the show, because otherwise he's just, he said whoops in the chat. So I guess maybe he is going to be able to put them in. Dan,
put them in yet. Oh, it's
all right, he has sent it in. So he's safe for now, made it in before we got to the Champion Select. 58 seconds of leeway prior to that, because otherwise we would have had to forfeit him, because if he got any information from the draft, then that is going to give him a added advantage. So as it turns out, it's not the case. He still doesn't care about the LCK because he was so incredibly tardy, so I think that was still very worthwhile to be on the graphic, but he's still in the running and doesn't automatically get Comic Sans.
He predicted D+ in this first series to make our predictions on the global side unanimous, and his prediction for the second series was DNS, which actually puts it at a 4-3 split in favor of DNS.
Are you and I both DRXs?
Yes,
I think we're both
right.
DRXs.
Alongside Valdez.
I think it's because we're really into Joker on the coach voice. I'm just, I'm kind of all about it. I'm hoping that we see a little bit of it here today as well. We did hear that CV Max wanted to do it, but his team was too good, so he just didn't feel the need.
I'm into it, but I'm also into the fact that through that, partially, they almost took a game off Gen.G and nearly beat T1. So
yeah,
I don't know if I could say the same thing about the year of Dudu on the other side, but time will tell.
Well, that's because it's the year of Vikla, man. It can't be the year of multiple people at once. That's just how it is. Last year was the year of Closer, though. It's just weird that it wasn't anybody else's year at the same time. Because
except BDD, who ended up getting it in the end.
Yeah, maybe it was the year of BDD the whole time. We just were saying that it was the year of Closer. So maybe it is the year of Dudu, but we just want to say that it's the year of Vikla. I think that's absolutely fine as well. But I think we are very, very close to getting into Champion Select. I think we asked them to delay getting in there just to give Orcs enough time to get his predictions in, that they will get the news that those predictions are in fact in, and then we can get straight into Champ Select to figure this one all out. Top side of the map as well. We haven't really gone into it. We spoke a lot about Scout versus Showmaker. Definitely a fun one from, you know, back in the day, if you can call 2020 and 2021 back in the day. But I think Shio has also been playing exceptionally well, and they need a good top laner going up against Kingen, who has been just really consistent over probably, I guess you could say like the last 6 months or something like that, at least, and probably longer. Because he's just been very, very good despite the highs and lows of Nongshim. That top lane's going to be fun to watch as we get into Champ Select.
I think D+ are probably going to get some free bans towards Showmaker here from Nongshim Red Force. With the current lane performance of Scout and Showmaker's insane performances that we've seen thus far this season, even beating Roamer, who's relatively unknown, his whole thing was winning lane and solo queue. Like, that's like 90% of what solo queue is about. Half the time your game can just be decided by all your solo laners winning, and then like the jungler's like, all right, cool, I guess I play the game better because my solo laners are winning, and there's not necessarily team voice or comms or anything like that going on. So, you know, you could put summoner spells in the chat and stuff like that. But my point is, Showmaker is looking really good. We will put those asterisks in, but so far, we see the Malphite ban here from Nongshim Red Force. They do have first pick, and the Yunara ban will follow, and they'll even take away Lucid's Vi. So Showmaker actually completely unchained here.
Yeah, and Jace remains on the permaban list.
Let's see what they want to grab, because Orianna is banned, so it feels like
Rumble.
You probably would have... Yeah,
this is, I would say, an error, Wolf. Would you say this is an error?
I don't necessarily know, because Showmaker gets Rise now.
He does, but then you get Rumble Talia. And Pantheon, perhaps.
Remember how... Okay, so I think Scout has been one of our best Talia players. If not, he had the best individual performance on Talia, let's say, in week 1. But we have seen so many games of Rise versus Talia where the Talia just doesn't get to show up.
True.
And Showmaker is probably going to win that lane. So that's, in terms of like what we've seen in draft, giving Rumble over seems like a mistake, especially because it's Kingen, right? But in terms of what they get in return for D+ Kia, as a D+ Kia Predator myself, I feel pretty good about this rotation here.
I mean, I feel good about it until this comes in, because Pantheon has been very, very good in the jungle. I think that this is a bit of a no-brainer. Sponge did go 0-7, but he finished that game with a quadra kill and they won. So we'll call that. But then the Talia comes in, and so Pantheon-Talia, a very, very famous duo, one that was actually debuted in the bottom lane by CV Max himself.
Who's standing on stage right now?
Yeah, exactly, on the other side of the rift.
He's not scared of it.
Well,
I mean, this.
He did make it and then lost 0-3 very, very swiftly. We remember that T1 versus Griffin matchup in, I think, 2019
Interesting
summer.
Pivot here from the
J4.
Nico to the Jarvan. It really eliminates a different breed of AD carry rather than looking for the one lane where you could still play the AD carry through it, just have to have a tougher time in the laning phase. I think we probably will see a ban on it if they don't plan on picking it themselves. And the pick priority will be D+ in this case, so...
Yeah, they'll probably have to take that one away. I think
so.
Lulu is worth a look at. Something like a Karma, because Smash has been very, very good at the Ezreal. And with a composition like this that kind of just wants to go forward, maybe something with a bit of self-peel could be an idea.
I think
the Lucian would have fit into that as well.
Needs to play something that has significant scaling damage. And so they don't want to lane into Smash's Lucian, which has been insane. They take that one away. And I think the Nico will likely follow, just because that also gives you added safety. But it means that you could run into that Karma you were mentioning. And that is something, they can't take away all of those things, right? The Varus will get taken away here from Taeyun, which we've mentioned several times is a big favorite of his.
Now, one final ban to come on through. Whether it is going to be the Nico is the big question on our mind.
Lens is just calling like, no, we got to pick comp. Give me at least, like, we can play this.
And honestly, at least Pantheon kind of works.
I just think that post 20 minutes, this comp doesn't have any legs if you go for the Elise. Let's see what they decide to ban. The Karma will be the choice, actually, instead, so Nico goes over.
All right. So is it going to be the Nico just slammed here? That could be coming on through.
It feels like it's going to be like a Nico into Alistar situation, which means you're going to have to sacrifice the lane, but you're going to hope that that durable Alistar is going to get you through some of those team fights later on with a scaling carry. We'll see what that ends up being.
Yep, and no chance of a Sylas as well, because the entire top side has been locked away. Smash taking a while to think about this, though, as we can see. They could also just give counterpick over to Korea, allow him to play whatever they would like towards that bottom side. But in the end, it's actually a Bard lock-in. That is an interesting one. Probably
Bard
liking the Bard matchup into the Nico.
Yeah. Bard also works incredibly well into D+'s comp. So if Nongshim got their hands on it, it could have been a big problem. I did not expect a Kalista lock here.
Wow, that would be
It's kind of opposite of, yeah, a lot of this draft would have been kind of like ending the opposite way I expected, but this is going to be the Ezreal for Taeyun. Ezreal, Leona was the classic, but into the Bard feels really bad. They have so much pick. Like, I think it could kind of work.
You may as well play Nico. Man, there are so many incredibly high-value picks here on Nongshim. That is like 4 out of 5 of like the best on the patch. Probably not Talia, but she's been played a lot.
This, unironically, could be, I was going to say either Sivir because they have the Jarvan. Obviously, it's totally safe to lock it here as the final pick, or actually could have even been MF in this situation, which is rising in priority quite heavily. We're seeing it in solo queue, soaring in win rates right now as well. Everyone is practicing it, but because it's safe and it does incredibly well in this patch in terms of itemization, gets through its lane for free. But the Sivir plus the Rise is so much both wave clear, but also insane late game damage with the front line of this Cassante and Jarvan.
Yeah, and I think the Spell Shield can be very valuable into the Snare from Nico if they're going to use that to start fights, as well as the Pantheon trying to dive on top of her.
I mean, consider how much mobility this Rise is going to have already with Ghost and Phase Rush, and then the Sivir ultimate allows you to have even more playmaking when that Actualizer is realized for Showmaker later on. I think so much of this game is in the hands of Sponge, in the side of Nongshim. Like where he goes, what parts of the map he can impact, because he'll be able to play with the Talia around the map incredibly well. Can try to shut down that Rise that won't have teleport in side lanes. But he has to be able to make those ganks successfully. He has to make those Grand Starfalls high value, because every time he misses one or fails to actually get value out of one, the pushing power will be returned in tenfold by Nongshim because, or by D+, because they're gonna have that Sivir shoving mid. They commit a fight somewhere, it doesn't work. Like turret's gone. Rise, same situation. You're trying to play through the side lane, shut down the Cassante. Rise is pushing the other side. And I think Scout will have to be able to manage the laning phase, be able to match some of these rotations from Showmaker. That was the big trade we talked about at the very beginning of the draft, is that Rise versus Talia. Our best performing Talia against Showmaker's Rise right now. My money's kind of on Showmaker, but that's what this series is all about, right?
Yeah.
Had 2 easy opponents. Let's see what happens when he plays against another world champion in Scout.
Yeah, I actually think that if this was just the drafts and I was looking at them, I'd be like, well, Nongshim easily win this, or Red Side team wins this, like very, very easily, just because of how powerful all these champions are.
Breaks.
And yeah, it has to be when Wolf is on the desk, by the way, that we get a toilet issue. This is Korea, so he is very young. It's a very early time for him. I think he can be let off the hook. He gets 1, okay? We can give him 1. If this then means that like Lucid goes to the bathroom as well immediately afterwards,
D+ were the chosen ones. They were the ones that did the what you and I may have speculated, where we completely speculated.
I know, they had so many midi-chlorians, didn't they?
The BM return toilet issue, like where it was used against them, and then they were like, oh, okay, Kanavi, we'll raise you one. Oh, you're back in your seats, you're ready to play again? Oh, wait a second, it's my turn to go back.
By the way, Wolf, chat is saying start the Gamecasters. So, if you could just start it.
You want me to just go get Career real quick?
Yeah, no, chat's just decided that we're starting without him. We're just, they're on a timer, you know, they've got to get to work or something like that. What is it that you've got to do? Are we zooming
He drank too much water!
That's the
culprit!
Oh, no.
It looks like it's at least below the top of the
Oh, yeah,
lid
that is 2/3 or less full right now. Absolutely.
You know what? Like, my coffee is actually sitting at about 1/3 left as well. But you know what? I went right before the cast.
I've got
Imagine that.
Full bottle of water. I am ready to be so hydrated. Look at this.
You can't see. I'll cover the logo, but you can't see any coffee in here because I've drank so much of it.
And you can tell there was coffee in there because you can see the residual coffee around the edge.
But you know what? As I told you right before I came up here, which by the way was all the way before the pre-show.
It was.
I'm going to the bathroom before the cast. I'm like, I'm going to go to the restroom.
He did say that. He did say that.
You know where I'm. If you're wondering where I am. Right, get up there, Korea. Let's go.
Welcome back, Korea.
You got to keep that streak going. Let's do it.
All right. And that is his last toilet issue that he'll ever have for his entire career, okay? Pun not intended.
Like the rune issue last time around, Aftershock Nami, I'm actually more okay with that.
Oh, me too. Mainly because it won. And so that means the stats for Aftershock Nami are kind of absurd, which is very, very funny. Okay, this means that we are now going to be loading up onto the Rift. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of a reminder of what our drafts looked like with the Cassante into Rumble towards that top side of the map. Could be a little bit scary if you're a Xiu fan, but Nongshim, they've got a good draft, but they have to play it well. Let's get into it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for our very first game of the week and of the day. As already our top laners have spotted one another, as Cyanide getting infinite representation on this Jarvan. Every time it's the Fnatic skin. I think it's because the animations are nicer for a lot of people, but it's kind of interesting that we just always get that one.
Feels like we always get this Cassante skin as well.
Yeah, I like that one. It's a lot of pretty colors, and I'm into that. Sponge is going to walk over a ward as he starts the enemy Raptors.
Always get this Sivir, but it's the correct choice. So.
Oh, it absolutely is. Pack Sivir is always the one. Still looks cool even after a remake, which I was very happy with. Because I think I bought that skin off eBay years ago.
It has like the, I don't know how to put it, but like, you know when the old skin looked super kind of janky and blocky and like, this skin is old. I feel like it doesn't look as much like that now, but they still kind of nailed the aesthetic of like, even though it's a new rebuilt skin, it still has a little bit of that like jaggedness to it.
Yep.
So I think they did a really good job.
I'm into it, especially because it kind of looks all Tron vibed, which is why it's so awesome. And Tron is, you know, an 80s video game, so it does make a fair bit of sense that it's going to hold on to a bit of the jank. Sponge will just be full clearing on the enemy side of the Rift. Same thing to be said for Lucid, so we have some top-heavy and bottom-heavy sides of the map for Nongshim and for DK.
And we do have Lethal Tempo Ezreal, which has been very popular recently, coming through, as well as the First Strike Rumble, no Ignite though, which has been very common.
Yep.
Not in this matchup necessarily, but...
Don't tell Huni that Kingen hasn't taken the Ignite.
Huni
especially when you get a free teleport.
Yeah, Huni's going to lose smite.
Oh, man. No one message him. Or do, because I miss him. All right, we do have Lucid making his way towards his top side of the jungle now. But the full clear is almost complete here for Sponge. Pretty quick on the Pantheon so far. As here in the bottom lane, Lahens and Taehyun going very aggressive onto Korea, taking a lot of damage. Good Boomerang Blade to offer a little bit back there from Smash, whose health bar is still quite high. They've got some hot cocoa they can be eating, so it should be all right here. As, man, this is an old matchup. Yeah, good old Bard into Ezreal.
Very, very classic. The Nico is winning out for the time being. Lahens getting a lot of chip damage done. As Pantheon pretending like he's about to Grand Starfall, but he's just recalling angrily. He's level 4, don't worry, guys.
The animation is very funny.
The observers almost looked like they were panicked on that one. They were like, is he going in? No, he's just going back home.
And also both junglers leaving before the crab, which just a bit of a gentleman's agreement there on the halving.
Showmaker's stats, by the way, I mentioned his insane CS. He is currently 3rd right now in terms of top 5 CS per minute. He's actually behind only his teammate Smash, who has the highest, and Gumayushi. He's actually ahead of Ruler. He has been farming like an insane person. And like
every other mid laner as well it's Ryze stats. Ryze just seems to be farming the most.
Exactly. So Showmaker getting his hands on this one again is somewhat concerning. See how this game does go, because being able to farm and get the most CS means you get the fastest actualizer, which means you get the fastest big spike in terms of late game damage. So I am going to be keeping my eyes on that one, as looking for an aggressive trade here as Lucid comes over.
Yeah, too many 1v1s happening here as Scout is down relatively low. Sponge and Lucid still fighting it out with Showmaker rotating over. Does mean that, oh, never mind. Going to get shoved back here as now Sponge. Possible stun angle, and that is going to mean the flash has to be employed here by Showmaker.
Really unfortunate for Showmaker that he has to flash there, but I think he played that super well. Gets the root there on the Sponge as he flashes away, so he knows he cannot be stunned there by a flash stun coming in from Sponge. And ends up being safe as a result, but does not feel very good about what he had to do in order to do so. It's all on Scout, though. Seeing the angle there, Showmaker going around that wall, hits the shove at the exact right moment.
It's a bit cute as well, with Lucid moving up towards the Krog camp on the top side. Damage here onto Kingin as Shiu finds himself a nice little trade. But Lucid's just going to vacate. And Sponge going to waste a little bit of time here, moving towards his Krug camp that does not exist, as the Wolves are going to be taken here by Lucid on the other side. So
like mild
jungle advantage.
Mild existence of the one mini Krug that was left behind.
Oh, yeah, true.
That doesn't delay the camps anymore, though.
Yeah, we could say that it's denial, but it's not. It's just not how that one works. Staying down relatively low, as we can see here in this lane, but don't think that they're going to be too worried about it. He's just looking for a back angle and will be able to head back home. He's currently 5 CS ahead, but will not be after that one does come on through.
Quiet early game here, despite the fact that we have two junglers that have incredible impact early. It was just Scout's shove that gave us a potential moment there where we could have had a kill, but it's a Summoner gained. A plate will go down here, it looks like in the bottom side,
yeah,
barely. And otherwise, you know, the laning here, pretty much dead even across the board. Like, small lead for Kingin, the mid lane pretty much dead even, bottom lane dead even with that plate going over. And it's a very quiet and a great game to start things out.
Yeah. The only difference, of course, is Showmaker's flash being on cooldown. So Sponge spotted here on this Raptor camp and could potentially be dangerous. And that's why you see Showmaker hugging the turret for the moment. And so right now with Nongshim having a bit of tempo on the map, Lucid down towards his bottom side to protect his bottom lane.
There's a bit of a butterfly effect from that lost flash, right? And the fact that Sponge is so deadly, even though Lucid has level 6 a little bit faster here, doesn't necessarily matter. They just do not want to play aggressively because of the Weaver's Wall potential when Showmaker doesn't have prio. So for once, we actually get to see Talia, even without pressing R, get value out of the Weaver's Wall that she's holding here. Scout is just constantly applying that pressure. That shove was massive, and now the bottom lane feels very free to be aggressive. You can see Sponge as well, putting that pressure on in the jungle, has a lot of deep vision set up. So Showmaker's lost flash doesn't look like anything in the gold graph right now, but it really is impacting the bottom side of the map quite heavily.
Yep. We can see now as well, there is Scout moving towards the bottom side. Is actually recalling them in that brush. Lucid was considering moving on over. The top side of the map has now respawned, and he will be contesting this red buff. Sponge stole his away, though. And so now Lucid will be able to find him here. Level 6 for the Jarvan. Should mean that he will be able to win a fight up against Sponge. But he hit 6 now off that one little Raptor. And now's a Realm Warp coming in. There's the knock-up onto Sponge as Showmaker turns up. Cataclysm onto Sponge. The flash out from Lucid to try and keep him alive as Showmaker is now looking for a Tempered Fate, and that's going to interrupt the ulti escape, and Sponge is dead. Korea moves over and will be able to help grab that first blood for Showmaker. Beautifully played here by D+.
Yeah, this is a huge win for D+. Getting value out of the Realm Warp first again before the Talia can get anything done with her Weaver's Wall. In fact, opting not to use it there. It was a really awkward fight. The Tempered Fate was the cherry on top. This is a weird battle here, right, in the jungle where you don't want to use your cooldowns, but Sponge ends up using the stun early, so this is, I think, the call for Showmaker to go, all right, well, there's nothing he can do here, and he's just constantly CC. Then the flash away from Lucid is fantastic here, and then Showmaker helps stun it up. Ghost comes out, the Tempered Fate denies the ultimate, and there's no escape.
Oh, well, now Showmaker's dead. Okay. Just barely didn't have his flash up and available. I did want to say as well, the Cosmic Binding onto Scout was really beautiful from Korea to then set up for the Tempered Fate interruption. So playing that one very well was the support. Gets that roam first. As Pop Blossom going to connect onto 2. Here towards the bottom side. Barrier from Smash is trying to help out here, is on the hunt. Gives them that extra movement speed. They're not quite able to layer the damage. And so just going to soften them up here underneath the turret. Oh, just barely missed that
that's
one.
the worst feeling ever. But and ultimately, I think he's going to be okay with it.
Yep. And also, speaking of ultimately things, it's completely even as far as farm is concerned. We're going to have a look at how Showmaker died. Oh, caught napping. Lead Scout may have just a little bit of a starfall. The double globals being a little problematic. Showmaker has nowhere to go.
Yep. Thought he was safe recalling that far away, but ultimately not. Nobody died up here. Looked a little bit suspicious when we panned back to it, but it's just going to be a Cassante showing back up. Kingin doesn't quite get that plate.
It should mean, as this game goes on as well, Shiu is going to be feeling a whole lot better and better. As the Rook Urn comes in, things like this to get that extra magic resist. And then Kingin is going to have a fair bit more trouble trying to take him down. And then the Cassante could become a little bit of a problem. I did kind of go off Cassante. I wasn't really that much of a fan in 2025. But I feel like earlier this year, Kesper Cup, etc., Casante's been finding a bit more value. So I'm looking forward to seeing what she can actually do here.
I think that Casante is a champion that's always going to be great when you have AD carries that do a lot of damage. And all AD carries do a lot of damage in this meta right now, as Kingan's forced to flash even as well.
Ulti traded for Flash here, probably good for Shi, you could say, as Nongshim starting off this Drake will be able to take that one as Korea moving over to fight Taeun. As Lucid and Showmaker looking to try and find some stragglers. I don't know whether they'll be able to.
Just D+ could not get enough control over the pit here, and Showmaker's Realm Warp is coming up just now. He has the ult advantage over Scout. Weaver's Wall that came out earlier, but does not have it in time to try to reposition there. And so it's just a free Dragon going over to Nongshim in the end. Yep, they got both major objectives there. We'll get the Grubs and that Dragon here. It will be Wind and Fire to start things off here.
Ooh, okay. Just need a Mountain Drake. We can start off right.
Casante's hoping so.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, Smash and Taeun. I mean, Smash as well. I mean, you get so much movement speed by pressing on the hunt. It's kind of funny. So, actually, never mind. It's going to be a Mountain Soul. It's not going to be a Cloud, because that one's already happened. I just think about Cloud Soul for every champion. It's just how I work.
I mean, that's what we all do. You just say it out loud. The rest of us kind of keep it to ourselves.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't know. Does that mean that I'm brave, or I'm just don't have a filter? I don't quite know yet.
I don't know. You say what everyone's thinking. You're just the honest one.
Thank you. All right, Nongshim here. Try and keep Lehens alive, who just pop blossoms the air, trying to keep himself up. Tempered Fate to hold him in position. There is a Pantheon potentially able to come down here, though, and he does press that Grand Starfall button. Smash going to be able to use that spell shield to try and keep himself healthy, and it is going to work out. But that is not the way Nongshim wanted to use both of those ultimates.
Yeah, not really. But Lehens does not have to flash, so that feels pretty good. And Taeun doesn't have his Essence Reaver. Nerfed on this patch slightly, but...
Yeah, also not going for the Trinity Force build. We have seen that a little bit more predominantly here in the LCK.
Same for Smash. Both of them feeling that recipe cost increase, which is a big part of the nerf, alongside the AD, but both can have it at the same time. Since they're both building it, not going to really feel like either of them are getting hindered by the nerf of the cost.
Yep.
And the game slows down again, right? We did have some action there on the bottom side because Lehens got caught, air quotes, but does end up being just some ultimates down here for the side of Nongshim that can't necessarily be punished with no objectives up. And we kind of go back to the slow patch 26.1, laning, chilling and getting quests done. We do have a 3-2 on that one right now, but we talked about this on Pog, so you guys should go check out the episode. Doesn't really feel like getting your quest a little bit faster in pro play usually changes the game all too much.
No.
Don't want to fall massively far behind.
Yeah, right now it's just, you know, support quest happening a little bit earlier, AD quest happening a little bit earlier, but I think Smash will have his relatively quickly, although you can see taking a lot of damage here. As Korea not going to get slowed down too much here. Does get snared, though, as we can see. Just not able to finish him off, but Taeun's very scary with that first item spike.
Now, the reason here... Okay, hold on.
All right, there is quest completion for Smash. We'll be able to now clear out that wave. And things should be A-OK. Able to sidestep a fair few things as well. But this turret is looking a little worse for wear.
The reason why we see so many supports just take heal and spam it in these types of situations, you get so much tempo if you can use it in the right moment. Lehens gets so much value out of it there, pushes them out of lane, it's on a plate, and are feeling really comfortable. As now all role quests complete here for Nongshim. Sponge is up here.
Yeah, Shu maybe stepping a little far forward, does try and avoid some of that CC, but he's going to get smoked. Now looking to try and turn this one as he goes all out looking for Sponge. The rest of the team all turn up as well as the equalizer comes down. Shiu is just fine as Kingan will be able to get a kill before he dies, but it looks like Shiu will survive. So 1 for 1 here in this top side as everyone called all their mates.
Yeah. And Lehens is back in base. Let's see if they can make a cross map happen. Taeun.
Oh, Tempered Fate is going to hold him in position here. Smash with the on the hunt, trying to set this one up. Massive burst damage with that Boomerang Blade. As Taeun does have to flash to get himself out of there.
Not too bad here for Taeun, because he does survive, but losing the flash hurts. The reason why it's not too bad is because the wave was crashing, so some farm was lost there on the other side for Smash at the same time, and he does escape. This was just Showmaker and Scout racing to join this fight here, knowing that Jarvan was rotating up. And Nongshim's defense, I think that was played out really well. The equalizer, not the greatest one here, but it is enough to help trade them back 1 for 1. As the kill going over to Shiu as well, not Showmaker, which is not the end of the world.
Yep, I think Cassante getting strong probably going to be a good thing here. Showmaker has found Lehens, and Lehens not too happy about it, as we can see.
Feels like either Lehens or Taeyun is constantly just getting chunked out, and they're never able to really fully play together these last few moments.
Yeah, it's like one or the other, exactly right. Taeyun, though, has been able to like land a fair bit in lane, things like this, keep the pressure on to Smash and Korea, who are down about 10 CS at the moment, about 450 gold, as you can see here, for this Ezreal. And this was the champion that he performed very well on in the LPL. You remember that famous play from him last year.
Yeah.
See whether he can channel
that nobody watched live.
No Koreans watch, as we we may have on the Western side, but we're not the ones that dictate whether Taeyun is visible or not. That's all right. Korea down to 50%. Smash is going to try and get this wave shoved in.
He has a flank angle here, but they can collapse on him. He doesn't have Realm Warp, so he can't like try to sneak an angle here. So I think he just has to hard push the bottom lane, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Now it's going to force a reaction.
Yeah, Tempered Fate is available as well, so Korea can take control of this if they'd like to.
I mean, they're just going to send him in.
Yeah, let's see whether it works. Cataclysm comes on down. There's the Tempered Fate to hold 2 in position as Scout and Taeyun able to hold on, but Lucid just says, thank you very much. Highway robbery here as now the Weaver's Wall comes down. Showmaker trying to flash away, and he's going to be able to do so. That's a beautiful one.
Man, that was such a clean setup from D+, start to finish. Now, where was this shot calling all last year?
Was it coach voice?
I don't think so. I didn't see the icon.
I didn't see the icon either, so we can give them full credit.
We'll say in the post-game interview that he almost did it there, but he said they didn't need his help.
I was hovering. I
actually almost shot called exactly every moment there, but I decided not to, and they did exactly as I imagined.
And he trusted them, and they came through, and that's the main thing.
I think that this was a really cool heist here for the side of D+, right? Like, they end up really sacrificing nothing for this. Showmaker has to flash, but it was very, very clean. It was a desperate situation because Showmaker didn't have his Realm Warp. He was able to just kind of close the gap there. They set the Tempered Fate so that the Dragon can be smote away, and then they get the escape. That was impressive stuff.
Yeah, really nicely done. And now it's an Ocean Soul, and we're even on Dragons. Rift Herald now going to be what they're considering as Cosmic Binding does go wide, but Sponge taking a lot of damage, throws up the Aegis, and is going to be able to land that stun. Equalizer lands on top of Lucid quite nicely. Showmaker down to 50%, Flag and Drag gets Lucid out of there as Kingen still wants his fight, as it looks like Lucid going to be that target, and he will get taken down. Xiu now off to the side, wanting to try and grab one of these Nongshim members. They do get control vision of this full health Cassante, who's looking pretty dangerous. Seismic Shove not going to connect onto Career as now Showmaker taking a fair bit of damage. And it's just going to be the Rift Herald taken. It's kind of beautiful macro play on both sides.
Yeah, honestly.
As Nongshim just push them away, guarantee the Rift Herald, and they now might be able to get this outer turret in mid as well.
LCK is so good this year. It really is. It's actually so fun. So they basically, like I was saying before, okay, hold on, we're going to have Scout looking for a collapse.
Yeah, Showmaker. Oh, going to get shoved. So he's dead. That is beautifully played. Scout gave him no choice.
Showmaker's face on the player cam as well. Knowing like, Desperate Realm Warp does not work out. I think he knew it was a pipe dream with both the Pantheon and the shove coming. Tried to kind of play around it and still ultimately just couldn't utilize it. So dies and loses Realm Warp.
Well, there's Magical Journey as Scout is going to be put into Golden Stasis. Then does flash away. Seismic Shove to hold on to Lucid here as now Sponge makes his way in. The Pantheon Talia combo looking pretty good in the hands of Nongshim today as they will be able to take down this outer turret in the bottom lane. And DK, like, you chose this.
Yeah, they certainly did. They didn't have enough damage down there to end up getting the kill, the punish there onto Scout despite committing the Tempered Fate. This is coming out from Nongshim, talking about the 18-minute flash for Jarvan, and Rise having flash at 2020, saying you guys need to keep better track of the summoner spells. So just a moment of commentary there. Moving into this fight here, very deep aggression without proper setup here. Showmaker ends up being the target. The Equalizer cuts this fight in half, and Smash wasn't here. He decides to abandon ship as they try to delay. And this is the macro you were talking about. I mean, instantly Smash is just like, I'm Sivir, my time, I'll get some plate gold in the mid lane. There's no one to answer for it, and they are able to at least turn that into an exchange in the mid lane, despite losing the Herald and losing the fight.
Yeah, now you've got an attempted stop on the recall there for Xiu, but he does make it out. Had a shield from his Rukun, so obviously the threaded volley not going to be too much of a worry here. Control board goes over, and Nongshim are just parking themselves where there are turrets to be taken. And Kingen going to turn up here. That means that Korea has to get the heck out of there, and Scout, with now free reign, will be able to get even more money from this turret. Smash tries to do the same, misses a cannon, unfortunately, as we do have Shio on that bottom side at the same time. Lucid makes his way out, looking a bit worse for wear.
There's plate trades here, you know, for Scout and for Shio, but I think you definitely favor the Talia getting more money, by the way. She has a lot of money, 2,000 gold ahead of this Rise that Showmaker opted into. And, you know, those CS numbers for him, the average, I think is going to be going down quite heavily after this game, as he is just, you know, like we've seen Faker in this position before, just kind of having to sit in this brush and wait for waves, because when you don't have teleport as Rise, if you die, you cannot join objective fights. So, you know, you have your Realm Warp, you have Ghost, you can run places very quickly, but if you die, like, there's no, okay, I died, so start Dragon and I'll TP over there like you normally have as a mid laner. So you have to be very careful. Lucid shadowing here at the top side because he needs that third item desperately, and he is nowhere near it. No. Significantly behind Scout at the moment. They are going to at least push Scout off this turret and force a big rotation.
Yeah, Crystalline Overgrowth helping out here, as well as now Kingin, possibly getting engaged on by Shu, but avoids the Q very nicely. Still, looks like Shu is going to be pretty comfortable here with a lot of magic resist now built up. Does mean that Taeyun does do a fair bit of damage to him, and Sponge can also get some work done, but they're not exactly the greatest champions at cutting down tanks.
The only real, like, extremely fed member, the only big, huge lead, everyone else has a small lead, is Scout, right? So this game still feels relatively playable here for D+. It's Ocean Soul. They're just going to give up a single dragon here and trade for what looks like eventually a turret for Showmaker. If you're Showmaker, you're like, this is the only play, right? Just sit and farm, scale up. We do have a lot of damage later on. We have a really, really robust front line. He safely Realm Warps out to make sure he doesn't get caught by a Weaver's Wall play.
Oh, speaking of being caught, Sponge now moving down towards his bottom side. There is no turret. And so Sponge going to miss the Q, but I think he's still going to have to flash. Yeah, out goes Shu. Lucid was there, but they didn't really like that 2v2.
There was a lot of missing vision on the map, which is why I think Showmaker decided to Realm Warp out there. And I think they thought there was going to be a collapse from really far away with Grand Starfall and Weaver's Wall on the top side. Showmaker was like, carefully, like, cool guys don't look at explosions taking that turret out, but they went for Shio on the bottom side instead. Without using their global ultimates, Showmaker now down his, but did get that critical gold in exchange for the Dragon. You can see that puts a small dent in the gold difference over time here. But time, speaking of, is what D+ really need in this game. They just don't want any more disasters, any more bad fights before then. And that's why Nongshim should start to put their eyes on this Baron and start to threaten some Baron takes here so that they can solidify their 3,000 gold. They turn that into a one game here, because if given a significant amount of time, D+ could definitely play this one very close.
Yeah, this is the thing. As Smash gets item after item, right? Already the 2-item spike of the Essence Reaver Infinity Edge is quite large. But on 3 items, the Sivir really becomes dangerous. We'll see whether Taeyun is going to go for the double tier. I think with Essence Reaver, it's a little bit more common, but looks like he's not going there this time. Just going to be going for a little bit more of a classic regular blue Ezreal. And we'll see what he's going to be grabbing third. Might just be Cyril. This is okay. Cataclysm comes in as out goes Lucid after losing most of his health bar. Weaver's Wall was there in exchange as teleport comes through from Shiu. Showmaker now off to the side as Scout going down relatively low. Shiu looking for the angle, gets the flash out, so Scout is going to be okay. Gets out of the Tempered Fate as well, but Sponge not going to be so lucky as the Seismic Shove does nothing at all. Kingin not even teleporting into this fight as Taeyun below 50%, able to get control of mid-wave. And Kingin is threatening. I don't think they're going to be able to do Baron because they may just lose a large portion of their base.
Yeah, I think they're just going to have to back up and reset. They got that ward on the edge of the pit, and I think that's enough to say, all right, well, I mean, they're not going to be able to do this. This is kind of a domino effect of this aggressive play from Sponge and Lehens. The Cataclysm is actually so valuable because it ends up getting the Weaver's Wall out of Scout. And then
the Pop Blossom.
Yeah, and the Pop Blossom is used kind of like completely wasted in choke point control that Nongshim have. So they lose everything as Shiu gets the teleport flank. And watch Taeyun, like, he has to get out of here, so he can't offer as much damage as he'd like. He's weaving in what he can. Luckily for him, he doesn't have to flash, but they get the heal out of the Lehens as well. And it's just not a playable fight. That's why Kingin doesn't TP in, because he's like, that just does not look like a situation I can actually turn. I'd rather just get more value in the side. Hold my TP instead. Shiu used his. So a small win for D+. As the gold still remains relatively the same, as we're not actually seeing Actualizer third for Showmaker, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like he needs the Zhonya's, yeah. I don't blame him for that. allows you to avoid things like the seismic shove relatively well. As now, Boomerang Blade going to be avoided. Double buffs onto Smash. Very close to the third item as well. See what it is going to be. Could be just a Phantom Dancer for a little bit more defense, as Tempered Fate does get the dash cannon out of Lehens. I like that Korea's looking for them, but like you say, it is a large cooldown.
Okay, I mean, we're posturing for Baron. The Dragon is up in 80 seconds here. Scout is constantly threatening angles.
Yep, and Kingin's in position as well. It's a bit scary.
This new, like, Ghost Rise who hides when he's behind this is really funny to watch, but Showmaker is getting larger and larger. You know, normally when you think about, like, that type of contest, the Rise is way up there, right? Like, he's pushing the side and he's trying to threaten, but he's just so far behind. He doesn't have TP because he's taking Ghost, and Ghost on cooldown anyways. He just has to kind of, like, sit and wait for waves, which means he's so behind the 8-ball, which means Nongshim can keep that vision. Career is going to be able to sneak over here and take away this controller, which is actually quite significant. Yeah, the Dragon is not that high value, but it will be soul point here for Nongshim, and even picks like the Rumble in these extended fights will get a decent amount of value out of it. So see what D+ decide to do here when this spawns in 30 seconds, because if they lose the fight here, the gold lead just balloons so heavily, and they'll lose Baron as well. So I think they really need to be quite decisive here.
And I also think going for the fight is a really good idea, because Flicker Blades just came in from Smash. And now Realm Warp is going to come on forward. Showmaker ignores it as Scout makes his way down. That is going to be a missed seismic shove though, so that should mean that Shiu will survive and holds onto the flash. Smash now with some crystalline overgrowth to explode, and that is going to be a very dead turret very quickly.
Get the TP out.
Yeah, Taein moving in. There's on the hunt just to get out of there. Equalizer, just going to be a red carpet to allow Smash to leave. And he has himself some hot cocoa waiting for him on the other side.
Smash is like, what? Thanks, guys. I also got the turret, by the way.
Yeah.
Now they can actually look for a real contest here. TP back for Shiu, who's coming over.
Yeah, he's got that big old shield to work with as well. Kingin still with his residual ears. Lucid flashes in. Great triple knockup as there's the Tempered Fate just to buy some space. But it's Sivir getting fed. There is the Dragon going over to Lucid. They'll take down Sponge as well, as it's a double for the Sivir. We said the item spike was big, and it's now going to be even bigger as Nongshim just nothing to offer back.
I mean, D+ is back in charge of this game now. They're going to be able to come over here and start this Baron, and blocking this is a fool's errand. I mean, Taeyu is going to have to hit all the Qs on all the right targets if they want to stop this. It is a very tanky Baron on this patch, but there's no equalizer for 4 seconds.
Yeah, and Smash does so much damage to this as well, but now Nongshim making their way in. Great seismic shove, gonna catch Shiu there is now Kingin looking for it. There's the knockup on Taeyu as Lucid gets into the backline. Showmaker able to come on over and offer that damage. And Shiu just looking unkillable right now as Kingin really wants to take down these lower health bars. Somehow all of DK is still alive, by the way. No idea how that one works as they dive on forward and down goes Kingin. They don't get the Baron, but they clean up a bunch more kills.
Yeah, this is, I think, for Nongshim, the best that could have gone. And it's all about that shove from Scout. But going back to this play here, there's just such a big disconnect between Lehens, who wants to try to punish her. It looks like maybe even initially Pop Blossom defensively decides he has to try to use it to peel and goes in, and then the follow-up from the Bard ultimate, right? Career's Tempered Fate just cuts the fight in half, and then over here, Shiu does insane work, but actually it still gets caught by the shove as they are doing Baron live after Lehens.
Oh, Lehens did that thing where he died in the river because that led to a victory last week against Home Life Esports. This time around, though, it won't lead to a victory, I don't think, because now DK will take Baron for free, and that is going to be all 5 members with the buff.
D+ turning this game around.
Honestly, like, the way this has been played, though, Wolf, in this later stage of the game has just been beautiful to watch.
Yeah. Maybe not this part, but...
Well, I mean, I was more talking about DK.
Yeah.
Lehens doing Lehens things is not something that we ever discount. But there is a knockback. Oh, Shiu just picks him up, throws him back into the team, but the equalizer goes down. Sponge, the first one to die here, is now Lucid in the backline. Looks for Taeyu, and the wall comes in, but Shiu is already down. And so 1 for 1, as Showmaker has said, I will use my purple buff to destroy their stuff.
He built Shadow Flame, by the way. We kind of thought he was going a little bit more defensive. He was going a different way.
I like that.
And I mean, considering the enemy composition and also the lack of Merc Treads for Scout, feels very good. And won't be doing a lot of damage to that turret when he does hit it, but you know, you were talking about Lehens, we were talking about art and things like that, and beauty, but, you know, people said Mona Lisa was ugly, but, you know, it's hanging in the museum.
Yeah.
This fight is just really surgical here for D+, and it's just kind of the kitchen sink being employed by Nongshim to try to defend it. They end up getting the kill onto the Cassante, but there's not enough pullback there from Nongshim to really turn that into a larger play. The Baron is still getting significant value here.
Yeah, another minute and a half actually on the buff.
Yeah, I mean, like, these turrets are still up, like this, you know, inner turret in the bottom lane is full plates. We're not threatening inhibitors necessarily on this push, but the money going to this Sivir, who you mentioned the Flicker Blades, now has the Bloodthirster online as well. I mean, she's just so safe.
Oh, Scout though, that is a big pickup. Does have Magic Pen and now a Death Cap. So this Talia is going to be doing damage, throws down the wall now, looking for an angle towards Showmaker, who's going to be that first target. He does have the stasis, though, from Korea, whose bot has been so good today. By the way, into the backline goes Shiu. They do take down the Rise, as now Lucid and Shiu just trying to keep the rest of them at bay. Smash now needs to be wary of Sponge, so we will be taking him down first. And Shiu just kills Kingen? Where the heck did that come from? It's Korea. Lucid, I don't know about that one. He does flag and drag, but he is still going to die. There is the Cosmic Binding onto Tae and Korea. You need to be careful of those magical journeys when your friends are around, because they may take them and they may die.
Korea himself, though, like you mentioned, has had an incredible game. Who needs Zonias when you've got the bar?
Yeah, exactly.
As we'll watch this again, it almost feels intentional. The way they set this up, Career is able to get over the wall here, protect Showmaker, and then they just front to back here with Smash. Lehens gets taken out first, and Shiu just runs into the backline at level 18. He and Lucid are just a brick wall. Then eventually we go a bit too deep on this one. It ends up being a trade.
And a lot was used to get on top of Shiu there, but this was a bit of a misplay.
There was a Talia on the other side. And she was happy to accept the gift.
I think it was, you know, the rest of the players didn't pick up their tickets for the Magical Journey. Yeah. It was only Lucid, and then he was there by himself, and he's like, you know what, I'm not into it. It's one of those shows that you want to go to with a friend.
Ultimately, this does give Nongshim a little bit of space to potentially get Soul Point. Yeah. And I think they will get it.
They should be able to, down to 2,000, as Lucid not quite able to get in there in time. Let's see whether Nongshim can escape. That's the real question here, is now Korea looking to line up that Tempered Fate. They're all in that Banana Brush, as Shiu just looking to try and hold on to them. And Lehens still on a decent angle, but keeps getting spotted over and over again. Huge minion wave, by the way, on the top side of the map that Nongshim does need to deal with. So what happens when you do waste a bit of time on the Dragon? Of course, I say waste, still was a good idea to get themselves the Soul Point. You can see that's a big wave now being eliminated.
Yeah, look at the wave on the top side you're talking about. I mean, that's plates going down on that inhibitor turret, chipping away at the base. We are getting to what is kind of in LCK, the game state where if you don't have, at this point, an 8,000 gold lead, anything could happen. Because yes, there are some players who have massive leads. Scout has a huge lead over Showmaker still. Smash has a huge lead over Taeyun, but all it takes is the right set of shoves with an equalizer on top of it, and then D+ just lose the fight instantly and the game is lost. So you have to be incredibly cautious here if you are D+. Trying to set up for Baron Vision. Will be spawning in 90 seconds. That's going to be the next major objective. And so, just going to slow play this. They have insane wave clear, so it's okay to let Nongshim push into them when they have control over the map and just clear those waves and play defensively.
Yeah.
And I mean, with how Lehens has been playing so aggressively, maybe just kind of fish for a defensive pick.
Yeah, and one of the things that needs to happen for Nongshim is these Pop Blossoms need to do something.
Yeah.
Lehens has not really been finding the angles here. A lot of them have been defensive, and a lot of them have just been random. So, need to get it together. Make something happen here moving later on into the game. Win condition is going to be that Dragon for Nongshim. And of course, if they give away another one, then this game is going to extend, right? Like, that's going to mean Elder Drake is going to be coming up at, what, 45 minutes in the game for the first time? Kind of insane.
It is really scary to think of what could happen, though, if D+ secure this Baron. For the damage they've already done.
Oh, Tempered Fate going to hold on to King in here. The Showmaker's moving over. Looks like they're not going to be able to do too much about this, as Taeyun and Lehens were in position. So Tempered Fate now on cooldown one more time, but I do really like that Korea's just been going for the shots, you know?
It's not on an insanely long cooldown, and he is able to sometimes get flashes, has been able to just make fights easy to play, isolate single targets.
Level 19 Cassante, by the way, is it, like, That's a very large health bar.
He has Jack shows as well, so he
Yeah.
doesn't really get hurt by things.
He's not really getting hurt by things. I'm seeing that. There is also a GA on Smash, so he's feeling pretty comfortable as well as Lahens looks for an angle onto Showmaker and does not find it. Gets a flash though, as now you've got Scout in so much trouble. That's just a cheeky cue from Showmaker. Looks for the Realm Warp, gets it, and then gets into that backline as now Kingen looking to try and barbecue Korea. He is definitely the only one that he can really get through in a quick manner as Sponge fails the flash and gets knocked into Timbuktu. And Kingen, he's running there. This is not exactly looking like the way he wants to go. A magical journey is unnecessary as Kingen is defecting. The rest of D+ just looking to try and end this game as a Tempered Fate going to come off cooldown and go into the Nether. And yes, Kingen just taking them on a merry chase.
I mean, Kingen's bought enough time here to where it looks like they're going to have to use the Baron to end rather than just be able to walk down as 5 and end the game.
Well, he is just going to die because you cannot just try and teleport away in front of a mini wave and a Bard. But the Baron, like you say, is going to be the option instead of just straight up losing the game. So like you say, Kingen, it's the best thing that he could do.
Like, this setup here is so desperate. And it's just like Lahens ults air, and Scout goes in, and D+ is just like, well, okay. And then they just take the free fight afterwards. I mean, the plays from Lucid here in the follow-up, the positioning of both Smash and Showmaker to help run down these targets was well played, but it was kind of a freebie after the complete sending it that we saw from Nongshim just moments before. Like, I don't want to say they just tossed the game away, but they certainly did not set themselves up for success. Kingen buys enough time to where it's just Baron, but just Baron means probably inhibitors at this stage because the rest of the turrets are gone except those inhibitor turrets. The top side's been significantly chipped away at, and they have a Sivir and a Rise. They've got great siege here, and Nongshim are going to have a defensive play of some kind, I think, to get back into the game with no teleport as well. Well, they got his Phalite so they can see their demise incoming.
Yeah, that's the problem. They can see that it's doomed in HD, and it's not exactly a 4K. HD is pretty old, isn't it? It's not really a thing that we're really too worried about. As turret going to be falling down towards that top side of the map. It's just the Winions making this one happen as the rest of DK looking to siege up bot and mid.
The top inhibitor's already under siege by minions alone, and it will go down eventually.
Yep. Korea making his way over here as Tempered Fate is going to snag onto the Nico. Lahens is trying to pop Blossom, but he's still just going to die. Korea is going to be going down as well. Both supports are dead, but these ricochets, man, are tearing Nongshim apart. And Shiu looks like he's kind of immune to damage, which is not what you want to see on the enemy team. As Rumwop not going to be taken here from Showmaker. He just wants to take down these inhibitors, and all three of them just erupt in a moment. All of a sudden, it's our largest gold lead in the game as DK look to finish off these last couple of towers. Scout just getting hit by ricochets, that's it. And he's already down to 50%. Smash throwing away these boomerangs where he can.
And the cannon minions are really just chipping away. It's only a matter of time. They have to make some sort of play. They're sitting back.
Yeah, we got the zoom in here, just trying to work out what Nongshim can do about this.
They don't have Equalizer for a few more seconds.
Oh, Shiu goes in. There's a Weaver's Wall from Scout, just trying to take control of the situation. Lucid goes in, then he's out. As Sponge, speaking of which, he's going to go out via the Death Chamber, or at least via his GA for now. Taeun being held onto here by Showmaker as on the other side of the fight, Smash is completely safe. Shiu might be taken out. Never mind. He is a Mega Tank, and he is not going to be dying here as Showmaker goes golden, and the Nexus goes down. D+ Kia. An incredible late game performance to take it over Nongshim.
Really great and strong start here for D+ Kia this season. One win away from going 3-0. They went 5-0 last year. Again, this is their toughest composition yet, and there's tougher to come, but you just change the bottom duo here, and suddenly this just breathed new life into this roster. Showmaker individually performing better, right? You have Lucid performing incredibly well, and then Shiu is doing his job. Like, he had a really cool teleport flank, obviously, on the Cassante and that fight on the top side of the map. There's just a lot going right here for D+, all at the right time here at the early part of this year. Showmaker was put down early, but still did way more damage than Talia because he's a Rise in this game. And Smash once he got a few of those kills, there were some donations.
There were.
And he was like, okay, I'm scaling, Showmaker's scaling. We've got great frontline. We have insane engaged Lucid. Some of his Cataclysm into retreat plays to completely zone and buy space for his carries were beautiful to watch, not to mention Career popping off on this Bard. Some of those Tempered Fates left us a little bit, scratching our heads, but the ones that mattered and team fights and objectives that mattered were phenomenal.
Yeah, and honestly, like, there are people that can play Bard and there's people that can't. It doesn't really matter how much practice you put in. Korea is a Bard player, and that is very cool to see. Another one here in the LCK. But now it's time for us to take a short break. When we get back, we are going to break that one down on the space, and then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
이제 비전파 잡고. 야 탱고 얘네 피 좀 많이 달긴 해 이번에.
나 15초.
이번에 미니언 온다.
이번에 타워 깼다.
이번에 밀게 이거.
이번에 니코만 나와.
괜찮아.
야야야 천천히 해도 돼. 끝난다 이거. 천천히. 가둬줄게.
어.
앞라인부터 쳐. 앞라인 빨리 쳐. 판테부터 쳐 얘들아. 판테부터 쳐.
한테 잡았고.
야 이제 비전 없어 지금.
야 쌈봐야 돼 얘들아. 쌈봐야 돼.
천천히. 좋아.
니 잡았다.
나이스. 야 좋아. 야 니가 탈려 너플.
나이스.
나이스다.
لست بآثم إن وزرها ليس لك وحدك.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space, as it was a victory here for D plus Kia. They had to battle their way back against Nongshim in game number 1. And let's break it all down. I'm here alongside Wadid and Umpty. And thankfully, Wadid, we do have a jungle specialist who has an eye for pathing that might be able to teach us a thing or two.
That's true. I was kind of confused about their earlier pathing, but it was really smart move from Lucid because he was reaching the level 6 first. And then I think that helped a lot in the first skirmishes, right?
Yeah, I agree. And then the first thing very interesting is like they didn't actually finish the path at the crab. So that was interesting too.
But yeah, I mean, in these skirmishes, I felt like this was one of the thing that you can already expect because you already have deep vision in the red side of the jungle as a Nongshim, so you can clearly see that Bard is moving towards top side. And even though you see Bard moving towards top side, they still looking for the fight in the mid lane here.
Yeah, I think they actually thought that before the Bard comes, we can fight because we are the strongest champion. But actually, the Showmaker pressed the button so fast with the ulti to join the fight because he was very confident this is going to be the 2v3 with a Bard. So I think DK was actually a very good mid-jungle performance here with a teamwork. And then a little bit of mis-execute, but I think DK really played well here.
Yeah, I mean, the main point of this one is that Nongshim already knew what's going to happen, you know. They already saw Bard moving towards mid lane, and Talia was not in the not the great position to the fight. So I feel like it was just a misaligned call by Nongshim just in general.
Yeah, either you got to relay the information and update the game plan if you're Nongshim. Hey, this is going to be a 2v3. Let's not take this fight.
Yep.
Or you rotate earlier and pass it along. And it feels like in the second play and in the mid game, Nongshim got it together. They were able to make some very smart macro plays here through Scout.
I think Scout was actually like giga genius here because he had to go ball, so Shield thought that, oh, this is gonna be a 5v4 at the Hera fight, so I will go first. But Scout actually just passed the bot and he just go topside and giving the Rumble push. And then the Rumble is actually not feeling dangerous about it, so he can walk to the river. And then now Sponge acts like he's gonna be get engaged in. So Rushidi thinks that we are gonna be 5v4, we are gonna engage first, we are gonna win. But actually, the Rumble is coming to fast path, and the Talia is coming to the 4v5 was for Nongshim.
So main point of this is that the scout, he didn't really just look for the farm on the bot lane. He just gave up one wave to group first, and that ended up having a free header fight and free header at the end. So I feel like many times the mid laners just greed for the extra waves, but this time around, Scout being smart about his positioning, being smart about the tempo usage, and that's why they could win the header fight here.
Yeah, and from here, Nongshim were winning skirmishes. They were moving around the map with their very strong champions that like to get these skirmishes in. And D+ didn't have a lot of answers. If they tried to go anywhere, you had double ultimates with the Talia, with the Pantheon by Nongshim to make it tough. Until here, where the Drake comes on up, and right before this, Xiu able to survive the Pantheon and Talia ult, but they opt into the fight anyways.
Oh man, whenever Lihans wants to engage, look at Lucid jumping into the backline, and it was great usage of Bard ulti when Jarvan had every abilities in the cooldown. So it was really great synergy between the jungle and support in the team fight. And yeah, I mean, again, I feel like their draft, the Nongshim draft was so much better than DK because I couldn't really see the plan from DK where they can fight because it was a lot stronger from Rumble and Pantheon and Talia. And I don't think they really kind of synchronized that well with their item power spike. So that's why this kind of happens at the end of the game with the value.
I mean, watching this fight, the Lucid J4 was a dream of the Jarvan.
Yeah.
Ulted, 3 airborne EQ, you just go to Baron, I kill D0, win my Jarvan. Oh my god, this is my dream.
Yeah, and then after that, Nongshim weren't quite out of it, but you saw multiple times where they weren't quite synced on up. And didn't quite work out there. Maybe something they could fix up for game 2.
I mean, again, like their draft was so much stronger. They have Azure, Nico to playmaking and for the early priority, and also top side they have Talia and Pantheon and Rumble, which is just so much stronger than the other ones. So I feel like there are so many times they just misaligned the plays. For example, Talia didn't wait for Pantheon W, and like they didn't wait for Rumble to come up earlier. So even though they had the better drafts just in general, they didn't really like execute well about the draft. So that's why I felt really bad for Nongshim. But on the other hand, DK just plays so much better, especially I just want to spotlight Lucid once again. I feel like he's just such a veteran player in LCK right now.
All right, well, you know, I've had a little bit too much coffee, and, you know, every game Wolf's cast, there's been problems with the bathroom. I got to go to the bathroom. Wolf, Atlas, take it away.
Thank you, Digon. Yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, you wait until the end. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Good job, Digon. No, it's fine.
Well, I hope you're doing
notice how
okay.
he held it through the whole segment?
Yeah. He actually seemed like he didn't even need to go. It's kind of crazy. It's almost like he did it like as a bit or something like that.
I think it
wouldn't have been.
He played it off so perfectly, like to seem like it was a bit.
Yeah.
That's how professional he is. He's like, look, I definitely don't need to go. I definitely went before. I'm just playing a bit.
It's weird though because he probably didn't need to say it because he was throwing anyway.
Must have been that bad.
Yeah, it must have been.
And yet still.
Sometimes it comes on fast, you know, and then you realize, look, I got to start making the move, otherwise we'll run out of time, and then things can get really bad. Things would have gotten really bad if we hadn't have gotten into the draft, but we did. Here we are, DK now on our blue side, and Nongshim with first pick. They chose that out of their right for first selection. ROFS. ROFS?
Yeah. Otherwise, as Valdez often calls it,
Rofs.
Yes.
Rofs. Rofs actually I'm kind of into. All right, so the Roffers this time around were Nongshim. And
you can tell they were the
will be
Roffers because they have first pick on red side.
They did, and it also says first pick on the red side over there. So there it is.
The same bans thus far here. Maybe an Azir follows, but this time they'll have the Rise, so...
True.
I'm a little bit puzzled by the Orianna, because now you also feel like you have to ban Azir, unless Showmaker's like, my Sylas counters Azir. That was a counter pick back in the day. It's still relevant, but...
certainly could be some interesting picks in the mid lane if we do see like the Ahri Azir banned away, which we do. I mean, the Renekton is taken off the board, so Yunara is up and available now.
Maybe Showmaker's feeling like he's been pulling out LeBlanc again.
Wait, first Jace? Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Like, giving that to Sponge would be absolutely the wrong decision to make. I think he already played it in the Kesper Cup as well. Zambessa is going to be locked away first. Flex pick. Kingen, we know, really loves the champ, but Sponge definitely no stranger to it either.
Yeah, I am kind of wondering where the direction is going here, because now Lulu stocks are way up with the Zambessa pick.
Do you just Yunara Lulu? You could just straight up do it.
I think you might. Like, you could probably just go Lulu, and you could even go for like Xin Zhao if that's the jungle that you want, and then get the Yunara on 3 because they probably don't want to play it into it. Or
oh my goodness,
you ban the Orianna, Azir, Jace, so they can just go for Lucid's Kiana pick, which has been banned against him this tournament.
And Varus Kiana is pretty dangerous in the mid game. So I'm kind of interested to see how this one is going to go. There's the Yunara, and it could just be, okay, never mind. It's going to be the Aurora alongside it. So flexibility for the Ambessa remains, which is cool to see. But Taeyun not going to have the opportunity to play this alongside a Lulu, and it could be that D+ can take a priority support and then start banning away the other options.
Bard's gone, Nico's gone. This is not necessarily a Talia, or sorry, not Talia, a Renata angle, I don't think, really into the composition here. They're just going to go for the Nautilus here for career. Because the Kiana's already locked in, we know this is not a flex. Doesn't feel terrible, but again, pretty high prio in this situation. A lot of teams would opt for a double-ranged bottom lane to just get value out of Comet and push the Yunara out. Could even be Lethal Tempo Varus in this draft.
Theoretically, we haven't seen it so far yet, and hasn't been as strong on this patch, but could also be an option here. As the Braum is taken away, obviously playing Nautilus into Braum feels terrible. With Aurora already there, we're not going to have to worry about the very sad Nautilus into a Nivea situation. As the Ahri is taken away.
Now those mid bans are starting to come through. We'll see the Ahri
LeBlanc,
first. LeBlanc, I think, will probably be the next. I suppose Sylas could still work here. They ban the Alistair, though, so perhaps a little bit less likely now.
Really interesting that they've left the Lulu up and available. I believe that's because there is not a lot of engage already put together here by Nongshim. Likely that Kingen just slams a Scion so that they can still play something like a Lulu.
I think that works, though, you know? Like, they end up having so much engage with the Ambessa Lulu, and the lane is so free that I just think it's warranted. The LeBlanc was not a surprise to anyone. I don't think you see this ban against 90% of the mid laners in the LCK, but against Showmaker you do. And then he just instantly puts the Zoe on the table and says, "You don't know me."
That is so much single target pick, though. If this is going to be locked in, it's kind of ridiculous.
Be pretty scary to play Lulu into all this.
Certainly would be.
Not going to last very long against all this damage.
All right, Showmaker was having a little bit of a giggle, but just slams the Zoe. There it is.
CV Max was like, the lock-in button's right there.
Yeah, by the way.
Don't have to give us any suspense anymore.
Well, that would have been to Smash if that was the case. But still, there's the Nocturne. So that is going to confirm Ambessa in the top side of the map.
Okay.
And Leona is going to be there. So with the Nocturne lock-in, that means that there is no engage coming from the top side. And that means that Leona does actually have to happen. As let's see what the champion into the Ambessa is going to be here for Xiu. As he's cycling through some weird stuff, or at least Korea is. Let's see what they're actually going to lock in.
It is, I think something like Kennen does make sense, but they...
Aurelia would be funny.
If you go for Aurelia, you are hampering your draft, I think, in so many other ways. I think that the Gwen is going to be very strong in team fights, and what they need is consistent damage, unless this Varus is going on hit, but I don't think that's going to be the case anymore with how they've set this up. I look at these two drafts and I'm like, okay, this game is going to be a one-sided game. I don't think there's any way this game is close. It's either the composition of D+ Kia gets ahead early, snowballs things, running the map with Showmaker fed on the Zoe, the side lane pressure of the Gwen, the Kiana explosive mid-game fights, or Nongshim Red Force have engaged for days, and an insane frontline, and a Nocturne ultimate, and a scaling Yunara. So, like, you either win the game early as D+, or you do not win it at all. I don't see any comeback angle in this one.
Yeah, they basically need to blow Nongshim up immediately with the opening salvo, or die, is kind of how it's going to go. Because they're very cooldown reliant with a composition like this. We have seen the Varuses, even in the later stages of the game, actually find some big angles. But they're few and far between. Oftentimes, it's mid-game or bust with that champion. And let's see what Smash can do. I mean, Smash honestly has been phenomenal so far in our first week and in game number 1 here of our second. So let's see how it is going to go. as a very eclectic draft here for DK. But of course, it is a 6-0 so far if they do manage to win here. But if they lose, there is still another backup game afterwards. Let's see how it goes. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2 between DK and Nongshim. Smash with the Hail of Blades, which means that he's likely going towards the lethality version of the Varus, but we'll be able to do some battle in the early game quite comfortably.
You don't necessarily take Comet in every matchup that you're playing in to get value out of the early game for the Varus, because the Hail of Blades is incredibly effective when you're both playing a melee support and your opponent is also playing a melee support, so you can get those extra autos in.
Yep, both of our junglers as well, starting on the bottom side of the map, so likely going to be meeting towards the top side. We did have a bit of a split map in game number 1, where we had invades to start things off, but that's not how things are going to be going this time. As Hook to start us in this bottom lane, as Paddle Start comes out there from Showmaker, but not exactly the longest of range. As Electrocute going to be traded. The area is what Showmaker has elected for this time.
Trying to weave those.
All right, man, there's a lot of battling happening here in this bottom lane. We're just trying to watch the mid lane fight, you know?
Showmaker did not have the greatest time into Scout last time around. They did have that really cool early bout where he was able to run more first, but otherwise fell significantly behind the Taliyah. And I think this time wants to maybe snowball the game and hold on to that lead and take over the game with this Zoe pick that we have seen relatively niche still, but making a bit of a comeback right now.
Yep. Showmaker does manage to throw out a Paddle Star as Scout teleports back to lane. Very early teleport.
He's like, I have all the same health as you, and I have a teleport, so...
Yeah, and Trouble Bubble is actually going to connect here onto Scout. And Showmaker also takes the cannon. Beautifully played. Gorgeous. Couldn't have asked for more.
Showmaker is like, why'd I take teleport?
Well, because he can pick up other summoner spells from the floor. Maybe that's what it was. Something like that. As Showmaker does get comboed this time around, and that one's not looking quite as good. Shu now moving towards Kingen, but the Snip Snip is not going to connect. So probably just going to have to wait for this wave to come in. And right now, things very even when it comes to the top lane.
A very close exchange. Kingen just on the edge of that snip. If it does connect, takes a lot more damage. Looks a lot more favorable for Shu in that world.
Well, Lucid is going to discover Sponge. The Duskbringer does come in. A little bit of a battle here potentially. The 2v2 could be coming through. There's a hook onto Taeyeon though. Does have to use the cleanse to start this fight off. Smash wanting to try and find the kill onto Taeyeon. Career turns it. Looks to slow down Lehens. With the Eclipse running, Career is in a lot of trouble and does get the Shield of Daybreak. Career so close to dead, but is going to survive. And DK on their last legs here in this bottom lane, but will keep themselves alive for now.
Critically Smash did not have to flash, so that's a summoner spell advantage for the AD carry. Same is true of Lehens, but AD carry having that often feels a lot better. As Nocturne's coming down here, but Sponge is not alone. How quickly can he take Smash out is the question.
Yeah, that's the big deal. Zenith Blade is going to connect, and that means that there is a kill going over to Lehens. Sponge gets out of turret range, though, as Lucid looking to try and chase him down. Isn't going to be able to quite find the angle there. Lucid takes himself a cannon, and that is just first blood going over to Nongshim, and not much of a response here by DK.
Yeah, they are able to get away with it. Sponge is the one who was under threat there at the end. And the kill goes over to Lehens. And that is the first kill, the first blood here in this game. Going over to Nongshim, as you say. And we do have a rotation back over for Smash. You know, Taeyeon is backing right now, so things will kind of even up a little bit here in the CS department. But a very successful early punish.
Taeyeon didn't get an assist.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that all went out.
It was just, yeah, Sponge and Lehens getting that one done. She was in the mist, but not looking all that immune here towards this top side. Level 6 is about to be gained, or at least half a level away for both of our top laners.
Okay, now we have the big group up for D+ and a Randuin's.
Yeah, there's a hook to start this one off as Eclipse is getting some work done. There's the flash out. Lehens just pops like a balloon. Down goes the Kiana, though, in response as Sponge will get stunned up. Paddlestar is going to get spell shielded nicely. There's the flash in from Showmaker, picks up the kill, and then steals a flash to get out. Now Taeyoon's dead as well as the hail of arrows rains down, and DK moved to 3-2.
This is exactly how you have to play this composition as D+. You got to fight every opportunity you get. You have to constantly force. And as forced as that looked, I think it was actually a pretty realistic option to look for that follow-up there. The kill going to Smash initially as well. The timing of that snipe was brilliant. He's able to get the first one. Showmaker gets a kill in this game as well. Like, he comes down with the roam, has level 6 now. Faster than Scout a little bit here, won't mount it too much. We'll watch this again as Showmaker comes down with Lucid in tow, right? Sponge cannot really get down here, and he's also a level 4 Nocturne. So Lehens, he does what he can, right? Lucid ends up getting traded because of his heroics here, but now Bubble hits. Sponge's spell shield is good, but it's not good enough. Showmaker picks up the flash, so it can flash out, and then Career hits this hook. Career having a great day.
Yeah, is it Career POM? Like, what's happening here?
Might be.
Portal jump here from Showmaker gets him back to where he doesn't want to be. Now Lucid having to bounce his way out, but that's not going to work. And Sponge and Scout making it work once again. 2-0 for Nongshim.
All right, well, we go back to square one in this one. As now Smash without Cleanse here, does have his flash.
Yeah, Lehens going to start this one up. Can tank for a while with that Eclipse running, but Career is moving forward. Lehens is very dead, and Smash is actually alive. So just a dive that isn't really what they were looking for. Taeyoon just walking away on fire right now, but Sponge is moving in. Career looking worse for wear now as the Nocturne looking to make his way down, and Lucid wanting to get this one done. Is going to show up. Smash at 100 health, though, needs to be very careful as there's a piercing arrow connecting onto Taeyoon. Career likely to die. There's a paranoia. He goes in. Sponge looking to try and make his way out. Dustbringer might be able to speed him up, but Showmaker is rotating down. There is that cue to come on forward, and so Sponge is going to make it to the darkness and into safety.
And if you look at this game state here, you're probably like, well, you know, it's one of those games where you thought, okay, D+ have to dominate early, and the gold is even. Where the gold is on this Fed Smash guy, who's pretty good in the bottom lane.
He is pretty good.
So you watch this play happen here. Showmaker, fortunately, not really a way to get out of this one. Got to go back to where you go with that teleport ultimate, and then Lucid gets picked off here by Sponge in the end. Sponge is probably just like, guys, especially Lehens, when I say guys, like, can you just let me get level 6? Like, he has had to do so much patching of holes in this game. He's like, I'm playing Nocturne. I want to have level 6. He does eventually get level 6 throughout this play as Taeyoon is able to nicely, definitely sidestep that arrow from Smash, so this becomes somewhat playable, right? The Sponge is like, all right, I'm trying to keep my bottom lane relevant in this game. Ends up getting hooked here, offers a ton of damage back, and then gets Paranoia from the wave, ults on to the enemy AD carry, so at least gets something back, but most of the gold here for Nongshim is on that Nocturne, so I still feel like D+ are getting done the benchmarks they're looking for in this early game.
Yep, it's what they're looking for. These grubs now are going to be the target here for Lucid. Sponge might be able to rotate down, doesn't have Paranoia up and available, and Supreme Display of Talent is there for Lucid now that he has hit that level 6. Looks like it is just going to be grab one of the grubs and then move on with your life. Or at least could be, but he's discovered that there's no one coming, so he's just going to be able to take all 3 most likely.
Sponge still doesn't have his Paranoia, so I think he feels pretty safe if he's tracking that ultimate, and also the fact that there's no one really nearby. End up being able to save his smite for the final one, take all 3, which is fantastic for the Gwen, who we haven't looked at in a while, but is really going to be the biggest benefactor of this. Zoe in the side lane, also decent. There's a lot of damage with that auto on the turrets.
True. Profane Hydra now picked up as well as Scout. Very deftly clears out this wave. Oh, now I missed Deft. Showmaker, though, now has an exhaust, and that's a little bit more fun.
Deft, a former D+ player. People kind of forgot about that era.
Indeed. Indeed. It's all right. Oh, of course. Scout and Deft, both former EDG players, which is kind of cute.
True.
There you go.
Lehen's a current Bandle Piper.
He is.
Is going to complete that item with the gold lead he picked up with the 2 kills. And it's going to be relevant if there were to be a fight. This is going to be the Dragon going over to Nongshim here. No contest. Lucid is too far away. Yep. Just not interested in this. And I think when you consider a single Chemtech Dragon versus the grubs that were taken on the other side of the map for D+, definitely feeling good about D+.
Korea, what are we doing? What is the mind game? Standing next to the wall as much as he can, as he does get into the Phaelite there. Anchor is not quite going to connect. There is the paranoia coming down to Showmaker. Let's see whether he can get out of this. The answer's no. Bubble does connect, but yeah, if the bubble lands and there's no one there to pop it, does it really land at all is the question, I think.
Well, I don't know if Lucid can make a play here on the bottom.
Flash out from King and Ashiu going very aggressive. There's the ulti back though, as now without that needlework available, Shiu could be in trouble. However, if you land all the snips, you're still gonna have a good trade. As now King in versus Shiu is continuing. Minions are running out as now Lehens moves over. Lucid diving on forward. Does try and save his control ward, but isn't going to be able to do so. There's the flash in from Lehens. They get the solar flare onto Lucid, and Korea realizes he's not going to be able to help here. There's the Arc of Judgment. And Taeyun able to take down the Kiana. Flash out, Chains of Corruption there from Smash just to keep his support alive. But Lucid, I mean, is making it look a lot like LCK Kiana today.
Yeah,
it's a little unfortunate.
The setup there on the bottom side of the map, like they missed their window. They were zoning them away from farm pretty incredibly well. And there was that moment where they went to clear the control ward as Lehens is like, the danger has passed. Because it certainly had, I think at that point, as Lehens is going to Hex Flash, but there's no opportunity here. Smash had cleanse anyways, but that was a bit of a hard force that completely fell on its face down in the bottom lane. Smash still has a massive lead, so that's a good thing here, but Showmaker is looking a lot worse for wear after that bottom side play, as once again getting ganked here by Sponge, and he gets the sleep, but like you said, doesn't matter, especially because Sponge isn't even under turret. And then here going in, really just didn't need to do that. There's just not enough information here. Lehens gets the flash play, stun is real, and Sponge just shows up. It's pretty simple here. Taeyun has his empowered W over the wall.
Yeah.
And like Smash has to use his ultimate here, Career has to flash, just they get even more.
It's not exactly what D+ were looking for there, but going a little bit fast and loose is Lucid so far today. Still, he's farming quite nicely and is going to remain relevant, especially with the very cheap item build that he is going for. Profane Hydra is now done. And I think DK, they should still be able to make this comp work in this mid game that's coming up, but it could be better as Chains of Corruption are going to come out. Solar Flare is going to hold on to Career as Lehens uses him to taxi his way out. There is a hook connecting, but Taeyun's going to make his way in, and that might be a bridge too far here as Scout is rotating down and Career is very, very dead. There's an angle onto Scout, but the Supreme Display of Talent is not exactly named well, and Paranoia comes in. Sponge takes the kill onto Lucid, and he's dead for the 4th time.
Yeah, and this gold lead for the Varus is diminishing rapidly, as I think this game may be on its last legs here for D+. I know we're only 12.5 minutes in, but they had the tempo, they had the advantage. A lot of the gold, again, was on that Nocturne and on the Leona, but it doesn't matter anymore that the control they have over the bottom side of the map and how many times they've been able to consistently catch the aggression here from D+. I mean, this is a Leona. And Lehens is just like, thank you for the taxi. And now we're in no man's land. We're still going in. But I get it, because this comp needs to get further ahead. But you didn't have Lucid here.
I mean, Scout was on Vision. Like, there is no way that was ever the right call.
I just don't see any call here that's one of good judgment or sound judgment here for D+. They're just like, we need to get ahead. Our Varus is ahead. We need to use it. And unfortunately, that was a second backfire play there on the bottom side of the map, but now this Gwen feels like the only win con here.
And loses out on that trade pretty considerably up against King. And still you can see, Shiu is actually ahead by a massive amount of farm. So that is good news. Maybe DK can leverage that. And there are still avenues. It's only 2,000 gold, the advantage. But if Nongshim starts stringing together another couple of dragons or something like that, then the lack of map control will really start pinching DK.
I mean, when you're down on items as the mid laner, you know, and when you're Zoe, like if you're down against the enemy mid laner, and you don't have vision control, so you can't set traps, even the idea, like when you look at these two comps and you even cover the gold lead, you're like, oh, okay, Zoe could pick at any point in the game, but if you can't see where the enemy champions are, where you need to bubble them, or if you can't use bubble to zone, you can't really do that. Showmaker's agency has dropped massively in this game already. He hasn't lost his turret or anything like that, you know, the classic Wolf turret. He's looking for that one first still, but It is going to be an uphill battle if they cannot make something happen soon. A Dragon is spawning on the opposite side of the map where they're trying to make a play here onto Kingen, who does have his ultimate. Does not, however, have Flash, and also Career is lurking by, so this needs to work here for D+.
Yeah, definitely does. They're going to start it. Kingen gets underneath his turret here. His needlework has already been used. See whether Xiu does find the angle. That's a great use of the public execution, but he's still going to be dead because DK just sent everyone.
I mean, D+ have figured it out, okay? They're like, Smash is the win con, he's the one who's ahead. They played through on the bottom side. They made some mistakes there, but they know where their bread is buttered. In this game, they're like, okay, it wasn't working well. Smash gonna have to cleanse here.
Yeah, immediate cleanse does come on down as he throws out the ulti. Scout moves in though, and boom goes the Varus. Showmaker now looking for a bit of an angle. His Career is in position. That is a very dead Aurora. And she will go down. Xiu now also able to take the top outer turret, and Rift Herald will be secured by DK.
This is such a bizarre game state because, you know, I was making the joke about how they're like, okay, well now it's the top lane Gwen, that's the win con, let's play through that, but it actually worked, and that's what we're going to see here in this replay. As they commit Career here, they know the Dragon is lost, right? They know that Varus is backing. We're not interested in that at all. We know there's going to be a group up on the top bottom side of the map, so let's kill Kingen. They're able to successfully set this one up. Showmaker comes over, has to go to defend here in the mid lane, and Smash buys a ton of time here with the cleanse. Lehens goes in deep, so eventually the Showmaker teleport does come through, and they end up getting the kill on Scout as we're having a fight here.
Yeah, Lehens is in no man's land one more time, does get stunned up by the Kiana, and he will be going down. Xiu is able to snip him up. And that is a dead Leona one more time. Lucid also now with the smite onto the Raptor camp to add insult to injury.
We don't have context, but it's the Lehens barrel art situation.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't...
Hanging in a museum.
The context is Lehens.
Yeah.
And I think that's enough.
But anyway, D+ get the kill on the Scout, get his teleport, and then get a Rift Herald, and now get Lehens, and it's like, wait a minute, is this playable? It feels kind of playable.
I mean, it's looking more playable than it was a little while ago, and that is the direction they wanted to go in. As Rift Herald, like you say, does come down, looking for a charge here, and should be able to at least take a chunk out of this turret. There it is.
Because after the kill topside, Xiu also got the full turret.
True.
With his grubs, as... Yeah, we didn't need the context, actually.
He was in the river, ladies and gentlemen, and that was illegal.
Leona
gets used in mid.
She kind of dies there in those situations.
All right, Taeun did have to press his cleanse button and eat some honey fruit, and he should be okay. You can see a bit of a reset coming on through here for DK. Swifties done for Smash, so if he's not hit by the middle of the Solar Flare, he's going to be feeling kind of okay about it. Runs pretty quickly on this champion for now. 2 items are completed for both of our 80 carries, but a little bit cheaper on Smash's side. And so having these 2 done for Taeun is going to feel absolutely fantastic. Third, of course, is going to feel even better, especially with an Infinity Edge spike. But
well, the Fiend Hunter bolts too is just such a huge spike.
Yeah, very true.
Ultimate team fights, and I think we've already kind of reached the point where D+ can't 5v5 without a crazy wombo as... All right, wombo.
Yeah, Xiu is not quite allowed to be here. Does use the flash, but there's the public execution, and down will go the Gwen. Does have a few snips in him, but it's not going to quite work out. So that is a Gwen on the floor, and DK looking to see whether they have a cross map, and it looks like they may not.
And that was their one big fed member just shut down in sides. And like you said, there's no cross. That turret on the top side is already gone. Showmaker can't push that one down. A lot of minions will be lost. In fact, it looks like maybe even Lucid was like, should I pick those up? Gotta get Krugs on the way. Just a lot of lost money here. And in 5v5s, Taeun is going to press R and clean up the enemy champion. Scout's going to zone for him. Sponge is going to zone for him. They also have Insane Engage. So Smash is not safe. Well, he doesn't have his summoners. His cleanse is coming back up. And he was massively ahead early on in this game. He's now 1,200 gold behind. And this is kind of the game state I was alluding to when I said it's going to be one-sided if D+ don't get ahead. It happened in a very silly way, and there was some bumpy rocks on the bottom side of the map. But I would tell you guys my forecast right now is that this is probably going to 3 unless D+ can make some miraculous, like, miracle team fight happen, some crazy pick, some crazy Zoe angle from Showmaker on either of these upcoming objectives. Because it's straight up 5v5s. I don't see it. And now with the Nocturne on 4 kills with Hexplate, Stride Breaker, the Gwen is a side lane threat, but kind of not really, actually, as we've already seen.
Yeah, not as scary now. When Nash's Tooth is done, like if you leave her in a side lane, then she will just kind of break your stuff. But it's likely that Kingen will be able to respond. He's getting closer and closer to 2 items. I think it hasn't been back to base for quite some time. As Taeyun does throw out the Slurkle here, but DK not looking too worried about it. He almost has that cleanse up and available once again, but most importantly does have Flash. And Scout down here towards his bottom side is going to meet Shu. We're going to try and catch that wave. 20 seconds on this Dragon. Looks to be the next port of call as far as the fight is concerned. And DK probably don't want to give this one away for free, but there goes the Paranoia. Sponge gets on in there to flash out from Lucid, but I don't know whether he's going to survive. He does get the ulti down, but Smash is not going to live through this one. And all of them just take a nap. Lucid, Showmaker, and Smash dead in the blink of an eye.
And that's Baron here for Nongshim. And Taeyun didn't even really have to do anything. He's like, I'm ready to clean up the kills. They were already on the floor from the combo there as we saw the final ultimate from Career hits Taeyun, and Taeyun's in the air like, okay, but the fight is done. Thanks for the effort, though, as Shiu, it looks like he wants to trade this for a Dragon. Consolation prize here. Yeah. At best for D+, but
I think they will at least be able to get that. But
Scout is like, cool, I'll just take the turret. So I think that's a little bit more valuable than Ocean Soul Point for me at this point. And it's really easy to set up these fights when the enemy just doesn't have any control whatsoever. Look at this TP for Kingen. He's like, I can go all the way to the back line onto Smash. There's so much engagement. The ult from Career is like, I got him. I got Taeyun. Clean it up, guys. Guys, where's my team?
Well, they were dead, Wolf. That's the unfortunate reality, and so is Showmaker.
They got a turret +1 Showmaker, and then a mid turret as well.
Yeah, Nongshim are really starting to run away with this game, and you pointed out already, it's whoever sort of starts to get a lead is likely to be able to balloon it, as Korea not quite able to get through that pesky minion. But even if he had have landed that hook, I think maybe it would have been him that's closer to dead rather than Nongshim. As the siege is continuing, Scout taking plate after plate. The hook is going to connect. Chains of Corruption go down as well. But Kingen isn't too worried. And DK still just clutching at straws for now. I think DK's answer is, let's just keep starting fights and seeing what we can get done. There's the Paranoia. They're looking to try and turn it here. Solar Flare not quite going to connect, but it doesn't really matter as the Kiana is just dead. Some need to work out onto Scout here as the snipes are starting to come on through. Taeyun trying to fight back here, gets the knock-up, does Korea. And now Shiu looking for that angle. The Arc of Ruin is going to slow him up. And it's just so difficult to make something happen. Public Execution snatches him out of the air! My God, that was cool from Kingen. Nice. And Showmaker just takes his 5th death of the game.
Yeah, Showmaker really, I think, had a lot to prove. He had a lot he wanted to show in this game, but sadly is not working out the way he wanted to. And scrappy fights are the name of the game for D+ with this composition, right? They want to constantly try to find picks, find these angles. That side lane situation, Showmaker get a bit greedy defensively here. This is a choke point where Smash is like, okay, just give me a lineup here on Scout. I can't quite see him. That's so frustrating for him. Everyone's so low. He just continues to layer this damage. And this is a great ult from Career. Ends up getting the double knock up there. And Shiu just cannot close the gap. And then Showmaker decides, okay, I've got enough burst. I got the sleep. And he pops.
Well, Paranoia comes down. The inner turret is already dead. Flash out from Shiu. The rest of the team are going to show up, though, as DK look to try and fight this one back. Kingen rotating down. Solar Flare is fantastic. And the Gwen is not immune. Slurkle comes in, but doesn't get too much joy here as DK with one missing, trying to continue fighting this one out, but Scout in with a great stasis with his Zhonya's, and Smash just has to cleanse to get himself to safety, leaves the rest of his team in the dust, and Nongshim, I think, are just going to put an end to this game and bring us to a game number 3.
We knew it was going to be one-sided from the draft. We just didn't know which direction, but some arrogance, I feel, in some of those bottom side plays from D+. Some backfires and a complete snowball rolls down the hill as Sponge runs away with the game on this Nocturne.
Yeah, Sponge playing a fantastic game this time around, but Nongshim ultimately just getting it together. I think top side of the map definitely playing well, but it's the mid-jungle today for Nongshim that are definitely looking the best. Even in game number 1, looking fantastic there despite the result, and here in game number 2, able to actually get the result they were looking for.
Let's not forget, like, Lehens was going in, he was going in big time. He was constantly forcing, and Sponge was always where he needed to be. He's like, man, I'm supposed to just be farming, but here I am on the bottom lane again at level 4.
Yeah.
And like, it worked, you know? They were able to get enough gold on him. They kept, then, you know, being able to catch the aggression out of this Zoe from Showmaker, and Career, he had no restraint in this game on the Nautilus. Sometimes it worked out, but for the most part, just ended up feeding Nongshim a lot of money. They already had the more scaling comp, so D+ just kept trying desperate Hail Marys, and eventually they ran out of steam, and we have a sub 24-minute game here. 6 minutes under average here as Nongshim bring us to 3.
Yeah, and the Kiana situation remains where it was in Korea in 2025, and that is in the bin. This champion just hasn't been one that we've been able to make work. Maybe Kanavi can do something on it because he spent most of his time in the LPL. But we here in the LCK just can't seem to get the Kiana to work out. Lucid is going to join that exact list, but still, DK with another opportunity here. They will have the right of first selection moving into game number 3, and we'll see whether that will lead them to a less weird and wonderful draft, perhaps, as we look into that 3rd game. But it's Fearless, so we could have some really fun picks as well. Make sure you stick around. We'll have the space to break down that game number 2, and then we will look forward to game number 3. We'll see you soon.
노플.
천천히 해도 돼, 천천히.
야, 조이 왔고.
나 08초. 빼면서 볼게 한번.
빼면서 봐, 빼면서. 그래.
좋다. 안배사 들어와줘.
나 궁었다, 나 궁었다.
나 다이브 보고 싶어. 다이브 볼게 그냥. 볼게.
너네 킬 봐. 조이 수면 없고.
타워 캐자. 아, 죽었어. 타워 캐. 아, 나이스.
맞다.
Trying to take this blue buff away. And Kanabe, as you mentioned, he has not been shy about ganking, about engaging, and now he's just gonna die. Has the rest of his team behind him.
난 빠질게.
얼렸어.
아지르 노플. 아지르 노플.
As Guma trying to do some damage on the backside, but doesn't have enough at this point in the game. As Faker getting pretty low, maybe able to take him out, but no, the shield comes down, and Faker just walks it off. Pace is gonna be tagged. Actually, Carrier gets in there, and Chica somehow died up top as well.
No summoners for Duro in that exchange, by the way. Just all clean, you know. Go in, tank for Canyon to get the charge, reboot into the Herald, and then turn around and grab the kill. The Ruler's just making a highlight reel over here.
Ruler might be able to kill him. He did have the barrier available, though. There's a Cataclysm avoided, and Ruler outplays him to pick up the double solo.
이거야. 나 아직 젊어. 안 젊은 것 같은데. 이제 안 젊어. 나 늙어졌어 갑자기.
Well, Sponge and Lehens are in position. They get a control ward over. Let's see whether Sponge can actually get into the pit as Vikla finds the unbreakable will. Sponge does have the Cyclone. Pop Blossom comes on through, but it is a very dead Kellen to start this one off. Raptor locks down the Baron, but can they keep themselves alive? It's clear with the slicing Maelstrom, they're able to take down the Varus. As Vikla gets into that backline, can anyone do damage to this Silas? What the hell are you doing, Vikla? A Vikla POM in my 2026 Wolf?
And also somewhat
up to stay by casting.
Well, they're going to try to dive Shu now, or maybe not. Just spit it down. Oh, okay, maybe they will. Gideon is coming in. And we got a lot of members, but Shu just goes back in to 4 people. Oh, no! Casting, and he's casting away! The slow is going to come in from Teddy. I don't know if they have enough to lock him down.
He's come back up.
다 빠졌다. 나 커버. 나 살만해. 싸움 보자.
Oh, that was going to Daru coming in, but the Shu gets a second kill before they take him out, and that's the slow here on a Gideon. That's a kill there from Smash.
슈, 나이스!
레벨 말았지.
Shu, 뭐야? There we go.
He's gotten a lot of gold this game. He's putting it to good uses. Now Gnomestrom are looking for a contest.
Well, it could be a 50-50 here as Sponge. He's been pretty good at those in the past. Let's see whether Kanavi can lock this one down.
야, 앞에.
There's a shockwave! Absolutely insane! This is a triple for Sponge! Does manage to help Taeyeon take down another one as Scout gets pulled back, but it's a quadra kill for the Pantheon! We're going the distance as the Noodle Boys battle back here against D plus Kia. Able to get through a tough early bot lane skirmish, but then power through with Nocturne. Digon here alongside with Did, and I'm Did with Did. You look like you're in pain.
Yeah, I mean, it was painful game.
Why?
But I think DK, they were jealous about the Nongshim's first game draft when they had such a strong early game team comp. That's why they had like so many strong early game champions, something like Kiana, Zoe, and Varus and Nautilus all together. But it didn't work out that well.
I see. I think as a Nongshim team-wise, I think they picked the just diving comp, and then especially Nocturne was very annoying to play in the Kiana and Joy. I think it was a really good pick.
Well, let's take a look at how this one all shook out with our first couple of plays here. On the bottom side of the map, started good for Nongshim, but then D plus turned around.
So yeah, Lihans traded first, but they fought back, the DK. But I feel like Career kind of fought back too late. So Leona could have cooldowns again, and that's why they were trading back was not good enough. And at the end, Varus is gonna get dove on the bot lane, and I think this is really crucial moment for DK because based on what they had for the runes, I think Nautilus and Varus should win the bot lane harder enough. But I guess that didn't work out. But at the end, they used the mid priority with Zoe so that they could have a triple kill in the bot lane. I thought it was end of the game. Because,
you're saying it was over.
Right? Because Varus and Nautilus could have a pressure in the bot lane and they used the early game priority champion well enough, but it didn't work out that well because they had to play against Nocturne in this game.
Yeah, plus the kills for Nongshim went over to Lehens on the support role. You're thinking, not looking so good. However, the jungle diff started to step in here, Umpty.
I actually think that the Wanted is correct. The game was over. The Nocturne couldn't get a 6 easily, but he just won this skirmish. The Joy used the flash at the bot side, so he didn't have a flash. So it's actually quite hard to win this 2v2 and the Oli plan too. And then Nocturne got a double kill here because he was having a hard time. And then at the first ult with the minions, he got the barely at the level 6 and he killed Varus and get the ultimate hunter again. So the game is actually for Nocturne is open now. Yeah. So after the killing the Varus, all the Nocturne ulti timing, everyone is like, turn off the light, someone is dying. Turn off the light, someone is dying. DK is like, ah!
Yeah, I mean, they can never do anything against Nocturne, but especially I want to point out career Nautilus, for example. Like, I think he should win lane, but he lost.
Yep.
Second, I think he should just cover mid all the time, because whenever Zoe has no flash, you cannot do anything against Nocturne, right? So I think he should just sitting mid lane 24/7 to help the mid priority into the bot lane, but he didn't well in lane, but also in the roaming phase.
Yeah, and then after that, at 1950, this is where you wanted to see it from Nongshim before. You've got the lead, you want to push that lead, and they put an exclamation point on this one here in the mid lane.
So at this mid fight, I think the TP was great with position because DK wanted to poke and win, but they just decided, oh, we're dive comp. You guys can't poke with us. And then Nocturne's very good targeting was just killing Kiana first for using the ult not well. And then the ambassador just go to the back line, and then the fight was just unwinnable.
This is the fight where we just want to see it from Nongshim, you know, like just TPing behind and Nocturne ulti at the same time to hide it down. And I think just in general, like Kingen and Sponge, they're playing well so much better than the game one, and I think that helped Nongshim too well for the team.
Well, D+ again ushering in the youth as they've done over the last several seasons. They had Lucid 2 years ago. They had Shiwu come in last year. Now this year it's Career. We were able to hear on the comms very briefly, those of you that caught it, that CV Max used a coach's comm as they were pushing in. He just had a quick note about early game comps, and you guys covered it. They didn't play it well. They didn't execute it well. A thing to learn on as they move on to game number 3. Umti, what do you want to see here from D+ in terms of composition?
I am not sure about the early game plans too now. But I think still their mid jungle is very strong. So I hope they just can use the early mid jungle power.
I mean, they just need to mix up a little bit. You know, that was too much about the early game priority. And also, I think if you want to play that kind of champion on the mid lane, take Ignite, go crazy. But he was not bold enough.
Well, learning lessons for both squads, but who will take the win? Will D+ Kia stay undefeated in the LCK Cup, or will Nongshim continue to take down the top teams? Let's find out with game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 2. And yes, here we are to see whether D+ can bounce back after a weird and wonderful draft that didn't quite go the way they wanted it.
It's their first loss of the tournament, and they will continue to use right of first selection to pick blue side. They are the only team doing this. They have played every single game of the tournament on blue side so far.
Huh.
And that will actually remain the case here, and now their 7th game. So interesting to see what they're going to use this for once again. Obviously having the ability to have the B5 counter pick here on blue side could be something they are looking for, plus the extra strength of blue side, which has historically been, albeit slightly, the stronger side. See what CV Max is cooking.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that one because, of course, we are a lot deeper into Fearless now in game number 3. And we'll just have to see what kind of weird and wonderful picks are going to come out, whether the bans are going to change completely. Maybe we get some Orianas and some Azirs or something like that. This guy just said he can swap in for Taeyoon. He's a silver 380 carry. He can sub in. He's ready, is what he said.
Higher ranked than
I think it's Taeyoon's mate.
You know, this season. I gotta say, we haven't really... We've loved some of the execution, but we haven't loved the drafts that much for D+ today. Like, I like the Rise over the Taliyah, but the rest of the draft didn't really hit for us. Like, we were thinking Nongshim had the better draft in game 1. Game 2, the draft was incredibly risky for D+.
Yeah.
As game 1 was not as extremely obviously risky, but still was very risky. So now also opting to give first pick over to Nongshim Red Force. I think we'll see some different bans here, but CV Max, you know, started the year off great. Let's keep it that way with some, you know, obviously we can't run drafts back anymore, but sometimes CV Max has run draft identities back.
Yeah, that's the problem, is just run back another version of a similar style of draft, but with worse champions is not necessarily what you want to be looking for either. But we're going to be remaining with the same first couple of bans here, as Poppy is going to be a deviation. see what that means as far as what is going to be banned away.
When you ban Orianna on, you know, when the enemy team has first pick, you are also saying I'm banning Azir,
yeah,
and also I'm banning Jace. You're basically saying I don't have two other bans. They are just going to be the same ones again. So set bans might change, but in fact, they absolutely do not, as Jace will 100% be banned with Malphite and also the Scion ban.
Well, we did say that CV Max has been doing some weird things, so maybe this is the time where Jace actually slips through, and it will for the very first time.
This time to think about what comp they want to run, but apparently they're thinking about just giving Sponge over the Jace, and I think probably a bit stunned here are Nongshim. We'll see how long it takes them to lock it in, or if they're like, this is a trap, we don't like this.
Well, I wrote it in already, Wolf, and it is going to get locked in. And so D+, they need to have an answer to the champion that hasn't been allowed through all tournament long. It was the entirety of the first week, and this is the first time that we have seen it left up and available. And D+, now they have to show us exactly what their response is going to be to this champion.
I mean, they definitely have an answer. Okay, this answer is very basic. It's not that creative, as Smash takes a big deep breath there, knowing that this game is going to be about him on the solution, the acceleration of it. Now with Kalista Renata, did you just slam Milio? Because remember, a lot of Enchanter supports, like the main two, like the Bard Nico are gone. Karma Lucian doesn't really inspire you, unless, well, I mean, except with Karma's inspire abilities. But doesn't really inspire you in terms of what this draft is looking for. Lucian, Nami.
I mean, it has to be like Nami or Milio, right? They're the only options that they really have.
I mean, the Milio was a Keria exclusive. It's otherwise been Nami every time. Now, everyone hope that Career locks in the correct rune and does not pick Aftershock again.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what is going to happen there. But now, next round of bans to come on through here, as both teams are looking for some solo lanes. Not likely that Kingin is going to be playing the Jace. He has been pretty much a jungler since those buffs did come on through.
Yeah, he's 100% going to be playing the jungle in this situation. So, what do you want to take away?
Never mind.
They think this could possibly be played in top lane. I find that very interesting.
Quite odd. Maybe Lucid feels like the Vi matchup is playable into the Jace, and so wanting to take away any option to pivot out of playing it in the jungle. Kingin, of course, is a pretty competent Jace player himself.
That's true. I'm kind of wondering what Scout is going to be playing in this draft in terms of safe, long-term damage to empower the late part of this composition here for Nongshim Red Force. The Ahri gets taken away. Ahri Vi with Lucian is an incredible all-in composition. Not quite as all-in as the last game, but it is very strong at getting tempo early and holding on to the game. See if we see one more ban on jungle here. Take away something that is going to be a little bit tankier. But you could probably just focus elsewhere. But this draft is like, for D+ here, it's very obvious. It's very straightforward. They're like, okay, I don't want to deal with Wukong. And
it is very interesting that it's double jungle bans when we assume Jace is going to be going there.
And the flexibility is still there, right? And Nongshim are kind of like, well, maybe, you know, now we have a different top lane pick that we weren't necessarily expecting to lock in. They'll take away the LeBlanc from Showmaker again.
So Victor is a champion that they could possibly be playing. The mid lane pool is the one that's the thinnest at the moment, with 4 mid lane bans already on the table.
Is it like Lissandra for Showmaker?
Oh, that feels like no damage at all.
Yeah, no, I just don't think this is a great situation here. As it's going to be top Zahin.
Okay, that's what she was looking at least at the moment. That'll be blind, most likely.
It is pretty tough to play that into Jace as well, so this is kind of an interesting call if they're assuming that Jace is going to go top, or perhaps they just are saying, look, play Jace top, there's not anything left for Sponge in the jungle, and the Vi is going to be incredibly powerful and dominant in this early game, so they're forcing Nongshim Red Force to make a choice, because the Jace top into the Zahin feels so easy to play and so easy to set up, so tempting. But instead, it will be the Gnar, which is still available here. We also know Kingin could have potentially played GP in this situation for a lot of extra damage later on. So, D+, the read here was jungle bans, and I don't think they really got anything out of it.
Whoa, that's blind Akali. Okay, now what is Showmaker going to do into this? I think he probably wanted to play something like Syndra, but Syndra into Akali sounds somewhat difficult.
I think he wants something with CC here.
Yeah.
And somehow a lot of damage as well. I don't think the Anivia is necessarily what he's looking at here, but it could work in this draft, I suppose.
Might be an option.
Twisted Fate.
I mean, that's a classic.
The golden
into the Akali
CC button. And yeah, into Akali. Amazing as well. His ultimate value is going to be pretty high in this draft.
Doesn't mean that they don't have a lot of magic damage, as Twisted Fate isn't exactly oozing damage, but they do have a 1-3-1 win condition that is pretty difficult to deal with. The culling as well in a pinch can clear out waves and things like that, so you can set yourselves up pretty well.
I think if
for
you
1-3-1.
Get ahead, if you get ahead, you are in a phenomenal position as Nongshim Red Force here. And you have the Gnar into the Zahin, you have the Jace, which is going to make anyone's life miserable. All he has to do to gank, by the way, is just drop an Empowered Shock Blast. That connects. It's like, all right, cool. I'm moving on. I have insane clear. I can do whatever I want. And so the situation is very good for them in this draft. But I'm kind of wondering now, like, how do you play this Twisted Fate composition? Like, you need to control sides, you need to control the Akali early. It's one of Showmaker's best. Obviously, he has a skin on this. You have the Vi. The setup is there to burst with Lucian, but Smash cannot get caught. They need to hold on to lead. They need to hold on to map control.
Well, see how it does go. As ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 between DK and Nongshim. Nongshim with advantages in both of the games, but DK were able to eke out the win in game number 1. We'll see whether Nongshim can take control this time and not let go as we get into the rift here for game number 3.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for our final game of the series. Still, of course, one more waiting. The DN Supers versus DRX coming up after this. But first, you have to see who's going to win between Nongshim and DK. Is already Korea taking a little bit of damage. He's otherwise not going to be too worried. This is going to be a difficult lane for DK. As Showmaker already losing out on the trade here. As Scout proccing that electrocute, feeling pretty fantastic.
Showmaker just has to use his ranged advantage and try to get as much damage done as possible. He went Unsealed Spellbook, which is incredibly common on Twisted Fate. There's a lot of different summoner spells he's going to get value out of. And he has... His ultimate is practically a teleport, so there's a lot of different setups you could use with it as well.
Smash seeing what he can find here is Nongshim playing very aggressively with their positioning. Ebb and Flow working out quite nicely, though, as DK do have the sustain advantage in this lane. Nongshim certainly with the early damage potential, especially as level 2 does come through. Bailout, things like this start to really make it difficult. As Nongshim, what are we doing here? This is kind of crazy. They're underneath the turret. Lehens is dead, but so is Smash. And so they deny so much of the farm.
Yeah, that ends up being pretty worth here, ultimately. He's going to put him in a significant CS advantage. They also get first blood, so that absolutely works out. The bailout all in, pretty common to see. And, you know, there's not really much outplay there, frankly, for Smash and Career. They have a level 2 advantage. They push this wave in. And Smash and Career are just like, all right, how many minions can we get? Can we get level 2? Can we get level 2 in time? Lehens uses the bailout, and the Rend comes through. Taeyun walks out.
Yeah, so that is money onto the Eddie carry. There was the kill traded back for Smash. It's not like Korea picked it up, so could have been worse for DK, but it is still definitely bad, as this bottom lane was going to be a huge point of power here for Nongshim. That's only been confirmed. We can't necessarily see it in the gold or anything like that, but the advantage that Taeyun has is certainly high. Shock Blast is going to connect. That is Sponge's first gank, as we could see there. And Lucid now going to be moving on over. And Sponge is just going to push him out of the area, and it looks like Lucid is just going to say, all right, I will be leaving. Top lane scuttle he could go towards. That is, I assume, where Nongshim think he's going, but he has moved down towards his bottom side and is actually just going to be recalling.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what Sponge can get done here with this Jace pick. Has been terrorizing everyone. Oh, there's the Shock Blast.
Yep. That's the gank.
in a one lane where you already have a lot of control. I mean, not in terms of the lane is over, but in terms of they have current push and prio. They're currently winning the lane. Having that extra damage is going to be pretty significant. And he just goes ahead and takes us back and heads towards Krugs on the top side, as Xiu is not enjoying the early game in this matchup, as Zion doesn't enjoy most ranged matchups.
Yeah, it's looking like a little bit of a tough time here, as the Boomerangs are being very frustrating. We'll be able to get himself this Siege minion, though, and level 5 helps top up that health bar just a little bit. You can see it's a little bit of an advantage here for Kingen as far as gold, but big one is Sponge, as Aqua Prison is going to connect. Fair bit of damage onto Lehens. Does need to be a little careful.
Yeah, Smash has barrier, Lens has flash. I don't think they can make anything of this. Lens will be able to channel this back and get away. Very scary moment there, but gets to hold on to the lead for now. Taven, that is.
Showmaker does have his Catalyst done, so he's feeling pretty safe here in this mid lane.
Lens trying to bait something. It still has bailout, by the way, so you really have to be careful about trying to force.
Yeah, there is Smash. Not going to get hit by the logistics protocol, as Nongshim not going to push their luck any further. We'll just go for a little bit of a reset, as Smash and Korea have been able to somewhat stabilize in this lane, only about a wave behind for the moment.
Now, this game is really going to open up when Lucid and Showmaker get their ultimates, 4D+. Because otherwise, just kind of Showmaker generating a passive gold lead with his passive over Scout. And, you know, the rest of the map kind of Nongshim favored, right? Nongshim have the Gnar advantage on the top side, as you guys can see here, even Mega being utilized to grab this first plate. And then in the bottom lane, we see that Renata trade has really favored Nongshim, and they've been able to maintain an advantage there. We'll grab this first dragon. So for D+, they're on the back foot technically, but they're kind of supposed to be for right now. We'll see what happens again when those ults come online, and how they can coordinate team fights and single target CC and the blow-up damage that Smash holds. Because if they can get him ahead, he gets his first item online, starts farming, starts pushing the Kalista out of the mid lane, and D+ have a real fighting chance in this game. I'm not 100% sold on this strat for D+. It feels very freestyle.
Yeah,
but they kind of got something in the end.
Oh, Bubble going to go wide here as we've got the Jace moving down. Smash taking so much damage as that Shock Blast connects, but they're not quite able to lock him down. So DK, they will get the flash out of Korea. Otherwise, not too much more. Nongshim really putting the pressure on in this early game, but haven't been able to translate that into a gold advantage just yet.
Yeah, that's not quite, but always threatening. Level 6 on the horizon here for Lucid, as he is looking for that scuttle on the top side. The rest of his jungle is spawning, as well as blue buff just came up.
Yep.
So he'll have level 6. Showmaker has his obviously as well. And you can see Kingen is playing back defensively now. And he picked up a call. And knows that his early game is poke and chunk with hyper procs into this Zahin. And then once the ults come through, he's just going to play a little bit slow. Look to be a secondary AD carry threat really later on in the game, as well as additional follow-up CC.
Yep. There's a Gnar into the wall, as Xiu, of course, does have his passive, so he's going to be fine. But still, this is... We know that Zahin can really get some stuff done in later game team fights. We've seen it already utilized. I believe Kingen actually had a pretty good performance on the champion last week. So we'll see whether Xiu can do a similar thing here, as has been able to pick up some control of the wave, at least for the moment. Cull by for Kingen means that he is just happy to sit back and farm and make things happen later on into the game. There's a bit of a ping onto Scout. Cease and desist is now available for Lucid. And so Showmaker moving up the lane, might be baiting something here as he does lock the gold card.
And Scout just gonna hold his ground. That's the end of that for now. Okay, here we go.
You can see him. Shock Blast going to connect.
That's all you gotta do.
Yep. Once again, it is just more money. And with First Strike there, I mean, every time these Shock Blasts land, Sponge is just walking away that little bit richer.
It's crazy how accurate, you know, these players are after playing, you know, Jace has not really been played in the jungle for a really long time. As Lehens and Taven looking for something. Yeah, not gonna happen. Ward gonna go down. I was gonna say, like, we've doubled the Korean Jaces, at least. You know, we're close, because there's a lot of mid-Korean Jaces as well, but we have added a significant, at least 50% more Korean Jaces to the pool.
There are a lot of them.
And they hit those Shock Blasts. They're pretty good at the mechanics.
And We did have Lucid down towards that bottom side when both of the level 6s were hit by Nongshim in that bottom lane. I got a little bit worried that we'd have a little bit of a fight as Destiny to come forward here from Showmaker, who just throws out a gold card and doesn't find too much more. Kingen hops away, and that is all she wrote on that one. So first Destiny not exactly finding any joy.
That was super awkward because Showmaker has a whole wave to catch, but the grubs are being taken. Prio in mid and top side, and the bottom lane is still Nongshim controlled. Nongshim are really starting to pull ahead now.
Well, Lucid will be able to steal away one of the grubs. That is something, as Smash trying to get some work done. Hostile takeover comes in, and Smash is going to help take down Korea. That is going to be the Ren pulled out, and Taeyoon going up to 2-0. Cease and desist in the meantime, though, on to Sponge. A lot of damage there as the burst is enough to take him out. Xiu now looking to move on over as Kingen wants to get involved in the fight, as there is this, not the supreme display, the perfect execution from Scout, but he will be going down, and Lucid somehow survives as Kingen not able to get his boomerang to go far enough, and now Xiu able to dash over that wall. Showmaker does still have the flash, and he flashes over the boomerang to lock down Kingen and take him out.
Certainly a big sigh of relief for D+ fans after that one. A huge win on the top side of the map after this 2v2 goes awry. Smash drops his ultimate out. It's avoided entirely by Fate's call. Then the handshake comes through. Follow flash here. Not really going to be too impactful, but it's enough to get Taeyoon in there. Smash has no mana. And then watch how this fight breaks out. Initially, it looks like, okay, they've got this under control. It's very difficult to play this 4D+. The ult comes through from Lucid. And instantly Sponge is deleted. He's not very tanky. He's on the Jace, right? Now Lucid shield here, the flash as well. Just enough. Just enough.
Man.
Scout just cannot take him out. King cannot close the gap, but he's chased so far in order to try to do so that he ends up going down as well. I believe D+ got 2 of the 3 grubs. Showmaker flashes the boomerang so he doesn't get slowed. Takes him out there, picks up all that extra gold. Let's take a look at the grubs. Yeah, 2 of the 3 in D+'s favor now. Keeping the gold close. Desperately needed team fight.
Absolutely. They're not out of the woods just yet. As Lucid moves on over, does get spotted by that Sentinel, and Sponge is going to move in. Gets a bit more money as the culling goes largely to Nania. And DK will just have to try and be wary of Nongshim in the area. So much vision here towards this bottom side as the second dragon is now available as well. It's likely that Nongshim can head over there and lock that one down as Lucid will spot that there is vision all over the place. But Showmaker, as he is the one with a massive gold advantage, does have his Rod of Ages now completed, and now the Destiny comes in. Gate comes down as well as the Wildcard's doing a fair bit of work. There's a tidal wave to lock down too. The bubble is there as well, and they just evaporate at the hands of D+.
Yeah, very clean setup again from D+. Really not much that could have been done there once the initial salvo comes through. This combo, incredibly powerful. We've said it for years.
Oh, ulti comes down here for Xiu, but Kingen just does the walk strategy to get out of the way.
Little emote to remind everyone that, you know, he was hoping that one a little bit different.
Yeah.
Scout on a flank here, but I don't know if he could really accomplish much. Hoping for the Shock Blast, I suppose, follow-up.
Yeah, does manage to find the Shuriken backflip there, but Lucid is going to be absolutely fine. And he just gets himself over the wall, and out they will go. But the main part of the story is 3-0-2 here for Showmaker. This guy is now gigantic.
He's got his Dark Seal.
Yeah, and also a cheeky blasting wand and an amp tome on top of the fact that that Rod of Ages is already complete.
Look at this setup here. Lucid gets hand shook back, doesn't care. Showmaker has the gold card, and they just have everything. Like, they have the tidal wave coming through, the gold card to set it up.
And it was max value for everything in that moment as well, as now gold card onto Scout. Lucid once again going to catch him gorgeously with the Vault Breaker, but this time, this time he's going to go down, but it's a trade 1-for-1, and now Sponge having to run away. Thankfully, there was control of the top lane, so Xiu wasn't making his way down, as now Korea looking for an angle. Ebb and Flow gets his health back up again, but you can see that health bar is not exactly the largest as a whole, so Nongshim still with a fair bit of control of this bottom side of the map.
It's a bloodbath, as we will have the mid plates going further into Showmaker's favor. His lead that he has, that he's generated, is getting bigger and bigger, and obviously with the passive, he is going to just be so huge. And when his rod completes, he is going to have another spike there as well. Bit of an opportunity here, potentially, for an all-in on either side. Lehenz's handshake is really the first ability that has to hit for Nongshim. And if it misses, D+ will definitely follow up here with the tidal wave back up. Showmaker gets almost the entire turret.
Kind of ridiculous, the amount that they had there, as Xiu gets the pullback. There's the ulti. This time King is not able to avoid it as Sponge is moving up, but there's the kill solo for Xiu, and Sponge doesn't want anything of it. Relentless pursuit to get out of the way of Lahen's toss-out takeover comes in, but it's another wave, and this time it's from Career as Taeun does manage to dodge out of the way. He's got the bailout, but it is not going to be enough, and it's a 2v2 win for the Lucian Nami in the bottom lane.
All right, big wins here for D+ now on both sides of the map at the same time. And it's the Zahen angle here on the top side. Well, we'll start off with this play first, where Sponge ends up getting caught. Now, Sponge is super squishy, obviously, on this champ, but can buy some space with the hammer as we're not done yet.
Yeah, Smash is dead, ladies and gentlemen. There is the Hammer to the Skies. A teleport came in from Kingen as well. Smash was very dead.
He is certainly in the death chamber now. Anyway, that last skirmish ended up going pretty well for Showmaker, and Lucid once again bought a ton of time. Still a kill went over to Scout, but he did his job incredibly well. And, you know, they get the kill with the Zahen on the top side. Kingen didn't have flash, has it now, but gets flashed on by Xiu. Well, he doesn't have it. So he ends up picking up a 600 gold lead. And this Gunblade looks really cool. We all love Gunblade. You know, all waiting for it to come back. But the curve of this game, it's feeling like that second item. Plus the rod, plus 10 stacks of Darksteel. The Gunblade looking like it's not too sharp. Maybe it doesn't have ammo.
I think if there was only one item on his opposition, it could be fine. However, there is not quite parity between our mid laners in this game. Of course, cheating a little bit is the Twisted Fate, as he does like to print a bit of money, but this is looking dire, and especially with the Lich Bane coming in as item number 2, that is a lot of damage potential here in side lanes for the Twisted Fate, as Lucid is going to push Sponge away. The gate had come on forward, and Showmaker spotted on that ward, so not going to hit those wild cards, as now Career takes a large amount of damage from Sponge. Is this going to be once again the Malphite situation where the champion gets banned all the time and whenever it gets played it loses?
Well, the game state looks like that might be where we're headed, although it has made a huge impact. Like, yes, he is not winning the game, and you were correct on that one so far. Like, the game is not looking like it's in a very one position by Nongshim, but every time he hits an empowered shock blast, I'm like, yeah, I see why that's banned. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, there's certainly some avenues. As now Showmaker and Scout facing off once again. Rift Herald going to get started here by Nongshim. Full vision available for DK.
Very different from the Malphite, because the Malphite, you know, his losses looked pretty bad. We're like, ooh, I don't know if this does anything. But in this, it's feeling like it's doing a lot, even in a negative game state. Let's see if it can do a lot in this fight.
Yep, Smash getting so much work done as there's the tidal wave to get a massive amount of value itself. Fate's Call does come in to keep Lands alive as the bailout is not enough. And it's 2 for Smash. He does get taken out here by Scout, though. The perfect execution is pretty good, but Showmaker finds the gold card, and Xiu is going to be able to find the kill. As Scout's out of buttons and out of chances. King in there on the bottom side, trying to get something back, but it's another one team fight for DK.
Yeah, DK picking up 4 on this one, putting their gold lead into 3,000. Sponge was able to secure the smite on this Herald, but otherwise wasn't really able to do a whole lot. Easy initial target here. Offers some damage back onto Lucid, but there's just so much free space for this Lucian pick. Scout is able to take him out ultimately in the end. It also gets his flash, but he has to give his life for it. So feels like, you know, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Rocking a hard place. So, you know, one of those buzzwords. Oh, I got him, but does not necessarily really feel like a good thing. King in here, desperate now on the 1v2.
Yeah, gold card gonna get the flash out for it, and a point-blank culling from Smash. Try and lock down King, and he's very dead. That's gonna be the kill over to Showmaker thanks to the Lich Bane. As Nongshim looking for the cross map here in the mid lane, they should be able to get it with the help of the Rift Herald, as it's now down exceptionally low. Turret will be taken, but now Xiu is in for the wraparound, looking for that angle. Try and take down Nongshim, but I think DK have decided against it.
Well, I mean, if there's a push up from Smash, they certainly could try to make something of this, but instead he's just going to say, you know what, back away. I'm going to grab plate gold. She will not follow the order to back away, in fact.
Well, the rest of the team are making their way over. There's the knock-up with the help of the tidal wave, and with Xiu there with the passive. And they will be able to put Lahen's in the bubble. They take him down, and now Lucid is fighting the rest of them, and this time he's going to stay alive. Ulti comes forward from Xiu, but Sponge, oh no, the gold card, and that's going to spell his demise. 2-0-5 now for the Zahen, but 8-0-5 for Showmaker on the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, Showmaker, I mean, when you see that damage hit, the chunks are huge. Like, he is actually so fed, he could basically just clear waves instantly as well, so he is just going to be able to freely push sides, which he's been doing so much of. By the way, they won that fight in that skirmish without his ultimate. It's online now, and maybe we'll see a collapse onto... I mean, look at this damage already. Scout has Merc Treads. Tier 3.
Well, there is the Destiny once again. Spots where everyone's going, but gets the teleport out and says, all right, Kingen, welcome to the lane. I will back away.
I think Showmaker found the pick today.
I think so.
You know,
I think he knows this one. This one we've got some experience with.
I think he knew Zoe, but the comp was just too risky. The execution wasn't there, but he is really just going back to an old favorite in this comp. I mean, Smash, like, he is so good at Lucian. It's been one of his best picks. And, you know, career like Sadami, as we've pointed out multiple times, Xiu
is going to struggle to hold on to his passive, I think, in this play. Let's see how he can actually do, and it looks like he's not going to be able to offer anything back. Down he will go.
Let's see what the
didn't actually have the passive available, so never mind.
Gonna see if they can get this turret here, maybe some plates and a mid-inner turret. I just don't think they quite have the wave here in mid. If they can buy some time here, Showmaker will start to really hit hard on that top lane. He's got the Lich Bane. Look at how quickly that turret went down to one plate. He is so huge, 4,000 gold ahead. I mean, there's not much to say about this game except Showmaker big. Yeah. Good luck, Nongshim.
That's succinct, Wolf. I actually really liked that. That's basically telling the whole story. He's got the Forbidden Book. That is what he went and purchased.
Because this comp for Nongshim isn't ahead and has a big problem in this massive Twisted Fate, which when Showmaker buys Magi, his win rate's got to be like over 95%. I know I always talk about this, but like it just ends up being true. But
Lucid is the same level as Scout. This is kind of ridiculous.
Scout, run.
Yeah, Cease and Desist will come on forward. And yeah, I don't think the execution is all that perfect. And Showmaker is going to pick it up. That's a Lich Bane proc, and that is a dead Akali. As the rest of DK now looking for an angle. The Destiny, the Gate. That's what's coming on forward here as they're looking to lock down Sponge before anything else happens. As Taehoon might be able to take down Smash, and he does. Hostile Takeover is going to connect, but Chiyu is still so dangerous. There is the knock-up, and the bailout is not going to do anything at all. It's the Nami that locks up Taehoon, and Lahens is now in no man's land. Kingen still hasn't really been involved in too much so far this game, but does manage to at least get a wave shoved in. And there's the pullback. She is going to be able to lock down the Renata. And ladies and gentlemen, this game is really running away from Nongshim.
It's starting to feel like this one is just locked up.
It's also our third Ocean Soul in a row.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want to talk about it, but
that's too many oceans.
Very boring. There's a lot of CC in D+'s comp, and it all links together, right? I mean, okay, ult him, gold card him, punch him, he's dead. Oh, but Lich Bane proc. And then
it was Lich Bane and passive as well, so
when you look at,
it's just very dead.
When you look at like the situation for Nongshim, their CC is Fate's Call, question mark, Handshake, Jace Hammer, Narvar. But Kingen's playing KDA Kingen in this one. He is not joining. He is not coming over with no Nar. No setup. It's really easy for D+ to just walk around, pick people to kill, and press the buttons and kill them. Taehoon has done a lot of damage this game, but how much of that damage is really effective damage in team fights when we're not seeing team fights is the real question.
Yeah, not seeing much of it. As Nongshim will at least be able to get this wave shoved in. The Baron has spawned a couple of minutes ago. I don't think they're going to be looking for that, as they do at least have vision control around the area. 1-3-1, certainly an availability here for DK, especially with the advantage that they have with how strong this Zahin is. Xiu is pretty scary at the minute, as Showmaker moves up towards the top side using the Destiny, I believe, just to get a little bit more information. And the rest of DK now looking for an angle here as Lahens tanks up the culling for Taehoon. Still, it's a lot of damage from this Lucian with 3 items almost complete. Tidal Wave comes down. Fate's Call has to be used defensively as the bubble was looking to try and catch Lahens out of the air, but it does not quite work that way. And Nongshim still just backing away as DK move further and further towards their base. Yes, Korea takes a lot of damage from Shock Blast, but the problem is not a lot of it's really sticking.
Yeah, it's like a lot of Shock Blast damage, a lot of Taehoon damage up in front, but they just have too many ways to kill targets outside of 5v5s that we aren't seeing.
What's doing there? Doran, explain it.
I
don't know.
Yeah, it's a bit of a...
Sometimes they just want to go on a merry jaunt around the top lane.
Sometimes. Baron has spawned. Now, it's a 2.5 item Lucian when he hits his IE. I think they can really take that Baron out pretty quick. But at this point, you know, still with the Twisted Fate comp, sure they can see the rotations coming with the ultimate, but they don't have that right now. They're just playing it safe. They have such a lead. There's no reason to put all of your eggs in the Baron basket here and potentially allow Nongshim to come back. That's 4,000 gold over Smash, who was the second highest in the game, as the carries are online.
5,100 ahead of Scout. That is a lot of extra items that we can see. It's only 2 that have been built here.
And both of them are, you know, very gold effective. I mean, the arm guard is expensive, but it can literally save your life and give you...
I mean, it's basically a Zonya's, right?
Yeah, and then the Majai's Soul Stealer at 14 stacks is a bargain, as Nongshim are just going to take their own desperation Baron here and say, look, you'll have to 5v5 us if all 5 of us are on this Baron, so come and do it.
Destiny comes in, spots Kingen looking for Showmaker here. Does get on top of him as the rest of DK are going to show up. Lucid gets into the pit, a teleport forward from the Zahin as well as Sponge. Takes so much damage from that culling. Hostile Takeover does absolutely nothing at all as the bubble is fantastic. Lucid goes in, just punches the Renata to death, and Taeun then has no option. He did have the bailout running, but it's not actually going to do anything at all. It's a double kill here for the jungler from DK. Sponge gonna go down as Korea finishes him off, and Kingen versus Showmaker wasn't looking great for Kingen on the outset, and now Shiu's going to show up as well. There is the gold card, and down will go the Gnar. That's Baron, that's a clean ace, and DK, they're looking like they'll get revenge after game 2.
Does look that way. It was pretty cute to see Kingen get the Sterak shield, and then, yeah, he knew his TP was going to get airdrop. He's like, I'm going to get a massive shield. As watch Kingen in the beginning of this fight, he just zoned Showmaker away. He has his Narvar in a pretty good spot. If he's able to maybe come over and impact this play with Narvar, I mean, that's desperation. Or rather, the desperation fight here for Nongshim requires engage, and like, they don't have any ways to lock down these threats, so it's just Taeun who dies as they desperately try to get something done without any CC, and just a meat grinder here, even without Showmaker. I really like, you see the shield into the other shield, it's like, well...
Yep. Great job, team. That was really good, Showmaker. This is how you use coach voice, by the way. You just wait until the game is basically over, and then you call them and let them know that they've done a great job. Zed Smash, really good job there as well, dashing forward, playing aggressively. And DK definitely have been playing aggressively in this one, as now they look to try and siege this bottom inhibitor turret. Shiu doing the same thing in mid. And the plates are really just evaporating. Twisted Fate really makes short work of turrets.
Is there a chance he could fully stack this Majai's?
Well, I mean, they just need to win another team fight, and he probably will. As now Culling just looking to try and kill Sponge. It almost does.
Showmaker's like, let me touch him. I need the stacks.
Well, Shuriken backflip, not really doing too much here as, yeah, inhibitor turret will go down. Kingen looks for the angle with the ulti, but Shiu is just going to shrug that one off. And 2-level advantage here for the top laner as well. I mean, this game is very much out of Nongshim's hands now. It's going to require a big mistake here from DK. As Lucid, not going to let that one happen as Shiu decides to dash in. Let's see what they can actually find. Double pullback as the ulti comes down as well. The Destiny comes on in, and down will go the Gnar. Scout looks for the backline, but Showmaker is going to try and hold him in position. And God, the damage is repugnant from DK. Another swift ace, and they will be walking away with another victory here in the LCK Cup.
Thank you, Nongshim, says Showmaker, for letting me put the final pages in the book. The Death Note is complete. D+ will close it out in a 2-1 fashion. Nongshim looking for the sweep, but they could not get any steam in that final game. Game 1, the closest of the 3, then we had 2 back-to-back slugfests where one team got massively ahead and overpowered the opposition, but it was all about Showmaker in the end. Career's Nami was really good.
Really good.
And I'm kind of like, I mean, was his Bard good enough for me to give him POM? I am giving some consideration to it right now.
I think it's a really difficult one because game number 1, that was a very hard one to work out. I think Showmaker was great on the rise, but I think that Korea certainly stole a lot of the show, and Lucid looked absolutely fantastic.
I think I have to give it to Lucid. I really, really wanted to give it to Career. Showmaker's Zoe performance, I mean, it wasn't necessarily his fault. I mean,
it's going to be a Showmaker.
Yeah, but I couldn't vote for it after like everything that happened in the grand scheme of things. But when Showmaker finishes Majai's and closes the series out,
We know at least where the bottom row is going.
Yeah, we definitely do. And honestly, I don't feel bad.
Like, fair. No, it's totally fair. I thought about it.
This is the thing. When Showmaker gets a vote, you're just never too upset about it. I think that's a large reason why Chovy got a lot of votes, because you're also not all that upset when Chovy gets them either. As Korea, fantastic game today. Honestly, like, looked really, really good on the Bard. And the Nami, as we've seen before, without Aftershock, actually looking even better. It's crazy, isn't it, Wolf?
It is. You know, this is a D+ that is climbing up the ladder a little bit. Toughest series so far. I think draft was their biggest enemy in this best of
I would
three,
agree.
but
it's a classic CV Max conundrum.
Yeah, but the Game 3 draft worked out. The execution was good enough to back it up. But I think against Gen.G and T1, who are their final two opponents of this group battle, we're going to have to see perhaps a little bit better planning.
Yeah.
As that one really did feel, like I said, freestyle. Felt like they just kind of threw it together at the end. They're like, oh, Showmaker, you play Twisted Fate here? He's like, I play Twisted Fate anywhere. And then, you know, with all the single target blow up they had, they got a lead. This was a backbreaker, unfortunately, for Nongshim, as Scout's like, I got him!
Yeah. A little unfortunate. Not quite able to finish it off there. As Showmaker here down towards his bottom side, this was the lane that Nongshim were actually doing okay in. But you could see, like, every single button that DK pressed in that little passage of play got maximum value. This tidal wave as well from Korea was absolutely fantastic. And so much of this AoE CC that is largely skill shot based from DK was why they were able to win so many of these team fights. And it looked really, really good. I mean, maybe Korea was the right choice. I hope he gets a vote or two.
Yeah, I really do as well. I think pretty much anyone could deserve a vote, but Lucid was it for me.
Yep, I think Lucid, Korea, Showmaker, all of them having a great day today. I think Smash also.
Yeah, Smash
all right
in all three games. It was a bit of a tougher one in game 2, but he was the one who had the big lead.
And it happened, Wolf. The Jace got through, much like the Malphite did, and then lost.
It looked really good, though. I think this comp just needed other forms of engage.
And I think Blind Akali is probably not something you're allowed to do into Showmaker.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's allowed. I think they learned that.
Yeah. As they're all saying their thank yous and things like that, very, very cute in the comms. As CV Max utilizing coach voice for what felt like the first time here in this LCK Cup.
It is
just to say, nice job, guys.
It is impressive that Smash was still able to outdamage Showmaker, despite Showmaker having that huge lead and how much it was chunking. But this comp was a Lucian comp that had a Twisted Fate, but it very quickly became a Twisted Fate comp that had a Lucian.
Yeah, and Showmaker, wherever he showed up, was just picking up kill after kill after kill. This is one of those champions that really does snowball, and Showmaker is going to be able to collect the player of the match. Not a whole lot of surprises there, but I am very intrigued as to where some of the other votes went. You know, is it unanimous? Did everyone go for it except for Wolf? Or maybe it's something else?
There's no way, right? I mean, I guess it's a small way. Like,
you never know. Yeah.
I'm gonna put my comment in after this. I'm trying to figure out how to cook on it, as I think Lucid deserved it, but I also think it could have gone anywhere. D+, I feel like it's not fake news just yet. You know, like, I'm not like, oh, okay, well, this series was a reality check, and maybe they aren't that good, but I also still want to see what they look like against Gen.G specifically.
Yeah.
Gen.G also a team that D+, even in their worst of times, plays really close, so that should be a pretty good series.
Yeah, and against T1 as well, who have been playing pretty fast and loose so far, I think that matchup is also really, really fun to look out for. But of course, it is going to be the Gen.G match that is going to be coming up, and that is going to be their toughest opponent because, of course, Gen.G domestically. There is just no team that's any better. But now it's time to have a chat with Showmaker, so let's throw it over to the Lore Park stage.
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation, joined by Showmaker on the side of D+ Kia. Congratulations, Showmaker. Who shall stop D+ Kia? This is your third consecutive win, so how do you feel? You know, right before today, Nongshim actually won against Hana Life Esports, so I thought they're super strong, but it's such a relief that we were able to win today. You know, you won the match, but it was such a close series that it must have left a bit of disappointment. So what's something you wish was different? I think the first and second games There are so many incidents that I wish we could have done better. And in game 1, D plus Kia's chemistry was spot on. You guys trapped, froze, picked your enemy, and then ran. So shall we pull up the replay? Do you remember this part? Yeah, right here it was our Dragon team fight, a crucial moment. And Lucid said that he was going to trap the enemy, and he did that. And then we noticed that the Dragon was really low in HP. So we were trying to pick someone, but instead of trying to plan something ahead of time, I think we were just really on our feet trying to think. Yeah, and I think Lucid made the really, really good calls. And in game 3, you guys left Jace open, who had been permanently banned. So he's been banned 26 times, which, with the rumor that he is OP, maybe DK actually thought otherwise. So why did you let him free? You know, in the solo queue, Jace definitely is infamous in scrims too. And I think we were really just trying to weigh out the risk and benefits, and we actually ended up doing that. But I think there's definitely ways that you can deal with him and handle him. So that's why we were able to make that kind of move. And you pulled out Twisted Fate as the TF skin haver. You guys picked him last after seeing the enemy comp. So can you explain the strategy? I think there are a lot of champions that they had that have no immunity to the gold card for Twisted Fate. And by 18 minutes, you got 3 core items. So how did you do that? You know, I was on my feet running around and roaming a lot. And I think Twisted Fate has really good movement with his global ult as well. So I think that's what really allowed me to get there. And in game 3, CB Max left some positive feedback. He said, "Nice job, great you guys. How did it make you feel?" Yeah, he actually said that he wouldn't be using coach voice, but we heard his voice and, you know, it made me feel, oh, we're doing really well. Thank you. And with today's result, you secured another win for the Elder group. And it's quite neck and neck, so any motivational message for your fellow Elder teams? Yeah, fighting DRX, thank you. I mean, you guys are doing really well. And your next opponent is the leader of Baron Group, Gen G. What is your mindset for your next match? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll do my best, thank you. Looking forward for D plus Kia to keep their winning streak. And that's the end of the interview with Showmaker, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear and Hetty, for that interview with Showmaker, as it is a 2-1 victory for D plus Kia. They lose their perfect game score, but they stay perfect in terms of the match score. Getting this one done in style here, we did.
Yeah, it was clean game by a DK. I mean, I just really like the approach of their draft, you know, like they just figured out, oh yeah, we can't really just full dive into their early game comp, so we fixed it in the game 3, and the stabilizing from their mid jungle was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, now the Jace came out and then he lost to the dive comp. But I think this is why I'm saying the Jace can be a trap pick, because everyone will not be in practice a lot about Jace, because it's gonna be perma-banned at the scrims too. So now randomly it just shows, and then you have to play it. So yeah, happens.
Yeah, again, we brought it on the top of the show. Jace, 24 times played, banned every time, banned twice in this series, then finally let through, and we're all kind of wondering. Wolf on the cast was like, all right, what's our strategy here? It's Vi, Lucian, Nami? I don't know about it. But then the Twisted Fate comes out, and it was just, you never really got to move. You got first down, and it won Showmaker POM.
Yeah, I mean, so that's why I have my opponent as a little simple advice towards Nongshim.
And oh wait, just we did real quick, 2 votes for Lucid. Lucid, the Lucid love not coming through. What do you think? What do you think, everyone at home? What do
I
you think?
respect that because like his game one was especially like he was smurfing in that game, but I mean, you know, you have to think about the game 3 as well. And from my side, I think it was really great bait out to pick Jace, and then you just let them play Jace, and we play TF and Vi to target down. So I have a small advice for Nongshim: ban TF against Showmaker.
He's yelling in the back, everyone. This is why he has his own skin. It's true.
He's got a skin for a reason, man.
What you got?
So TF picked Showmaker. That was a good draft.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the just father of the show. The Showmaker is the father of the TF, and then the TF was really good, great pick there. I don't think they could win.
Yeah, he's TF itself, right?
Yeah, that's right. The TF selected Showmaker, not Showmaker selecting the TF. Love that one there by Let's see what we had there. Lucid, the Lucid voter, Wolf saying, can't believe Palm votes barely gave Lucid love. Which,
whoa, here he knew it.
We're gonna throw it out there.
Yeah, is
this a new, maybe an uprising of the Lucid fan club leader? Is Wolf trying to steal this one away? Is Gogo trying to steal this one away? A permed Luwawa is on the loose. Who's stopping that one? Wolf again. Lucid, known as the Luwawa.
Yeah, I mean, the Lucid was playing really well in this game 1 and 3-2, but I think as a rise, and then last game was just too impactful for me, and then even game 2 too, I think Showmaker was playing really good game today.
Time for more Showmaker love. This one from Prince saying, "Dear Showmakers, please throw a gold card at my heart."
What do you mean about please throw a gold card at my heart? What do you mean?
Please stun me?
That's so...
No, like, please make my heart still. Like, it flutters when you play.
Maybe want some gold 20 for takeoff. I don't know.
With that? Come on, man.
I don't get it, man.
All right.
You don't get it.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, you wouldn't get it right now. All right, let's take a look at the one play, though, that kind of stamped the highlight on how this comp worked and why it was so difficult for Nongshim to find any opening.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why they just opened up the Jace and tried to play against it. I think Jace, as a Jace jungle, you need the setup. But if you are the one who's getting targeted by enemy team, it's literally unplayable. And you can see it from here, like what Jace can do is like literally nothing. So I think it should be the Akali who's tanking the gold card and the skill shots for Jace, but I don't think they had the great idea about this champion itself.
I agree. I think the Akali should be the job of Galio. Just go in, Shroud, and just take the aggro, and then let Jace damage it. But the fight actually went like they just one-shot the Jace first. So the Jace was not even damaging single damage, you know?
And just a little bit of extra pain on top of that. The first grub was smited away in a smite steal. The second grub was stolen by a TFQ. Like, oh. And then after that, you lose the fight. And from there, things rattled out of control for Nongshim. A good showing for the squad, something to build upon as they continue to try and move up the leaderboard here for Group Baron. But it is Group Elder continuing their dominance here. And Showmaker and D+ Kia undefeated through 3 games.
Again, biggest difference between last year DK and this year is actually their top side. I feel like even though their bot lane got changed, I feel like Lucid and Showmaker, they're just playing so much better together. And especially whenever you think about the consistency from their jungle, Lucid, he was not the one who had a solid performance in general, but now he's controlling the game, he's slowing down the game, and he's the one calling play slow. So that's the most important part for DK, and that's why I'm looking forward more to like DK to see it like more better performance.
I really agree with that because Lucid looks so solid now. He's making an early path really well. He's good at early. He's good at teamfight. He's being a perfect player.
All right, well, we're not done yet here after that victory for D+ Kia. We have the DN Automotive Supers up against DRX and a clip here from Pog State, which we have a new episode out now. So take a listen to this clip and watch the whole episode after this.
Feel them. Blades buried in my back. You trusted death to be my end. But death knows only one. Kill me. I will turn your swords against you, one by one. Traitors! Betrayers! Outbreaker! You will beg for the end. For death. But my revenge has only just begun.
Fiber cloth for that. Okay. I think we've got some. We do need to get to our overreactions.
I think I already did mine.
And Valdez has already done his. Wolf, what is your overreaction for the LCK
Which I
Cup?
just want to reiterate: DK are winning Worlds 2026.
Oh, you actually said
yeah.
that?
No, they're gonna.
Okay.
Well, let's say they're gonna make Worlds finals.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
I think Hanwha Life might not be a top 3 team for LCK Cup. They seem like they got a lot of issues in terms of coordination. There's a lot of overconfidence. There's a lot of misplays. There's a lot of getting caught. Like Hanwha Life looked pretty rocky. I think for LCK Cup, there's a real world where we're looking at like, oh, the best 3 teams are Gen G, T1, and D+.
Woo!
But then after that, of course, D+ will definitely not like fall into the Rise group and stuff. Like around the midpoint of the year,
that would never happen.
They'll like lose to the Supers or something. Everyone will be like, "How could this happen?" But like, it's never happened before. Except we'll be like, and Chronicle will be like frantically writing tweets.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Hanwha could maybe not be a top 3 team at the beginning of the year. They're not going to be first-hand champions again. I'll say that much.
It's going to be before Road to MSI that they completely collapse. Interesting point.
Okay, here's my overreaction.
Give it to me.
I think, bear with me.
Uh-huh.
I think Gen G are going to win first stand, and they're not going to drop a single series until that point.
That's not. Is that a overreaction?
Until after that point.
They're not going to drop a single series until they're just going to
Until
go
after
undefeated.
they win.
Yeah, because like if they drop that series, they would have lost.
Yeah, then they
would have lost the first.
That's me
stand
overreacting
finals.
to the fact that they've had a really strong performance this week, and I just think no one's going to even come close. No one's going to scratch them.
DRX almost beat them that one time though.
They almost did take a game.
Yeah.
So
That's a game, not a
undefeated
series.
series or games?
Series.
Series.
They're going to win every single series all the way and win first stand. And bear in mind, first stand has 2 Korean teams, and 2 LPL teams.
Hot take, Ox Harrison.
I mean, it's not that hard, but it's
Is
like,
there precedent for Gen G just to keep winning? Oh, wait, yes, there is. Massive amount of precedent. Okay.
They do actually haven't won a single first stand ever. They've also never won an LCK
Oh,
Cup.
true.
Yeah.
That's a good point. So needing to put that one into the trophy case.
Beryl makes his return.
Oh, I wish.
I mean, he
wish.
did kind of allude to like maybe he could come back at some point. Like
Deft also alluded to it, and he's only got like what 6 months to go, something like that, and then he's ready. No, I think B&K FearX are going to be a legend team this year. That's what I think. I think B&K is super good. I think that
Over which team?
I don't know.
At least bro.
Nongshim were there
One
last
of them.
time. Probably the KT Nongshim DK slot would be where they would be above. But then maybe HLE, the team that might be a Rise Group team this year. Like from what Wolf is saying.
That's a more fun prediction, you know?
Yeah. I mean, HLE could be in the Rise Group, and we could have like D+ and B and K in the Legend Group. And that'd be kind of fun. Who else would be up there? There'd be...
Bro.
Obviously, Bro in the Legend Group. But no, it'd be T1
I mean,
Genji.
Bro played B and K super close, so they're probably like.
And if HLE aren't in there, then
it makes sense.
There are actually 2 slots because KT and Nongshim were both in Legend Group, right, last year.
Yeah.
So it'd be DK and B and K, and then, oh god, you could fit KT in there as well if HLE are in the Rise Group. That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, you could, but you know, maybe just throw DN Supers in there just for fun.
Oh yeah, true.
Can you? I don't think you can. Genji T1 Nongshim, or Genji T1 DK.
Yeah, DK,
Right.
B and K, and
B
then
and
there's
K.
another slot. If HLE aren't going to be in there, then there is another slot for like a KT or a DN Supers.
yeah.
Just throw anyone in there.
Depending on who you want. I don't think HLE are actually going to drop out, but I do think that like it's D+ and B and K's turn. It's not KT and Nongshim this time around. That's what I think.
Okay, but you're committing to the B and K one.
Yeah, I reckon
Okay.
B and K are looking good.
Trying to take this blue buff away. And Kanavi, as you mentioned, he has not been shy about ganking, about engaging, and now he's just gonna die. Has the rest of his team behind him.
난 빠질게. 얼렸어. 아지르 노플. 아지르 노플.
As Guma trying to do some damage on the backside, but doesn't have enough at this point in the game. As Faker getting pretty low, maybe able to take him out, but no, the shield comes down, and Faker just walks it off. Pace is gonna be tagged. Actually, Carrier gets in there, and Chica somehow died up top as well.
No summoners for Duro in that exchange, by the way. Just all clean, you know. Go in, tank for Canyon to get the charge, reboot into the Herald, and then turn around and grab the kill. The Ruler's just making a highlight reel over here.
Will might be able to kill him. He did have the barrier available, though. There's a Cataclysm avoided, and Ruler outplays him to pick up the double solo.
이거야. 나 아직 젊어. 안 젊은 것 같은데. 이제 안 젊어. 나 늙어졌어 갑자기.
Well, Sponge and Lehens are in position. They get a control ward over. Let's see whether Sponge can actually get into the pit as Vikla finds the unbreakable will. Sponge does have the Cyclone. Pop Blossom comes on through, but it is a very dead Kellen to start this one off. Raptor locks down the Baron, but can they keep themselves alive? It's clear with the slicing Maelstrom, they're able to take down the Varus. As Vikla gets into that backline, can anyone do damage to this Silas? What the hell are you doing, Vikla? A Vikla POM in my 2026 Wolf?
And also some up play by casting.
Well, they're going to try to dive to you now, or maybe not. Just spit it down. Or, okay, maybe they will. Gideon is coming in. And we got a lot of members, but Shu just goes back in to 4 people. Oh, man! Gasping, and he's dashing away! The slow is going to come in from Teddy. I don't know if they have enough to
With the
lock him
shield,
down.
he's come back up.
가까웠다. 나 커버. 나 살만해. 싸움 보자.
Oh, that is going to be Daru coming in, but the Valley Shu gets a second kill before they take him out, and that's the slow here on a Gideon. That's a kill there from Smash.
슈! 나이스!
내가 말았지.
뭐야? There we go.
He's gotten a lot of gold this game. He's putting it to good uses. Now Gnomestrom are looking for a contest.
Well, it could be a 50-50 here as Sponge. He's been pretty good at those in the past. Let's see whether Kanavi can lock this one down.
야, 앞에.
There's a shockwave! Absolutely insane! This is a triple for Sponge! Does manage to help take down another one as Scout gets pulled back, but it's a quadra kill for the Pantheon!
오늘은 이기다! DNS 스포츠 화이팅!
DN 스포츠!
DRX 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Cup. It is time for our second series of the evening to see whether we can go to all 6 games on the night. The DN Supers to take on DRX here. DRX, the kings of the coach voice. They are so good at having a chat to Joker.
So, you know, we've kind of gotten some more information about that as time has gone on. There's been a lot of interviews, and basically as soon as DRX found out that this was a thing, even really rumored, Joker started hard practicing it. They've been playing with this a lot. They've been, you know, essentially setting up for this. And so it's no surprise that, I mean, at the time we didn't necessarily know that, right? But now that we've heard that, it's not really surprising to see how well Joker is utilizing it.
Yeah.
We did theorize, you know, in the first 2 series for DRX that they had been preparing this long ago, and that's kind of been confirmed at this point. Is DRX are 0-2, but they had the toughest opposition, right, of anyone in LCK Cup in Gen G and T1. DNS, on the other hand, also 0-2, same scoreline, so one of these 2 teams is going to be pulling ahead of the other, despite them being obviously in opposite groups. And this could be a close one. Peter is starting, actually.
Yeah.
This is despite DuckDom, you know, historically saying that Life was like the best support that linked with him mind-wise, played a bunch of eclectic stuff. He was like the guy with Life who started lane swaps over in the LPL because they were winning with like Rumble lanes and stuff like that. But actually, he's swapping over to Peter this time, who he also has had great success in his career with all the way up until a Worlds final.
Yeah, they did relatively well in 2025, you have to say, especially when KT weren't exactly considered the best seed out of the LCK. So being able to meet T1 in that Telecom War final in Worlds was certainly something that not a lot of people had on their bingo card. But Joker on the mic, this is what I was introing us with. This guy has been so incredibly good at utilizing it. Probably wishes that he had a few more opportunities to utilize it.
At this point, I mean, the thing that's been most impressive to me with Joker is that he's been able to keep his calls pretty succinct overall and use it at the correct time, which is right before a big macro opportunity. Early pathing, wants to reset the reframe it. You know, he's been able to keep morale up as well, but he has even preemptively shot called team fights based on his expectations of how they're going to go, because he has the same vision as the players. Yeah. It's not like he's doing it in the middle of a fight like we saw KT's big snap earlier last week, but that's been clean. I do think that as time goes on, a lot of coaches will get better at utilizing this, but for DRX, it seems to be the engine of how their macro has improved with this new roster.
Yeah, and now up against the DN Supers, who on paper, I mean, it's theoretically the year of Dudu, as we have heard, and thankfully Viklin not here today, so doesn't actually get to contest that particular point this time around, but he has been playing pretty well. I think Yoshik has had more ups than downs, despite the 0-2 start, and DuckDom and Life are doing okay, but DuckDom and Peter, we know, pretty elite, as it has been said.
I will never let it be taken away from them. But I really mostly meant Duckers. Peter, I mean, he helps DuckDom be elite.
Exactly, and he's also very, very good morale. So with both Peter and Joker both there, and maybe that is going to be something that they can utilize here.
My biggest worry with Gio has always been the laning phase. I don't really think that this is a matchup against DuckDom and Peter, or even if it were Life. In this meta, where we're not seeing Life pull out like support Jarvan with those Kalista lanes and the crazy Rumble and Rumble Ash, that you're gonna completely take Gio out of the equation. So that feels good for Gio. Also, he has looked so much more confident, so much more aggressive in the mid game. Yeah. That to me, when I would see Gio pick Lucian, for example, in the past, I'd be like, ooh, I don't know about that. Like, he has to dominate lane. He's not great at that. He has to be super aggressive in the early mid. He's not really been historically very good at that. He's mostly been the late game teamfight guy. You know, only on picks like Nila, where we like, okay, yeah, this guy can scrap. Yeah. But he looked very different last week against both Gen G and especially T1. So I kind of, to me, I expected most people were going to be voting DRX coming into this one, but in fact, on the global side, it was 3-4, with us having the last one to push it over. DNS favored. I do think this could go either way. I do expect this will probably go 3 games, but I'm surprised that people don't don't give the credit to DRX and Joker that I think is due based on their. Again, I've said it like so many times, but if you just look at the standings, if you just look at the results, you're like, yeah, they got 2-0 by Gen.G. Watch back the VOD, watch that game 1, watch how they nearly beat T1, and you'll be like, oh, okay, wait a minute.
Yeah, I mean, they did manage to at least beat T1 in one of the games, so being able to bring that to a 3-gamer was very, very impressive for the squad. And we'll just have to see whether they can do the same thing here to the DN Supers, who I think, like, if you were looking at these rosters before week 1 and you saw this matchup coming up, if I had to predict this just blind, I probably would have said the DN Supers, because I do think that Closer is a great player. I think that Pioshik, when he's up, is great as well, and Dr. Arm's elite, and it's the year of Doo. So, like, theoretically, looks really good, but the way that Joker and the rest of DRX have brought this team together so quickly, I think it's been really, really impressive. And so I'm thinking alongside you there, Wolf, I think that DRX probably have a little bit of the edge here. But as you can see, Joker there ready to lead us through this draft. And we'll see whether he can get all of the information out prior to hitting the rift so he doesn't have to use one of the coach voices as they're walking the lane, which we did see in the T1 series.
That does sometimes happen. DRX opting for first pick, and so guess what? It's
red
on
side.
red side. And DNS will pick blue side.
Yep. This one is the majority of what we see. Unless
only D+ has picked blue side.
Yeah. And otherwise, we have seen some second pick people, which is very strange. But then at least you get like the OG first pick on blue side, which we're all used to, which doesn't confuse the heck out of me. But like, I barely understand like where, like who's going to get the first pick after the second round of bans, because everything's upside down and topsy-turvy, and I'm an old man who gets confused easily. So
well, after over a decade of doing it one way and changing it to another, it can be quite difficult to adjust.
Do you know what we've decided to do? They're giving me a little bit of time to get my brain in order, which I really appreciate.
Yeah,
thank you so much, LCK.
Yeah, make sure you put that first pick indicator on your draft sheet so you know.
Yep, it is there. It's a little asterisk that's here on my little draft sheet. So I'm writing it in. Yeah, you saw that. I actually wrote over the asterisk, but it is already there, like right here. You can see it. There's a little dot. It's not very clear, but it's pretty close.
It's clear enough for him.
Hang on, what if I like, I'll just make it even bigger. It's here.
That's a big asterisk.
Yeah, I did a big one. It kind of looks like a T.
It almost looked like you had a spider on your paper for a second there.
Oh, really? Man, that would have been really... Oh, we get the zoom in?
Well, this is next level production.
Oh, incredible. It really does look like a T. I really messed it up. I apologize for that one, everyone. But I do know that DRX does have right of first selection. Can we just call it Ruffle?
No, it's Ruffs.
Yeah, but like it's almost there. You know what I mean?
I mean, I do roll on the floor laughing thinking about the abbreviation.
Yeah, see? There you go. Maybe that's enough
Peter
to put it
also,
over the line.
He thinks it's very funny.
Wait, we could just poll chat because we're here, chat's here. We could talk about it. What do you guys think? Do you reckon we just call it Ruffle? Or what's the actual acronym?
Do you think chat's going to have the right answer?
Absolutely. When is chat ever wrong?
I noticed you don't have YouTube chat open, so it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah. Well, I mean, YouTube chat is just a wasteland. It's a very confusing place.
I mean, everyone who's not in the chat on YouTube is great. But if you're writing right now, in fact, I am great. I'm like, guess what? You're one of the
No, but the thing is, they often don't write. They're busy having their own conversations over there, Wolf.
Yeah.
We can't even like impact it. It's like I don't know. It's like a bubble that we cannot get into. Maybe that's what it is. But it looks like everyone's down with Ruffle. So sorry, right of first selection. It is now just Ruffle. Let's just do that. Everyone's either laughing a lot or they agree that it should be Ruffle.
I think they're just laughing at you.
Oh, is that what it is?
Because I think
Jack, can you let me know? Are you laughing at me?
I mean, I think they would otherwise say things like, I think Ruffle is good. I think Ruffle should be the standard. Like, I think Ruffle should be the accepted term. So they're just saying RFL, which means they're rolling on the floor laughing at your suggestion that it should be the standard.
Wait, but like, Tulabe just said Rufflecopter. That must mean that he's like, because he added a bit.
That means he's rolling on the floor laughing of a helicopter at the moment while watching the stream.
He's rolling on the floor of a helicopter laughing? I hope he's not the pilot.
Well, I don't think he would be, because he wouldn't be in Twitch chat.
Please let us know that you're safe. Because that sounds very dangerous.
It's just this son of a billionaire who's like on the way to the
yeah, he's going to the sauna or something like that. He's just going to fly his helicopter there, lands on the roof.
It's like one of those, I don't know, like,
Someone says
I
the
don't have
YouTube
other
chat will
listen.
be in sync after 2 to 3 business days.
Yeah, it could be.
So you just have to wait a little while before you get your information.
I don't know, I feel like that guy who's on the RFL copter is just like one of the Succession characters who's also just happens to super be into League of Legends.
Oh, we have the update, by the way. He's in freefall. Tulane, just grab the, what's the thing? The joystick. Is that what it's called in a helicopter? Surely not.
I think it's the throttle, Atlas.
Is it called a throttle?
I think it's called the throttle, right?
The throttle doesn't steer?
No, it's the...
Is it?
Well, the throttle is usually
It looks
what
like a joystick,
is power, right? I think steering is... I'm
like
this is
stirring
actually
a
really
cauldron.
embarrassing.
There is a cauldron here.
Is it
I think it's a joystick, isn't it?
It's a thruster?
No, it's not. It's not a thruster. That's a jet or something like that. Can
It's
someone
either
let
a
us know?
throttle or a
It's
thruster.
a yoke. It is. I think that is. That sounds right.
That does not sound right.
It does sound right. It sounds right to me.
That
it
doesn't
sounds
sound
smart.
right to me, but that means it's probably right.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? It's so weird. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the middle of an egg.
Yeah.
But no, apparently it's not. It's the yoke, which I am going to call a joystick. We are still not in draft, ladies and gentlemen. And there was a little bit of rigmarole, Wolf, earlier in the week, talking about how LCK casters need to talk about the game more. I need to defend myself right now. There is no game yet, okay? And it is not our fault.
Are
I
you
know
sure you
there's a
don't
lot of
wanna-
people saying, start the game, casters. We do not have control,
You
okay?
don't want to talk about all the possible first picks like 7 times over. They'll kind of like rehash the conversation and go into like a long monologue about how like we haven't seen Pioshik's Kindred in a while. We got to the second phase of the draft music.
Oh,
Haven't
true.
started yet.
We could just listen to it.
I'm sad we don't use the pause music because this ruins the draft music when we have the pause before the draft. Because like this is the sick part of the end of the draft where we're like, ooh,
Yeah, trying to work out what it is. What do these drafts
why are they
mean,
playing
Wolves?
Zahen support?
That's not in our region. We don't do that in our region.
Not yet.
Oh, wait. Someone says, casters, can you start the game tomorrow? Then they're not feeling it tonight. By the way, we're going. There is high likelihood. What time is it where you are? If it's 11:30 p.m., then there's a really solid shot that you will be able to get there tomorrow.
I don't know what the holdup is because we've had a few.
There's someone that says, bro, LCK podcast would be so far. I'd listen to that. There is one. It's called The Pog State. Just go to LCK Global on YouTube. You can check it out anytime you like.
And whenever Digon's on, it is a bro podcast.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah. And he is there in the first episode of Season 7. We have made it to Season 7. It's actually kind of crazy. So
Not there at the moment.
We've got some lobbies working themselves out. I didn't even notice that I picked up a pen. Have I had it this whole time? I have. Wow. It's really gotten to that point in the pause, as we're still trying to make sure the lobby gets together.
Like normally
so just bear with us.
we look at fan signs and stuff, but today it's just you have to look at us. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, it's but also, like, you guys can look at the fan signs. They're behind us. If you want me to move, I can. I need to move the secret lab chair as well. Just go over here. Yeah, there you go. You can look at this one. This one. Yeah, if you want to read the fan signs. It's going to be a little bit difficult because, of course, it's a bit skewed.
Yeah.
And now it looks like I don't like you. Can you try reading that for us, Wolf?
Can you try reading this? Hold on, give me a second.
Yorobun.
So DRX supporters, Andil, since the first moment, I liked you because, I don't know, it's too long.
Was Andil reading it? Because he's now giggling.
He may have been told by someone in production that there was a fan sign about him on camera. I don't know. Probably
that would have been very cute.
I think it's just
if
a
that was
coincidence.
what happened. Unless he's probably... Okay, never mind. We're just playing tennis in the space.
Well, I think Digon needs to work out gravity.
Never mind, here we are into the draft. Nothing to worry about. You guys did not miss anything. And I'm so glad, Wolf, that we were talking about the game and preparing everyone this entire time so that we're all ready for this DN Supers reads off paper DRX matchup. Take it away.
No rock.
Yep, no proc.
But it's DRX's first pick. They banned it. So the Jace is going to come through. Nothing has changed.
Yeah,
after
the
Jace
two,
went 0-1.
Yeah, exactly. The two, like, an unwinning junglers both getting banned away first. Just showing that there are some answers, although it's sometimes it's not worth taking the risk.
Yunara, another pick to consider banning here.
Rumble, please. Please ban Rumble. Rumble is silly.
Well, they can first pick it. If they ban Azir, for example, then forces DNS to ban Orianna, then they can first pick Rumble. So I kind of feel like that works too.
All right, well.
They banned the Rumble, though, as you suggest. And so now we're just going to have a trade of those mid laners, but perhaps with a Yunara first pick.
Yunara first pick? That would be crazy. I guess, yeah, you don't really need to pick one of the mid laners.
It depends on if you have a preference. If you have a preference, you pick it. Yuka has a preference.
He does. And his Orianna's actually looked very good, but Closer would have blind picked Azir in this moment. So they're very happy to go for this trade on both sides. We have seen Orianna actually do pretty well in the matchup.
But this is why
oh god, yeah, that's
sometimes
scary.
you first pick the Yunara instead of having a preference.
Well, they yeah, they would have been able to get Yunara whatever mid laner they would have liked if it is Orianna. If they had to just first.
Yeah, let's see what the answer is here, because I think they probably expected that the Yunara would be locked in here.
Zeri Yumi.
That would be very funny. Corki and mystery support. Bard is banned, so that's like DNS being like, okay, well, we're going to take the Yunara if you take the Ori, and you're not going to have the Bard to push. The Deco was banned by DRX, so they don't have that Corki duo.
What about Nautilus? What about Zinzao?
I mean, they could just take Zinzao. That's kind of what I was thinking right now in terms of setup here for grabbing a jungle.
Nocturne!
Nocturne,
the Ori
Nocturne. Ori Nocturne combo. We haven't seen that many non-T1 teams prioritize this combo, but it is still out there. It's still relevant. They push up the Alistar. They can now protect with there's no Nico, there's no Bard. Renata not relevant in this lane.
How are we feeling about top lane Nocturne Sylas jungle?
Nah.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too good about it either. Pretty decent spot to be picking up the Alistar there for Peter, and we know that Peter is pretty good on this champion.
Czar taken away, that's kind of a hint.
A bit of a crocodilian hint, is that what you're thinking?
Could be that, or it could be even potentially the Jax we've already seen.
Oh, true.
There's the Rakan taken away, makes a lot of sense. This Alistar pick is, by the way, the most picked support in LCK. The Cassante was super obvious because...
but I said Kennen.
I know.
That was a bit silly of me.
Well, they might still be able to get it in that R5 spot.
Yeah, if Dudu does lock away the Renekton here blind, then the Kennen for Rich is going to be available.
Yeah, I think you just take a jungle here and get counterpick.
And
that's
a good idea.
That jungle probably just going to be Zinzao. What a shock!
Oh my goodness, Wolf, you're a genius!
Fearless doesn't impact game one.
Wouldn't it be... It'd be kind of hilarious. Maybe we should experiment with it, where Fearless is just the whole day. And so if you're playing the second series, you just can't use any of the champions that happened in the previous series.
So they already have support counterpick in this spot, but they opt to... Oh, of course they have to. They're not red side. They're not red side because they had to blind their top lane anyways because this is first pick and not red side.
You're on such a roll, Wolf.
I know.
Ugh.
ROFL Wolf. Oh. ROFL, you missed the ROFL.
I'm right of first selectioning all on the floor at the moment. All right, Braum going to be the lock away though. Not exactly awe-inspiring. But should be dealing with this lane relatively well. And there is the Rek'Sai as the answer to the Renekton.
With the Azir here and a lot of scaling damage and the lack of a front line because the Cassante was banned, the Rek'Sai makes more sense than the Kennen, I think, as a counter pick here for Dudu in this final pick. The drafts here are pretty self-explanatory because they're drafts that we've seen a lot already. This meta took a while to solidify, but we've kind of gotten to the point where we know if the Orianna trade comes through, you want to pair it with a good ball carrier. Sometimes it's the Jarvan. Most of the time it's the Jarvan, but sometimes it's the Alistar. In this case, it's the Nocturne. They have the Corki 2-item spike in the mid-game. There's the Renekton that's going to be really strong with that. DN Supers got the scaling draft. They got the Rek'Sai frontline. They have the Rek'Sai, which is decent into the Renekton early. They have the Xinjiao. They have the late game Azir and Yunara damage. So I kind of give them the edge here with how likely it is that this early game is going to snowball out of control. But we'll have to play the composition well, and we'll have to be able to set up to fight later on. Because there's a lot of ways that you just press R, and you press R on Orianna Nocturne, and you win the game, even in the late game, even against a scaling comp.
Yeah, I feel like DNS kind of just have the 2025 special. I feel like this composition was run like all worlds long, right? Like this was the classic. Obviously, Rek'Sai took a while to make her way into the meta, But this is looking very stock standard for what we saw last year.
It's a matter of, I think, DN Super's comp has a higher ceiling. You know, it is certainly the later and better scaling composition, but DRX's comp is so easy to execute and so well defined that they may just simply roll over them before we get to that scaling argument.
Yeah.
Oh, little wink there.
And we got plenty of time to argue about it as well, because I think the lobby may have gone boom, and so we are looking to try and make our way back into said lobby so that we can play the video game. It's not boom, never mind. Confirmation, not boom. It's fine. It's just going to take a bit of time before we get in there. But it means that we have some drafts to talk about. Would you like to talk about them, Wolf, or would you like to talk about something else?
Why
don't we take a poll
right
in chat?
before we talked about the lobby going boom, I summed up the entirety of both drafts, both compositions.
It was quite succinct.
And I think I don't want to do it again.
All right. You don't have to. That's totally fine.
I saw someone tweet.
Oh, from Australia. I'm from there.
All right. It says Australia as well right there.
Yeah, I wonder whether we were friends in high school. Because Australia is pretty small.
Are you going to do the Aussie thing for him?
No,
Think you can hear us?
even Aussies struggle with that. I feel like it's a bit cringy.
It's a bit like other non-Australians kind of push Australians to do it, but they don't really enjoy it.
Yeah. Did you watch what was it, like Physical Asia?
No. Wait, what's that? Is that the?
It was like the Physical 100.
Oh,
but it's
yeah. I did see part of that.
It was really fun. The Australian team did the Aussie Oyo thing, and it was just, I don't know.
You mean the producer told them to do it, and then they did it?
Yeah, possibly.
Just kind of like how I told you to do it, and neither of you did it, and that's probably the more natural response. Okay, I got it.
I think if you guys did it in chat, it'd be fine.
What if you both did a shoey?
We could do a shoey. Yeah. I mean,
because this pause is taking a while. I mean,
I'm not Uber.
Water right
there. Like I feel like Uber's the shoey guy. He's really committed to the shoeys over time.
It rubbed off on a good old Bren as well.
Yeah. Those guys, they really did. They did live and breathe it. But I wasn't so good at. I was never really much of a shoey guy. I generally wore my shoes and then drank out of a glass. That was my way of doing it. So that's just how it is. But we will have the game for you as soon as possible. Do you not worry.
Someone in the crowd said they skipped school to come here.
They're getting their money's worth tonight.
Yeah. And like if they thought they were going to make their later class, maybe not anymore.
All right. And so there's a bunch of like technical stuff that we have to do to make sure that we can get back into the draft.
Yeah, this is how it goes. Like when things break, you have to do it all the official way for record keeping.
Yep.
Which is probably not a surprise to anyone. It's a cool DRX shirt there to the top right. I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. I like that one.
Ooh. Not bad at all. By the way, do you know that person from chat that always just says that Peanut is the best and hottest jungler?
Yeah.
They also said that Australia is the best country. That's cool. I hope you add that to the line every single time. That'd be really, really cool.
Yeah, I guess that just...
Don't worry, we see you every day when you come in and say the same thing. And I'm hoping that the Australia is the best country in the world part is added to that.
After that news that Australia is, in fact, the most superior country in the world, I guess we should start building bridges to it so everyone can drive there.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. They'd be really long bridges as well. And doesn't everyone love a good old long bridge?
Yeah, just like what we just did to go from the end of the draft into the start of this.
Yeah, man, you made that bridge. That was beautiful. Absolutely incredible stuff. And yeah, we are ready to get into the draft. I can't remember what the champions are, but I'm sure we'll be able to have a look at the pictures once we get into the game, and that will refresh all of our memories, and we'll be able to get into this game number 1 starting right now.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right. Rich going for a newer skin this time around. That one's pretty cool.
I haven't really seen it, but it's got some serious Majora's Mask vibes going on.
Ooh, I'm into that. It's very, very cool. I thought it was like a bit Twilight Princess. You know, where you go into like that thingy at the end with, what's his name, Zant?
A lot of the Zelda games have that similar kind of aesthetic with the eyeballs. So
yeah,
shoot them with the arrow to open the door.
The lens of truth type thing.
Truth, yeah. Sheikah Slate kind of got the eyeball going on.
Yeah. All of that chic stuff.
You know what? Did we just break Zelda? We're like, oh my god, they just put eyeballs on it. That's the art direction.
They figured it out.
Vaguely mysterious or evil, draw eyeballs on it.
And honestly, that has happened quite a lot with other things as well.
You know, like Full Metal Alchemist, you know, a lot of the dark and mysterious things, just a lot of eyeballs.
Just add more eyeballs.
Really
Or
think
take
about it.
eyeballs
Wow.
away, you know, because Cyclopses are pretty scary too, and that's just take an eyeball away. It's just not 2 eyeballs.
Well, and it's usually one accentuated larger eyeball as well.
Yeah,
so it's both. Like you take one away, but you also make it bigger.
Oh, look at it.
It's very cool.
It is very, very cool. I'm a big fan
See
of
the
that.
eye looking
Yeah,
thing?
he's got the lens of truth.
Yeah.
Wait, what's that thing called? The weapon? Because it's that weapon's name of truth.
I don't know. It's the thing that Mbess has 2 of that are like the mini ones. That doesn't help you at all, but I don't.
Yeah, no, Notofos, that's
Cassante.
That's Cassante, so... yeah, I have no idea. Anyway, Jiu's going to be taken down to half health here, as we are going to come back to the game
Yeah,
momentarily.
we can come back to it. I'm glad to just not talk about an 80 carry level 1 anymore, just for a second.
I think we'll be okay.
It's the meta, it's the game, it's the matchups.
All right, check it out. Dudu and Rich fighting it out. 2 prehistoric monsters. Well, actually, one. You could be prehistoric if you're in the Void, but it's like Void history, so it's really hard to know.
Yeah, we don't really understand it that much yet.
Yeah, I haven't put my research in. I'm going to assume prehistoric because Rek'Sai's sort of got that vibe.
Well, since we don't have history of it, it's pre our history of the Void.
That's true, but is it like what about the Void's history? Wouldn't the Void have their own history?
Yeah, but if we don't know it, is that...
is it really there? If like a tree falls in the forest, does it really make a sound? Is that
when
what
we talk about history, we talk about the history we observe, but not the history...
But what about the history someone observed? Like Malzahar probably observed it.
Well, we should get him on the desk.
Yeah, we need him on the desk. Him and Kassadin. Maybe they could just break it down, give us a brief history of the Void.
Lens of Truth is the item.
Yeah. Isn't that what I said? Did I not say the Lens of Truth, or did I say something else?
Yeah, no, I don't know. There's showing a picture of it for some reason.
I mean, that is what the Lens of Truth looks like, and it is kind of on the weapon. But we do need to have we need the weapon's name for Renekton.
Yeah,
so
that was
I
the
can
thing
put
we
that
were
into the play-by-play. I think that's kind of...
Maybe it's just the Lens of Truth for Renekton.
Oh, maybe that's what he uses. Maybe that's actually the name of the weapon as well. That'd be interesting. Anyway.
This bottom lane, we keep watching it, but it actually is Braum versus Alistar, and there's some sustain here. It's very difficult for the Braum to actually win this lane or have kill pressure in this lane. They're winning it slightly. Level 4 gets hit.
Yeah, I feel like this should be better for the Corki Braum, though, than it is currently. So Peter and Dr. Doing pretty well.
I've been watching a lot back of some of the early level 1s of the Alistar lanes, because it is our most picked support right now. We've seen a lot of like level 1 heals for tempo. And it just seems like everyone has accepted that Alistar is so good outside of the lane, and especially level 1, that everyone's just kind of gotten better at losing lane with Alistar gracefully. Is kind of a bit of an all-in here.
Yeah, Rich looking for the angle here. Does he have the Q? He flashes and misses. A little bit unfortunate, but does get the flash in response. And the Year of Dudu takes a little bit of a step back momentarily.
Or the Year of Dudu flashing at the perfect time to not die there.
Oh, Year of Dudu confirmed.
That's what Year of Dudu believers would say.
Yeah, that does sound like a Year of Dudu thing to say. Oh, headbutt to try and stop that wave from being held, but I believe was actually still kind of held. That's pretty nice. Rich looking to just home guard his way back. Dudu able to actually teleport, so feeling pretty good about that. Both of them with very similar items.
Early lane gets a little bit tougher for Rek'Sai, but gets better as it goes on.
Oh, by the way, the Renekton's weapon is called an axe with a curved blade without a handle. That's so wordy. But the guy's name has crocodile in it, so I mean,
it has a name. Like, it has a name. We just haven't found it.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I can tell you it's probably a made-up name like Rookern, but it does have a name.
I do like Rookern, though. Renekton's weapon is the Butcher's Cleaver? That's not it.
No.
That's not it at all. No. I know what the Butcher's Cleaver looked like. I played a lot of Diablo 1.
This is why you can't trust chat for these types of, scholastic adventures you're going on right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I still like to test them. You know, sometimes that's what it's all about. Scholastic adventures with chat.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful time. Especially in this early game where it's just a Drake that's going to be taken here by DRX. Well, at least a Scuttle is going to be taken by DRX.
Well,
not too
Scuttle will at least then set up some vision for a potential Drake take. It also gives level 6 to Willer, so that's really important, especially when Yukal holds his ult right now.
Very true.
There could be an angle. Closer just TP'd back in, even if he does not die. If he ends up having to leave lane, that would be a disaster, but there's not an angle. He plays safe. Speaking of angles.
There's Epa Pulverize onto Jiu. Tries to Valkyrie away, but he does get stunned by the trample. Heal comes through, though, as Doctom is actually stunned up, and Jiu looking for the angle. Can he flash over the wall? The answer's no, as he is on vision. Oh no!
Peter.
The headbutt hits him away from the Slurkle.
That's why Duck Dom says, like, life was a sport I gelled with most, but also, like, I'm pretty sure if Jiu flashed there, he gets the kill on Duck Dom. He had vision, there was a ward there. But he didn't do it and then walked forward anyways and then had to flash. So that was a very, let's say it was, the whole situation was on the knife's edge, okay?
Yeah, or on a, what is it? The deer horn knives edge, which is apparently something like Baleth's weapon. Wow, this is very convoluted. So I guess Renekton's
That's a Star Trek
thingy
thing.
is just not really there. Batleth? Is that actually a Star Trek
It says it's
person?
based on Chinese deer horn knives, but it's a Klingon thing. So I don't know. Who in our entire talent group knows Star Trek?
This is Yundo. Found it on Reddit somewhere, I reckon.
No, there's no way. Who's the Star Trek?
Oh, it was G-Sun. Never mind.
Oh, it was G-Sun.
Sorry,
Like,
I didn't mean to.
G-Sun is the Star Trek person in our group? I really just didn't. That was
Didn't
not
pick
in
G-Sun
my
for a
expectation.
Trekkie.
No, yeah.
Did not pick that.
Oh, now
although she
backpedaling
does
and
say
saying
that she has
zero
zero Star Trek knowledge.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. You're outed now to the whole world.
I have a lot of Star Trek knowledge, but not the Star Trek knowledge that people would respect.
Next
I just really
time-
like Chris Pine movies.
Next time G-Sun's on the space doing an interview translation for one of our space students, when we close, I'm going to need her to do the double split fingers thing.
Yeah! All right. Okay, so
nothing has happened since the
focus on
bottom
the game.
2v2 all in that neither team ended up winning out.
Yes. DRX do have a 300 gold lead. They could use that to pay for a coach voice if they would like to, I'm sure.
That's not how it works.
I imagine Joker is he's champion.
It's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? You get 3 lifelines, but they're all the same lifeline, and they're all phone a friend.
So a
Except
Batleth
friend
is
phones
actually
you.
a Klingon style weapon though. I'm sorry to interrupt. So rude.
Yeah.
But it was. You were right.
I mean, that's what it said on the prompter. That's why I was like, G-Sun's the Klingon person.
Live long and prosper, Wolf.
Yeah.
And G-Sun. And
again,
great pulverize here from Peter, who does hit level 6, but he's looking a bit worse for wear as the stun is... Oh, that's first blood over to Jiu. And now Doc Dom is dead as well. Andil just throwing the stuns around like they're going out of fashion. And they'll be able to get a swift 2-0 in the bottom lane.
Well, the funny part about both of those exchanges was last time around, like, Jiu probably could have gotten the kill right, but he played conservatively, and then there was the whole funny, like, he didn't flash, but he flashed late and barely got away. But it's like, it's the same clip, except this time Duckdom has level 6, and Peter has his ult, but he's also super low. I think this was just a gross miscalculation. Like, it was not even close.
Yeah.
Somebody fix that quirky replay bug.
The Gatling gun is still Gatling as it goes. Yeah, Joker pretty psyched about it.
Yeah, he did not say that in coach voice as far as I know. He just said it loudly in the booth by himself.
He might have been practicing. Yukao, very high value flash right there. But Closer retains his, so a possible return gank, a possibility here. Well, overused possible, a bit unfortunate. I'll have to retcon that. As, yeah, Closer should be able to sweep up Yukao on the next journey over here for Pyoshik, who's been pretty quiet so far this game, just been farming things out. As Rich has been having a pretty good time, but Dudu's made his way back to relative farm parity and actually has a bigger wave to pick up as well, so might actually be ahead as this wave does reset.
Do you see that first item pickup here for Closer of the Gnasher's Tooth? Is actually pretty massive to pick up, but not going to have it, sadly, for him in time to contest this dragon. And he does not have 3 grubs to utilize it with in the side lane, but it is going to be useful as soon as he moves out of said mid lane. This is going to be first dragon very late in this game. Well, not very late for 26.1 standards, but slightly late.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of late dragons this season.
Oh, next one going to be a Kentek. So a lot of pretty good Drakes, but it will be an Ocean Soul this game because it's an Ocean Soul day. That's just how it goes.
Imagine getting 6 for 6 Ocean Souls.
That
Someone's going to have to calculate the percentage of that likelihood.
That would be very low likelihood, I think.
We had 5 Chemtech Souls in a row at Challengers once, which is... Someone told me the odds was like 1 in 10,000%.
What were the odds of Rich missing
bugged.
that cannon?
I don't know.
It's 100% now. because he missed it.
I don't know what it would have been if he, you know, like if we were trying to rationalize that. I don't think it's really a percentage thing. It's a skill thing.
Yeah, I guess.
That's going to be a collection of the Scuttle as this game here for DRX. I mean, it's a very significant lead they have. The kills in the bottom lane, the objectives they have, like they have all the objectives, they have all the money. And even though UCal doesn't have his first item, partially because he's got a Dark Seal in his inventory, and once he picks that up, we're really going to be looking for DRX to continue to further this small lead that they have right now.
Yep.
As the Rek'Sai is dealing with the Renekton better now, as we kind of mentioned earlier, was going to eventually happen, but it hasn't turned into a lead just yet. Grabbed the first plate, and Rich is going to, looks like, trade one back.
By the way, my favorite response for what Renekton's weapon is just a glaive. For me, it seems more like a polearm or something like that.
So that's what the Mutalisk and StarCraft shootout is Renekton's weapon.
What?
The Mutalisk attack is called glaives.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because they bounce,
something
right?
glaive, actually. Glaive,
No, but isn't
it's a glaive worm. That's what it is.
Right, yeah. Because, like, it's also, who's the Priestess of the Moon from Warcraft 3? She has a glaive that does the bouncy thing, kind of like Sivir, right?
Sure. I don't know. You lost me at Warcraft.
얘들아 이제부터 미드 3-3 안 되고
sorry.
꿀키 불러서
I thought you used to be one of those games guy.
I kind of was, but I don't really know the names of the abilities there. Anyway, from now on, saying we need to fight with Corki. You know, Yunara is going to come, so position well.
Yep.
I'll fight till mid flashes back up, etc. So just play
it safe.
Setting up for the subsequent fights and how they want to do it.
I like it. I also like that Joker didn't use it too early on, and so can now take care of some of the late game fights, because I think this one is probably going to be going late. We can see that it's not necessarily exploding out of control outside of the fact that there was that 2v2 kill that happened towards the bottom side, as Rich will be able to tidy up all of these minions pretty comfortably, but Dudu also just tunnels his way out of there, so should be okay. Titanic Hydra is now done. Rich took a little bit of a detour to grab the Executioner's Calling, which I do really like, into the Rek'Sai, but is going to slow down that Black Cleaver.
I also like tier 3 Sork shoes into this composition coming out from UCal. We don't always see this. We've seen a lot of different variations. Like, a lot of people are loving the Merc Treads right now, but also the Ionian boots are in style for a lot of mid laners.
Yep.
They have a lot of different flexibility. Feels like the way they changed tier 3 boots even makes like plated steel cops viable in AD carry matchups, as Pioshik is not alone here.
He is a level down. We've got a bit of a top laner fight as well, as Dudu is trying to tunnel his way out. That's going to be a steal on the Crab as well, as Willa making his way in. The exhaust goes down, and concussive blows should come through. Never mind, Pioshik able to make his way out as Closer has found Jiu, trying to get in amongst this fight, as now UCal comes over, and Pioshik is going to be able to make the Wolven exit. Oh, Shockwave to finish him off! And UCal says goodnight to Pioshik there. Now DRX 3-0 against DNS now.
And this wasn't even really part of the coach comms. This was just like, okay, Pioshik thinks he can get that crab. He can't be there. We actually have Orianna. We have Nocturne. The Nocturne's able to ult in. And he's able to secure the crab in ult, of course. And then the follow-up here, it's just too many members of DRX, right? Like, Rich is able to close the gap here faster. There's no tunnel set up for Dudu to actually join this fight, so he's just on the edge of it here. And Gio, not really under any threat. Actually, even Valkyrie's on the Closer there, as Closer doesn't use his ult. Pioshik is left out alone. He was the one that's initially started with the catch-on.
Yep.
As the only one to die.
Really well played. UCal now looking for a bit of an angle here towards this bottom side, as we have 30 seconds on this Chemtech Dragon. Will be coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, the fight happened before the Rift Herald spawned, so now it's spawned, but no one's interested in that part of the map anymore.
Yeah, it's old news.
A lot of vision around it, though, for DRX, and that skull they secured as well as a control ward in the pit. And they're just trying to push on Pioshik again, and they're looking for, I mean, with UCal Shockwave close by, I mean, they may actually even be able to turn this into a potential play with Willer's ult once it comes through, but the timing's a little bit early, so I don't think it's going to amount to anything.
And Joker did say that they should start fights once they have that flash for UCal up and available, and look at it. It is up and available. They will be starting up this Dragon, though. That's going to be the first thing. Control vision in the pit, as Rich doing some battle here with Dudu, but you can see that the Rek'Sai is having a much better time at this stage of the game. Titanic Hydra in hand. And there is the Dragon going down. It's a Mountain Soul. So finally, we are free of Ocean Prison, and it's going to be the mountains.
Okay. Bit of a 2v2 down here. That's very awkward with supports and mid laners, and I don't think it's going to amount to anything. As topside, by the way, a lot of control over to DRX.
Yeah.
I've not secured this Rift Herald just yet. Have a lot of priority being set up around it.
Big advantage here for Jiu as well as far as money is concerned, but has his Trinity Force complete, so it's not just the money, it's the fact that he's bought an item that spikes really hard when he gets it.
Yucal, see if he takes the bait.
Yeah, Closer is just going to shift the sands towards him, decides not to invest the flash to try and take down Yucal here. Didn't want to go for the trade.
That's just free Herald though. Like, Pioshik is sitting down there going, all right, let's see if they fall for our trap.
Yep.
Yucal is just simply way too experienced and has a good read on the situation. There's just a lot of vision topside as well. Like, well, I mean, if Pioshik is not here, then he must be doing something funky on the bottom side. Let's just slow play this, play defensively, and then Willer, as soon as they are able to suss this out, it's just like, all right, cool, thanks for the free Herald. They have gotten every single objective that the map has to offer.
I don't like talking about it, but it is perfect game pace that they're on right now. 17.5 minutes in.
If plates counted before, I mean, they absolutely don't count now, man.
No. That's got to be.
It's not a perfect game. Somebody autoed a turret. Okay, all right.
Yeah. You need to keep all of your crystalline overgrowth healthy.
Yeah, no crystalline overgrowth can ever be procced. It's not even about the plate. Like,
yeah.
They got a Phaelite. It's done. No perfect game.
Wait, how do you know whose Phaelite is whose, though? Is it just if it's on your side of the map?
If a Phaelite's ever secured.
Any Phaelite ever.
They put a ward in it.
Oh, golly. Okay,
So we're about to get perfect games. Just put the one next to our base. All right, cool.
I guess we just do not have perfect games available. It's just unlucky,
After that one time they said it wasn't with the grubs, I feel like they're trying to make sure it doesn't exist, you know? Like, perfect games, the perfect game doesn't exist.
They're going to kill Shelly, though, after she charges, and so that means it can't be a perfect game, right? Because that's Rift Herald. That's the objective.
No, that's a Rift Herald kill, you're right.
Oh, no. And yeah, so Dr. Arm is going to lock that one down. So no
Call me
perfect
crazy,
game.
but I mean, I'm looking at Peter's ward score, his vision score. I'm like, I think he's killed a few wards, so it's also probably not a perfect game.
That's a really good point.
Dr. Arm picked up the residual red buff there as well, so another reason why it's probably not a perfect game.
You just don't like perfect games, Wolf.
No, I want there to be perfect games. I've just been told that there's too many things that are not allowing it. So
I think maybe we should change the rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
There's been too many near perfect games.
I want to say that if DRX continue to get all of the objectives and do not die, then it's going to be a perfect game.
And turrets do not die as well.
Yes, those ones as well.
Plates, fine. Turret not dying, that's a perfect game in my mind.
Yep. And right now there's an Azir in the top lane that's bearing down on a turret that does have only 2 plates remaining, so that could be where the perfect game dies. But so far, DRX, I mean, this is a composition that also has a lot of ease of execution as you get to this stage of the game, right? Put an orb on guy that turns lights out, and then he goes in and there's the orb that does the damage and pulls everyone in. And then Crocodile goes chomp.
This whole game has just been DRX finding punish windows. And every time DNS operate in such a way that there's a small weak point, DRX strike, and then they wait for the next opportunity. It's just happened a few times, right? The secondary all in the bottom lane and then that catch on the Pioshik, but it's been those small kills leading to a greater map and objective control setup here that also offers them a 3.3 thousand gold lead. And it's looking like it's not going to change anytime soon.
Yep, let's have a look at the coach voice one more time. Surprise, surprise, it's Joker again. Just making sure that he lets everyone know exactly what to do. Said that they needed to not do something. That's what I managed to catch. We'll get full confirmation as to what was said as soon as we can. It's all right, 20 minutes on the clock, and the Baron has just spawned. 3,000 gold remains the lead here for DRX. And Rich.
Rich, do not get solo lane killed randomly again.
Yeah, that would
perfect game in the balance.
That would really affect the ability to get a perfect game. It would be quite detrimental to it.
I need no random Rich death around 20 minutes. That's happened a few too many times.
Yep.
Like right here, specifically every time.
Well, I mean, he does have Dominus, so he should be all right, I say, as he decides to dash on forward. Oh, and he manages to get the cannon as well. Beautiful. Jonas Strong doesn't have to do a zoom in.
All right, there is no Pyoshik on the bottom side of the map. So this dragon should be safe, but they might get the turret, Atlas.
Oh no! Oh, that can't be it. If there's a pulverize, as Yukal gets the shockwave off, the stun does come on through, but Jiu makes his way over to save the perfect game. Peter doesn't have an unbreakable will this time around.
Get up there and save that turret.
Yeah, Closer is trying to. Oh, there it goes.
Oh.
Yeah, the perfect game goes boom.
Oh, I cannot believe Yukal did not flash to save the turret.
Yeah, he really should have.
He should have just been headed straight up there. Well, it's ruined now. Anyway, anything else you got in this?
Joker needs to get into coach
game?
voice to chastise them for giving up the perfect game. I think that was a really large portion of what went wrong there.
It doesn't feel like we're on perfect game pace because of the fact that this is not a game where it's like an 8,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. Like that's usually when we're talking about perfect game. It's just been so calculated by DRX though this whole time.
Yeah, and it does mean that DNS aren't out of this just yet. Yes, we've been making perfect game jokes and things like that.
Yeah, but
it is sole point, so that is a huge deal. But I mean, they're within relative touching distance, I guess, when it comes to the money.
They just sent Closer with a TP and 3 other members topside to catch a recalling player who completed the recall. That wasn't really doing them a big tempo advantage there on the top side of the map. They also gave up Dragon. So watch this fight again. To call it a fight is kind of unfair, as it's really just Yukal and Andil kiting back when Jiu shows up and does extra damage. Closer was too busy denying the perfect game to come down and help.
But he did a very good job denying it at that. I mean, that's what he's supposed to do as DNS. Don't give it to DRX for free like you did all of the Dragons this game.
The coordination is better here for DRX in this game, and some of it's because of Coach Comms, but most of it is just because they're playing as a unit without them in these situations where they're able to catch a member or catch the aggression. Sure, they lost the turret, which is valuable. It is money going over to Closer. But I'm not worried about the 3,000, nearly 4,000 actually gold lead here for DRX for DNS. I'm just worried if they can coordinate a team fight because we just have not been able to see them operate together in this game. Like, there is a Yunara in this game, believe it or not. I haven't seen her for a while. She hasn't autoed any champions over 23 minutes in.
Yeah, it's sort of the way the game is going that's the worry, and not anything else. As Jiu with a cheeky phage in his inventory right now. And does have that 2-item spike now complete. Basically, whatever Corki builds from this stage is just icing on the cake. He's very, very happy with these items so far. And with a 1.4 thousand gold lead, he's looking pretty frightening. As Baron still up and available. No one's really looked at starting it, but a fair bit of vision here for DRX to make sure that there's
they have
any funny business.
Like, DRX here, I think there's only one ward. That ward just above Andil they haven't seen. They have insane coverage otherwise. They're even just going to start contesting this blue buff. Duckdom still farming in the mid lane. Will need to join if his team's going to commit.
Cool. Peter looking to try and push forward as they do get a fair bit of vision down. Control ward goes in. And Peter will be able to at least clear out this ward in the river. Ping's going down here towards the bottom side of the map, giving away Dudu's position, who doesn't have flash up and available just yet.
It just seems that with this setup here for DRX, they want to set a trap for Baron. If DNS don't take the bait, they're just going to continue to control vision all down the river and then eventually take Mountain Soul. And they don't need to force a Baron fight. Even though they have really good turn, this Orianna is on 2 items with obviously the triple, or rather the tier 3 Sork shoes, so decent amount of burst damage in the Shadow Flame Orianna. They have the combo. But you know what? If they don't like what they see and DNS don't walk into the choke, they can just continue to further their lead elsewhere. The vision game has been pretty immaculate from DRX in all of their games so far here at LCK Cup. This team is suddenly becoming one of my favorite dark horses of this early part of the year, just because they've been so shockingly good with the roster that otherwise looked to be
greater than the sum of their parts.
나 이번에 무직 가야 돼.
Very, very cool. As we do have Coach Voice once again, talking about the fact that they don't have teleport, make sure to secure Dragon Soul, and before setting up around Baron, make sure you all have that and play together with Jiu, and then you can win. So that's what they're going to go for here, as Andil is going to get knocked up. Jiu is there though, he is certainly playing with Jiu, as in goes Willa, finds the angle, Emperor's Divide, but he spell shields it absolutely beautifully. The Shockwave comes in to take down Closer, and there is Pyoshik hitting the deck as well. Duckdom kiting pretty nicely, but he is the last man standing. Andil will go down, but it's in trade for Dudu. Duckdom does have the shield from the barrier, but unable to kill Jiu, who is still sitting at 300, and I think they will just walk over, take the Baron, and then 1 minute's time, it'll be Mountain Soul.
Instructions unclear, kind of play with Jiwoo and take Baron before Mountain. So that's what he said, right? Yep, something like that. And that is going to be the Baron. Jungle list with the full wipe. And then they should be able to regroup and take the Mountain Soul with the prio they already have. As Andil heard the coach comms, he was like, I'm playing with Jiwoo, group with you. And in live, the Baron is in fact secured, yes. Combo here, a little bit tricky. Spell shield is phenomenal.
Spell shield was
without the spell shield, he gets pushed away, and this fight actually looks pretty difficult to play for DRX. And then Willer does massive amounts of damage to Duckdom, but it's the teamwork that happens after they clear up the Rek'Sai here. As barrier advantage is Duckdom's, right? But he has Yukal to back him up. Rich wasn't there. Duckdom, that was his last stand, his last opportunity there, and it does not work out. Tried his best, but ultimately does fall flat on his face. And now they can regroup, like I said, for the spawning Mountain Soul fight. Willer has his ultimate back at the ready. Yukal the same. 16 for both. The jungle advantage here is 2 levels for Willer.
Well, wind becomes lightning. In he goes. Pioshik does get exhausted as there's the Crescent Guard as well. Rich standing in that front line though, looking to try and cut down this Xin Zhao, and he will do so. The Shockwave was used on the air because it was just Pioshik's corpse that was in the area. But now there is no smite to try and contest this Mountain Soul. The rest of DNS realize they have to go in, but it's Rich that pulls the trigger first. Duckdom tries to dash away, but there's a slice and a dice waiting for him. His closer with the Emperor's Divide is going to put some Sand Soldiers in the way, but the rest of his team are going to fall like paper, and DRX will get their prize and look for even more with a 3.3k Rebel Baron power play already.
Does this DRX roster kind of reminds me of old days, like slow, boring macro Gen G, where you're like, oh, they're just not fighting a lot, but they have a huge lead, and when they do fight, they pick the right targets, and they win the fight every time. It's so infuriating to play against. You don't have any ins, you don't have any angles, but they just don't give them to you. I mean, with the lead they have now, it's so difficult to play out. Sunday's turret's not going to do many favors here. Nor is the Shockwave that you mentioned that did just Shockwave the air, but they kill the jungler first, and it becomes so much easier to front to back, and also the Rek'Sai.
Oh, it actually killed Pioshik, so never mind.
Oh, really? Did it?
Yeah,
I thought he died before.
Nah, you last hit him with it.
Okay, I wasn't watching in this
He
game.
did have about 10 health.
And the rotation over of the Rek'Sai was a little bit late, right? And then Closer just joined on the other side. But it's Rich's engage onto the Inara that makes this fight so completely unplayable. They know that Duckdom doesn't have flash. Rich has flash deploy to just press W on him. And that's enough.
Yeah.
To really close the door on any opportunity there was going to be to do anything further. As Duckdom has not done damage this game, which is not a surprise to anyone who's been watching it.
It's been quite difficult for him to be able to actually hit people. As Rich, highest level in the game, hitting level 18 already, looking for level 19, try and go even further beyond.
They just take only the fights that are favorable for them, or the pick angles that are favorable for them, and they avoided every other fight. There were only really 2 fights Duckdom was in. The one fight he got shut down on the top side where he tried to barrier, but then he got killed by Yukal, and then this fight where he's flashed on. Otherwise, there were no fights, because DRX were just outrunning them on the map. They were just rotating them, out-rotating them and out-macroing them with this impressive Nocturne composition, and so Duckdom just didn't have a chance to shoot enemy champions, really. Whether he was in the fight and instantly dying, or not in the fight because there wasn't a fight to be in.
It's just a little bit difficult. Jiu now has 4 items completed. At least there is an Infinity Edge that was done for Duckdom, so he does have that to his name, but it's really not enough to contend with all of the items that are on this Corki. As the last few have been eclectic. I haven't really seen too many Black Cleaver Corkis before, but I ain't gonna fault him. He's 3-0-8 right now, having a pretty good game. Almost as good as Yukal, who has the opposite number, legendary on this Orianna, and has put together the Forbidden Book and the Hourglass and a needlessly large rod that he's going to turn into a hat. Not sure how that one works structurally, but look, we've gone into it before, and I don't think we've ever had the right answer.
It's very magical to have.
2 sticks equals a hat.
Yeah. Well, very, very magical.
All right, well, Jiu is looking for a little bit of an engage here. Does get headbutted, but there is the delivery into the backline. Willa is going to make Duckdom very scared once again, and Peter, his will is going to be broken, ladies and gentlemen. I just think that that's what's going to happen. There's the dissonance to take him down, and DRX, oh man, they find a few stragglers, and DRX should be now able to break open this base and possibly take us to a game number 2.
Yeah, that's the kind of place you're in as Duckdom where you're considering role swapping like Ghost. So you're like, oh no, this role. Closer.
Well, there's the flash as Jiu just stands there and is able to Valkyrie after him, finishes off that kill. Man, Ju is having a much better year in 2026, you have to say it, as the inhibitor going to go down towards his bottom side. They're going to take this wave of minions, and they are going to careen towards the Nexus, and I can see Joker already celebrating in the coach's booth, as that was some textbook League of Legends from DRX as they take down the Nexus and go up 1-0 in the series.
I mean, it was basically a technically perfect game, and I don't mean technically perfect in the sense of it was a perfect game in a very technical way. I mean, it was a macro game. Every team fight was calculated. The target selection was pristine. They never overextended in sides. They never overstepped themselves when trying to set up for deep vision. They got it when they had control. They left, used the clear of the vision to get control elsewhere. It felt like the entire game was a line of wards all down the river. There was a halfway point that DNS could not cross, and I think the super shot calling this season maybe a little bit better than what we saw from the Freaks last season, but similar issues here, and the carries don't have damage because they were never given an opportunity to fight, and the macro was incredibly weak here for DNS. They are really going to have to go back to the drawing board as DRX, I think, really one of our sleeper dark horse super strong teams right now at the beginning of the LCK Cup.
I think they're kings of the Rise group at the moment. That's what it's looking like to me, but we'll see whether they can go even further beyond. Speaking of further beyond, Braum out-damaged 2 people on the side of DNS. So nice work, Andil. He's got a fan in the audience there as well. Time for us, though, to take a very short break. We'll try to be a little bit less silly for game number 2, but no promises. After this, we will have the space to break it down. That'll be way more serious. Don't you worry. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
누나라 보는 게 좋아.
강 나온다. 나 공대. 야 누나라
우리 몰래.
누나.
얘 못 가게 막았어.
알리 보자. 알리.
나 아래 볼게. 아래 볼게.
잡았어. 알리 보자.
가운데 지우야. 갈게.
간다잉.
얘나 끝내자.
아지를 위해 나 밑으로
아 그냥 해 괜찮아. 바텀으로 하자. 바텀으로 가면 될 듯.
아지를 막아놓을게 그냥 이거. 바텀 쓰면 끝나. 바텀 라인 있어.
끝내자. 나 아지한테 큐플 박을게. 좋냐고.
바텀 끝난다. 아지르 노이큐. 아지르 이 없어 지금 뒤에 있다. 아지르 이 없는 거야. 아지르 이 없는 거야. 조냐 있어 조냐. 아지르 노플. 운동시켜. 운동시켜봐. 알아서 할 수 있지 너.
아지르 잡았어.
Trying to take this blue buff away. And Kanabe, as you mentioned, he has not been shy about ganking, about engaging, and now he's just gonna die. Has the rest of his team behind him.
나 빠질게. 얼렸어. 아지르 노플. 아지르 노플.
As Guma trying to do some damage on the backside, but doesn't have enough at this point in the game. As Faker getting pretty low, maybe able to take him out, but no, the shield comes down and Faker just walks it off. Pace is gonna be tagged. Carrier gets in there, and Tika somehow died up top as well.
No summoners for Duro in that exchange, by the way. Just all clean, you know, go in, tank for Canyon to get the charge, reboot into the Herald, and then turn around and grab the kill. The Ruler's just making a highlight reel over here.
Will might be able to kill him. He did have the barrier available, though. There's the Cataclysm avoided, and Ruler outplays him to pick up the double solo.
이거야. 나 아직 젊어. 안 젊은 것 같은데. 이제 안 젊어. 나 늙어졌어 갑자기.
Well, it's
Sponge and Lehens are in position. They get a control ward over. Let's see where the Sponge can actually get into the pit as Vikla finds the unbreakable will. Sponge does have the Cyclone. Pop Blossom comes on through, but it is a very dead Kellen to start this one off. Raptor locks down the Baron, but can they keep themselves alive? It's clear with the slicing Maelstrom, they're able to take down the Varus as Vikla gets into that backline. Can anyone do damage to this Silas? What the hell are you doing, Vikla? A Vikla POM in my 2026 Wolf?
And also somewhat suboptimal play by casting.
Well, they're going to try to dive to you now, or maybe not. Just admitted that. Oh, okay, maybe they will. Gideon is coming in. And we got a lot of members, but Shu just goes back in to 4 people. Oh, man! Casting, and he's dashing away! The slow is going to come in from Teddy. I don't know if they have enough to lock him down. He's come back up!
가까웠다. 나 커버. 나 살만해. 싸움 보자.
Oh, that is going to be Daru coming in. But the Shu gets a second kill before they take him out. And that's slow here on a Gideon. That's a kill there from Smash.
슈 네.
슈! 나이스!
네 말았지.
슈 뭐야?
There we go.
He's gotten a lot of gold this game. He's putting it to good uses. Now Gnomestrom are looking for a contest.
Well, it could be a 50-50 here as Sponge. He's been pretty good at those in the past. Let's see whether Kanavi can lock this one down.
야, 앞에.
There's a shockwave! Absolutely insane! This is a triple for Sponge! Does manage to help take down another one as Scout gets pulled back, but it's a quadra kill for the Pantheon! Hello everyone, welcome back to the space after DRX get themselves on the board with a pretty comprehensive victory. Wolf was trying to look for the word. I'm gonna go with comprehensive because they took it nice and methodical all the way to the finish to a very lopsided scoreline, which was indicative of how they played. Digon here alongside Wadid and Umpty. DRX looking good here, Wadid.
Well, as a DNS believer, I picked them 2-0 for this week.
Oh boy.
It doesn't look good. It's such a depressing game. It turns out really bad because in the draft, I felt really great about it because you literally had such a free game as a Azir and Yunara. You had the 1-2 and you saw enemy team picked Renekton and Braum, which means it's such a free game because you can never reach to the damage dealer as a Braum or anything. So it felt really great, but it didn't work out that well for the jungler side though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the Zinzao pick because it's actually just too passive. I think more, easier pick is better. But I mean, the DNS quite had a sad time in this game. I don't know. I am a believer. I have a still trust, but it's going down.
I mean, you changed the name, but that felt like a very 2025 DN type game of you pick whatever you picked and you do nothing and lose, and that was so difficult to watch. And it started here in the early game. This was the only time they did something, but this was a bad calculation here by Peter.
So yeah, this highlight one literally describes about the draft. So first, I mentioned that this is such a free game for Yunara and Azir, and you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is just do not do anything and just wait for your Yunara and Azir to farm up. But they literally tried to 2v2. Your Alisa just flashing in for no reason, and this is what happens when you pick Zinzao into Nocturne.
I mean, if you have a strong cards to fight together, the Zinzao can work against the Nocturne, but you don't have to because you have a utility champs here, like a J4 or any Sejuani type of champion. But you actually picked it, and you lost the skirmish, and then you were deleted at that game.
Yeah, and they spent so much trying to salvage the play and keep Pyoshik alive, and then in the end, still goes to Yukal on the Orianna. Now the Orianna is going as well. The game kind of stalled out at that point. It was a long period at 3-0, but then it breaks open here in the top side.
So I think what DNS is doing is correct, that their numbers are coming, but Closer get a turret shot. So they thought it's gonna be 3 versus 3. But Closer get a turret shot, so he have to backward. So Corki is coming first, but Pyoshik and Peter doesn't have no idea that the Azir is coming late. So now Corki arrives first. Now their calculation is all broken. What? Did Corki come first? My Azir was first. And then just miscalculation.
Yeah, so the call was correct. The pre-plan was correct, but the execution-wise, it was really bad because he should be the one coming first because they were looking for the fight first. But I guess, it was kind of unlucky as well because Closer was winning lanes so hard in the early game, but at the end, it didn't work out anything. So I think DNS, they have to fix so many things. First, I think they need to think about their draft first because
win condition, yeah.
Yeah, right. The win condition is all about farm up and just wait for the item spike, and you can just literally win the game by waiting the time. But again, they try to 2v2, and it kind of slows down the game after that, and also picking Zinzao into Nocturne, again, it tilts me so hard.
Yeah, all right, so that's a lot from our official super here in Wadid, the 2-0 predictor. On the opposite side for DRX, we've seen them stand up to some very tough teams, and now they're able to play methodically here against DN Supers who are trying to figure it out. What do you want to see more from DRX here, Umpty?
I think very impressive thing is they're actually very good at slow games. Actually, they won the T1 with the slow game. They just stack the dragon really well. They don't rush, and then they just control the area. So they're just conquer the area. So it's they are very good. I think they're actually a very good team.
And well, how much of that, and we've seen some of the clips, we showed it in the pre-show earlier, a lot of the coach voice there to help kind of remind, hey, don't just randomly engage onto the bot lane if we have Alistair, we have Yunara, Azir, kind of like what happened to Peter there for the DN Automotive Supers. How much of that is that, and how much of that is them being able to play it out later on by themselves?
Yeah. We'll see, because they are now picked the second pick for the first selection as the DNS picked the second pick. So, now you have the opportunity to have the counter pick on the bot lane, and this is the moment where Peter needs to prove himself. And I think bot priority, winning bot lane is most important for this matchup, so we'll see.
Good reminder, right? Both Life and Peter on the spot, both of them having starting spots in 2025 and still trying to vie their way into the starting spot for 2026. Let's see how this all shakes out with game number 2, the DN Automotive Supers against DRX.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I had to try that a couple of times. We got there, and we've got Cloud Templar doing some signings here. Very, very cute. Loads of fan signs, and so this guy has actually asked for a signature on the fan sign while we were doing the pause, and so Cloud Templar is now just over there signing it while he's supposed to be at work. Come on, Cloud Templar, pull it together.
Best day of that guy's life.
Absolutely. And oh wait, there's another one.
It's the same guy. Yeah, there's the signs.
So there we go. We actually get.
So Cloud Templar just left the desk during the the cast.
So right now,
I thought he was gone right now.
We just filmed it during the break.
I thought
that's
Cloud
way
Templar
smarter.
Actually, it's also way less Giga Chat. I thought Cloud Templar just put his headset down.
Yeah, and you just got it was Sunke and Pony just up there commentating by themselves, kind of like we are. Which I guess would have been fine.
Pony's nobody asked for mine.
Maybe they did. Maybe Pony's already done it as well. We just only watched the Cloud Templar version.
There you go. So as was mentioned on the desk, they went for second pick. So basically the counter pick, which is drafting for R5 because the enemy team will always choose blue side.
Indeed.
So you either get R1 or you get R5. Oh my God, we solved it. That's how we do RFS. It's did you get R1 or did you get R5? Boom.
Beautiful.
That's it. It's solved. Okay. So they went for R5.
Well, it does mean that DRX now have blue side and first pick, which I'm sure they're probably pretty happy with. Malphite and Jace are going to swap sides of the ban list, but Vi is a new one, so we are going to see something released within the Ambessa, Nico, Rumble, or Bard. We'll see who it's going to be. The Ambessa is going to remain banned, and I imagine Nico is still probably pretty high priority, as well as the Rumble. So I think maybe a Bard is open. Never mind. Cassante going to be banned away as DRX. They want to pick Rumble, guys. That's what they want to do.
Want to pick it really badly.
They would really like a Rumble.
They would really prefer that.
If you don't want them to have a good time, I'd ban Rumble. That's what
Closer is like, I have an inkling they may really want to play Rumble here.
But maybe they don't, is now what they're thinking. And the time's ticking down. They'll ban it. Okay, there we go.
This was the correct choice. So now we're going to find out what they would like to play instead.
Is it a Nico first pick? Pantheon first pick.
Pantheon
I like that
makes
one
a lot of sense. I think Nico has just become a little bit more situational in this meta. And pretty standard, easy point-and-click engage, like Rich Flash W on somebody, or Pantheon just flash point-click stun after ulting from a million miles away. Just seems pretty good. Seems pretty consistent.
I would say so.
Varus will be the option. So the desk was talking about the second pick selection, so the R5 selection, and what it means about Peter having to prove himself. I was kind of feeling the opposite about how this draft is going to go. They were going to pick their 2v2 early, and then Dudu would be proving himself, or Closer would be proving himself in the final pick for counter pick. Still could be a bottom lane counter pick, but it's looking less and less likely with this Rise to come through.
Yep. So it will be the classic Rise Talia trade, but I'm a little bit worried about this. We saw it in our previous series. Obviously, Nongshim didn't win, but I think that their composition was still very, very strong. And so Pantheon and Talia likely to be the pairing, and then possibly just one of Rich's picks to come in after that, if they would like to.
Wow, that would be pretty bizarre. Okay, it is going to come out. It's going to go straight into Nar Talia.
Well, I mean, the Pantheon Talia was obvious, but the Gnar blind pick is kind of crazy.
Yeah, because now the Supers can protect their bottom duo, and they get counter pick for the top lane.
But they are sort of priced in to picking a bottom duo, and so then you could see some bans to come in to try and protect this Gnar, perhaps. And so the Kenny is going to be the pickup, so a bit of a Yordle battle in the top lane.
Okay. A lot of engage here for DNS between the Pop Blossom and the Slicing Maelstrom. But they do not really yet have the global power to match double globals here for DRX. And I think without Prio in the bottom lane, it won't necessarily work out as well as they'd like to. Atalia won't be able to go topside necessarily. Or sorry, the Rise won't be able to go topside necessarily if they don't have bottom side one. And this, obviously same true in the bottom lane. Bard's taken away. I want to take away range support so that the Nico can win the lane. Jarvan has been removed, so it might be Sivir is the angle here for Geo, what they're looking for.
Yeah, it could be something like that. Nautilus going to be a ban away here, so going to be looking at Docdom to see whether it is going to be Aphelios, right? And it's Docdom. He is pretty good at the multi-gun guy, as Wukong going to be taken away as well. So Pyosha going to have to dig a little bit deeper here to find a champion that he wants to play. See what it is going to be as Lee Sin. Okay, this is a Pyosha classic. Some of his best games have been on this champion in the past, but it is a little bit of a gauntlet thrown because you don't necessarily have all that much value outside of those sick big plays. And so we'll see whether he can do it. Obviously, Pyosha has done it in the past.
I mean, Varus is still up, so going for Varus just gives you a really nice ability to outrange the Nico and poke through the lane. But this could indicate something very different. Could just be the Ezreal. Still looking for the Sivir that we discussed earlier. We saw the Jarvan ban. And what's it going to be here? This draft for DNS kind of lost me a little bit along the way. See if there's a strong, powerful lane champ here for Docdom.
Oh, it's got to be Aphelios.
We just go Aphelios, Nico. And this is not a safe Aphelios setup by any means. There is no front line except engage. So sure, when you think about Aphelios, think, okay, got a Thresh to keep him safe, or a Lulu to keep him safe, shields, speed up, wild growth. In this case, you have a Slicing Maelstrom and a Pop Blossom to try to keep the enemy at bay. But there's a Pantheon who's just going to fly past that perhaps half of the time. There's a Weaver's Wall set up to where you can get into the backline relatively easily. There's Leona. There's a Sivir, the wave clear.
Yeah, everyone's running way faster.
I think this draft is frankly a lot of strong individual parts in terms of, okay, you got a good matchup for the Kennen. Pioshik's on a comfort pick. Ryze does decent into the Talia. Duckdom's Aphelios, and Nico's one of the strongest champions on the patch. But I look at the composition, and I'm like, ooh, I don't know if this works into what DRX have. I think DRX have a more robust comp that has strong win conditions and is very good at killing the Aphelios.
Yeah, I would say so too. Unless they get extraordinarily far ahead, right? Then, you know, you have Severum and you can just heal through the damage and stuff like that, and it should be okay. I think Duckdom is going to have to take 3 cleanses, like every cleanse possible, just to make sure that he is going to be able to survive in the fray.
You mean Mikhail's Nico over there?
Yep, I think you're going to need one of those. Dash Cannon Mikhail's, that's what we're going to see. We'll see whether he can actually get there, as of course it's a little bit difficult to get to 2 items, but easier now that we have moved to the 2026 season. I think that what DRX have put together is looking pretty strong, but the DN Supers, like you say, right? It's a lot of comfort and it's a lot of stuff that we've seen these guys do incredibly well on, and we'll see whether that is going to be enough to get us to the 6 games on the day.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, I thought we just weren't going to have a DN Supers fan chant there for a second, and I was going to be very sad. Thankfully, we were patient, and it did come on through.
It did.
And also, we got into this draft incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
We've been having a little bit more ramp up so far this series, so we are just not messing around.
I don't like scaling into the draft.
Yeah, no, it's not.
I like winning the draft weight at level 1.
I also feel like we get a little bit silly during the initial pause, and then that takes a while to wear off. So a lot of seriousness now as Jiu going to go for that tempo barrier, but already down relatively low. Andil doing the same thing as Jiu just trying to damage this minion wave.
The good thing about the Aphelios Nico, even though it's not a strong like pairing necessarily in terms of team fight peel for the Aphelios or, you know, protection, it's really good when you could just sit back and chunk people with Calibrum, and the Nico is Nico. And so the Leona is kind of trying to play the game. And so you see tempo barrier as a result here from Gio, which will keep the lane competitive.
Yep. As far as the lane matchups are concerned, you already mentioned it, but it is looking pretty good for the DN Supers, and there is an Ignite on this cannon as well to make sure that Dudu can just win as much as possible. Does have that Electrocute put together as well. So
ooh, it's so valuable, though, the shield you get for Kennen when you teleport in later on.
That's
so
a good point.
Really going to need to put some real pressure on in this lane to make the Ignite feel worth it.
But I mean, that's what they're going for, right? You already illustrated that's what this composition does. It wins lanes. So I think going all in on that strategy when otherwise your composition feels wonky, then that kind of works out. You know, I'm into it.
Yeah. It's almost like a solo queue draft where everyone's playing their favorite, like one of their favorite champions because they feel like they're good. It's a good matchup for them. I like this one. Yeah, I can actually play Kennen to the Snar. Yeah, I'm a Aphelios one trick. I'm going for this. I've got an Nico. Should be fine in lane. I'm gonna scale.
It's a little bit of a realize your composition in the loading screen type scenario.
Yeah, you're like, okay, so how do we play this now?
Yeah. Well, we'll just have to find out, as the DN Supers may be able to show us, as there are going to be some tempo recalls coming on through here. 1 CS between our bottom laners. They are just going to be going back. Cull is purchased here for Jiu. And same mirrored start here as we have refillables and our Culls all done. We've seen already that the Civic can do a whole lot of work though. Smash earlier on today, really making it look good as Pioshik going to get flashed on here by Andil, going for that early roam once again. Has done this already. Shield of Daybreak does come in. Flash going to be used there from Pioshik to get out of the way of the big old spear. As Closer rotating up as well. Now it's a possible re-engage angle as there's a Zenith Blade. Yukal will be able to throw this Ryze back, and Closer just a little bit in no man's land and will be taken down. First blood goes over to Andil, so not exactly optimal here for DRX, but they'll take it. 500 gold, now the lead.
A little bit puzzling, the situation here, as Rich also gets a cheeky back with the teleport advantage he has, picks up a no magic mantle, so I have a little bit of a better time in this early levels with some additional magic resistance here. Huh. So,
Oh, coach voice. That's what led to it.
So basically, overall, what this comms is from Joker is saying, like, let's use Leona to cover a potential topside play. So sends him up to the top lane. And then this flash call from Andil seemed really silly at first because that's Lee Sin and he gets the safeguard. But he gets the additional stun here. And then Pyosik for some reason flashes the spear. Gets a little bit nervous about that. And just a little bit happy on the trigger finger. And the rest of the team is trying to collapse in and maybe set up a play, but Closer is just by his lonesome.
And they also use Closer in order to get out of dodge.
Yeah.
As you can see, yeah, Joker obviously very, very happy about how this one goes. But it felt like there was a pincer maneuver set up by the DN Supers. But Willa then gets to jump onto the rise, gets out of the way of any danger from Peter and from Dudu. And Zenith Blade then just gets Andal out to safety as well. So it's just kind of a disaster all round here for DNS.
I don't think DNS really needed to... Well, first of all, Pyosik didn't necessarily need to flash where he did, but that's a panic move as Dudu.
Yeah, that's a big old nah. Flash has to be used to get out of the way of the boulder, as Rich is just throwing around Big Ben and having a really good time now that he's hit that Mega.
Yeah, now that Dudu doesn't have level 6, I mean, he's going to hit it in just a second here, but he lost all of his health, so he can't really utilize it for anything, so... That was a really nice timing for Rich to utilize that advantage. But I just think DNS could have just been like, oh, okay, we get out here. Pyosik flashes, but, you know, let's just go get out of the situation and not commit further. And they just kind of walk straight into first blood on the follow-up there. And like you said, helped escape did Closer, the rest of the team, from the collapse idea. Just a bit disjointed. The call has been bought for Jiwoo. He is looking to... just say, all right, well, push through this laning phase. I'm going to be a big late game threat. To get as much money as possible, as safely as possible. And his wave clear is going to be really powerful in the mid game to help set up for objectives. That's the other thing Sivir does besides extreme boom boom damage with crit damage buffed on this patch.
Well, going to need to pull out some sort of Hex Flash play here as Andor finds himself in a very uncomfortable position. Realm Warp, though, to try and get in here and punish him, and that's going to be Closer able to lock him down. That's Closer getting the kill as well, but there's a flick back onto Pyosik. He's in a bit of trouble as Willa looking for another round of skills, and there it is, the spear to finish him off. Gio now turns up. Red-white gun set up here for Doctom, though. He's so scary, and down goes the Pantheon. Gio has to flash. And Doctom already demonstrating the power of this pick. Yukal just not with enough damage at this stage of the game.
Yeah, Pyosik denied here, so the Dragon is not going to be taken. Dragon very angrily telling Doctom he is not going to be backing right there either. That was a very crazy set of plays on both sides that looked a little bit silly at the end, but it all starts off with a catch on Andil in the pit, right? And Pyosik's here wants to start the Dragon, but this buys a lot of time. The Realm Warp comes over here initially, and you can see Yukal is like, all right, set up here, trying to get Andil out. The rocks would actually catch Pyosik here on the follow. Then he gets hit by a shove that's really well placed, and then doesn't have flash to get the spear he needs to flash this time. Does end up dying after using the flash previously. And Gio goes super deep, trying to actually get backline access into these red-white guns, and then has to flash himself. Because the health bars are so low and another flick comes through from Yukal, they cannot actually continue the play, but a very weird situation where Pyosik is essentially putting himself out of the fight right away by going straight into those rocks.
I mean, he did interrupt Hex Flash with a Dragon. I think that's kind of cool, you know?
True!
There's something to be said for that. Outside of it, though, just demonstrating that Talia is kind of the bane of Lee Sin's existence. He kind of dashes to do everything that he wants to do. And we'll see how he's going to be able to navigate that as this game goes on. We've seen plenty of players just decide that they want to hoover up the rocks. You know, like that's how you deal with it. Plenty of Akali players really like just traveling through all of them if they can. But Peter, I think, Pyosik, I think, is going to be wanting to do something different, as we're not going to see a seismic shot, we're just going to see a ghost here from Closer to avoid any of that danger as Willa.
Yukal's
already on these grubs.
Is Ghost a dash?
Can I put down the rocks to stop him from maybe he trips over?
Must be pretty awkward to like run very quickly through those rocks, but I guess if you're, you know, if you can't...
It's like stepping stones, you know, like over a river or something like that. Maybe it's similar to that.
I think it's kind of, because it's Ghost, it's kind of like he just walks through the rocks and doesn't care.
Ah, sort of floats over the top.
Yeah.
Kind of into it.
Well, we do see a clone here to trip them up, but they don't care. I do think, yeah, Pyosik is doing topside right now. Oh, no, he's not. Actually, it was taken already. My apologies. I misread the UI.
That is a very cute ward position.
He is maybe going to make something happen here. Like, this is such a tricky angle that maybe less chance of that now.
Oh, God, yeah.
The deep bait, like the real insane bait?
Actually, possible? Never mind. He throws another clock, and that is Pyosik just going back to base.
He could have, like, I don't know, flashed the wall, taken a turret shot, looked for a kick flank angle, maybe.
Could have been something. And Dudu invested his Ignite there, right? Like, they really kind of wanted to commit, and then obviously someone called it off. And so Rich is going to be A-OK, still has Flash available. He's still got his Gnar, of course. And I think he's going to be pretty happy with the lane state at the minute. Currently behind only a few CS, as Dudu not going to be teleporting to any lanes or anything like that. Hasn't finished the quest yet. And so does home guard his way back up there. Isn't going to miss out on too much, but now might be in trouble as Yukal and Andal are going to show up.
I mean, maybe Joker told him to cover topside again, because they're all up there doing it again. Grand Starfall, they're ready for Willer. This Gnar, or sorry, this Kennen is ultless, and so vulnerable to a Gnar setup with a potential Pantheon follow-through. So for DNS, they have to be very cautious right now. And, I mean, even the flash for the Kennen isn't necessarily going to save him, as this Sivir wave clear is already starting to hit in the bottom lane.
Oh, yeah. Rich takes a turret shot. Isn't going to be too worried about it here, as there are 3 men strong.
Look at all the vision around the Baron pit. Like, they have so much deep vision in the jungle. It's like they're map hacking. Like, they can see everything. They decide to call off the play here. But they can stay like this because they're like, where is Pyosik? Is he coming up? Who are these players?
Yeah. Where's Pyosik?
Yeah, exactly.
Very good point. Well, he's actually on the top side of the map. There are 2 of him. I can see plenty of Pyosik right now.
Not currently in challengers.
Yep, true. Dudu doesn't manage to stop the back. Teleport is just going to bring Rich back in there. And so DRX have a very small lead. And not too much more to talk about here in this game. Yet to be broken open. Feeling a lot better than the way DNS were looking in game number 1, but still going to have to see some more as Hyperproc comes in. And Mertreads really makes Rich feel a whole lot better. We check out the replay here, and this was just a little bit of a dive potential setup. As, yeah, the flash does get used to get out of the way of the Gnar.
Yeah, the initial Gnar doesn't hit, and then see the flash traded. And that's the end of that. Andal
grabbed him to set up for this play potentially as Gio comes over, but I think Andal is just dead. He flashes anyway. Optimistic at best. And the Leona will be taken down. So DNS looking a lot better in this moment, evening out the gold.
Not ideal for DRX here, as DNS will grab the Dragon. As Rich continues to try to get an advantage up here on the top side, but this was the answering Kennen pick that is not really finding much outside of defending the turret thus far. Dragon is going to go over. Let's see what we get second here. It will be the Cloud Drake.
Ooh,
so
is it
possibly
another mountain?
One more ocean as well.
Oh, yeah. Love to see that.
In this scenario, I mean, really just, I mean, he was a bit deep trying to set up vision. We know that's DRX's whole game plan. Well, the way we came into it looked pretty bad, but watching it a second time was just caught there with limited information, being a support.
Yep. They also didn't want to commit to anything there.
Yeah.
I thought maybe Andal would then try to throw out a Solar Flare to set up for a Weaver's Wall and the Grand Skyfall, but Willa didn't have the ultimate available, and so they couldn't actually go for the play.
He got the achievement.
Good timing.
He got the achievement to unlock Hex Flash.
There you go. Beautiful.
On the play, so.
And Gio just managed to get that cannon. So his whole performance has really turned around. As Andal looking to make his way in, there's a Zenith Blade to hold up Closer. But he's able to proc the Ghost and get himself out of there. Well, a little bit late to that one.
Yeah, I guess the rock or the shove was already used. 100% sure if he used it on camera or not, but he used it here on the Scuttle Crab. Either way, it wasn't a near kill onto Closer. They did not get his flash, but they get the Ghost. And this game has been, once again, like outside of a few crazy scraps, a little bit of a tug of war where a vision game for DRX is superior.
Ooh, cute one thing they comes in, there's a slicing Maelstrom. The Gnar pushes him back, and there is the cute connecting from Pyosik. Willa turns up, but then he realizes he doesn't really want to be here. Q going to connect there from Pyoshik, who does go in. Yukal's in position, though. As the stun comes down, flash out there as they see the Realm Warp, and they do not want any of it. Nicely played defensively at the end, but really good gank there from the DN Supers.
Yeah, definitely a lot of plays here for DRX that have nearly been well coordinated, right? The play where they almost got closer in the mid lane. This trap they were trying to set with the rich push there, where they're like, aha, we had the Pantheon ult, but the vision they didn't have, they had vision almost everywhere on the map of where Pyoshik was what really did them in there. You can see also Yukal was in position to Weaver's wall in, but opted not to once he realized the fight was lost before he even got there.
Oh, there's Zenith Blade in from Andil, but this is red white guns on Doctom. Andil is dead, right? Yeah, Doctom just able to kill him there in the 1v1 underneath the turret. Red white don't fight, DRX. You know this.
That was very peculiar, but he did unlock a turret plate achievement as well.
He did definitely get that. Pyoshik's making his way down, though. There's the flash. Really good use of the spell shield, but it does not matter. There's a kickback, and Pyoshik will be able to lock down the Sivir as well. DN Super's coming alive here in game number 2.
Pyoshik, bit of a funny start in this one, but he is certainly starting to really make an impact on the map now. It's the two shades of Pyoshik, right?
Yeah.
He either carries the game or he costs you the game.
And like, this is the champion that he carries games on as well.
Even though the very early game, I was a little bit concerned that it wasn't going to look that way. Look at how long he waits here. There's vision in that left side brush. But when Rich goes in to look for the Gnar, because he knows the Pantheon's coming up, he's trying to set up a Willer gank. But what he didn't know was Willer's gank was basically a late counter gank, unknown. And then he just has to walk away and flash away later. This is a little bit funky because Sivir just doesn't do that much damage yet. And as Gio is leaving is when Andil sees the angle to go in.
Yeah, I think Gio said, I missed my boomerang. And that's so much damage missing from the engage.
And then Gio can't get out anymore. So Spell Shield, as you mentioned, was good on the Pop Blossom. But he has to then die to the kick because he doesn't have any Spell Shield anymore.
Yeah, just kind of wishes that he had more opportunities than that, as Weave as well does bring Yukal towards the top side of the map. Dudu able to make his way out, though. Uses the flash, slicing Maelstrom, everything. As the eye is being defended here by DNS. As let's see, Andil is going to face check. Pyoshik makes his way over. Gio now looking for a bit of an angle here as Andil flashes out of the way. Good shove to protect their support as Pyoshik almost down. Has, not quite able to get enough of these Beyblades over the top, and now Gio could find himself in an awkward position. Man drop comes down as Willer looks to try and stop Peter. Pop Blossom comes on forward. He stacked up the Q, though. Just needs to land it. He will not, but just the edge of the Boomerang Blade, and down will go the Nico. I believe the eye is going to mean that Shelly does not play a part in today's second game, which is very sad.
I think it got picked up.
Oh, they did. Never mind. Willer got it.
Oh, did he ultimately get it in the end? And the chaos that ensued.
I'm very glad, because when Shelly doesn't get to play the game, it's just really sad.
I think there was one game this last week where the Herald was just not killed at all. Which
oh, really?
Crazier.
Wow, that's really
when Barrett spawned. But Andil, it gets up to being taken down incredibly low, but he baits Pyoshik in this awkward spot. The Ricochet almost takes Pyoshik out there. But now this is a really tough fight for the side of DNS. Gio has to use his barrier, but then the follow-up comes through from Willer. And it gets really tricky here, like, can I hit the Q? Cannot.
Rich almost died to Doctom as well.
But he kept Doctom at bay to a certain extent there. Yukal shows up, they have to retreat. Does not die, ultimately, like you were saying, he nearly did. And now we're going back to clearing waves in the mid lane. Still a pretty good position in this game for DNS.
Yep.
Especially
they will be able to get a double dragon as well.
Exactly, double dragon here for them. And we'll see what the soul is, because DNS are hoping for a high roll with this turret disappearing.
Well, it's going to be Chemtech, so not exactly the best.
Kind of okay for Aphelios?
Yeah, and it's kind of okay for some of the shields. There's a Seraphs that's getting built. I mean, there are angles here. This turret is going to go down in the mid lane. Closer is looking to answer on the bottom side, but it's a trade up for DRX.
Yeah, 2 for 1 here. And it looks like that might take even an extra wave to go down on the bottom side. It's going to be close, as I think it should still go down. And Yukal is going to play defensively, so will. But the scaling Sivir versus scaling Aphelios argument is really interesting, because both of these AD carries are insanely big benefactors of the new patch and the new crit damage. However, I think the Aphelios is stronger at dealing damage when his guns are set at red and white, but that doesn't necessarily matter if the Sivir setup is better and they have a more frontline for it. And that's kind of what I'm feeling is going to happen, because there's so many threats to kill Doctom in this game. He only has 1 flash, he only has 1 cleanse. And let's see what happens with this shove.
Yeah, there's a kickback onto Yukal. He's real dead. Not sure about what the goal was there, as Andor going to get tagged by a Sonic Wave as well. Willer in the area, Jiu rotating down. There's a teleport in from the cannon, but Rich is here already. 3-man Pop Blossom is great from Peter, but he's just dead. Not an angle that he can actually fight in, and Dudu is so far away. Pioshik looks for it, but there is a Gnar into the wall. And the Lee Sin does have to do some shenanigans to get himself out. They get the stun onto Dudu. Slicing Maelstrom, though, is going to be the end of Andal. And finally, Dom shows up, and he's got the right guns to do it. Jiu now with the Boomerang Blade, but they're not going to be able to close in. Still 3 on the floor, and just in trade for Peter, DNS will take that.
I just want to remind everyone that this is just a big fight on the bottom lane with no objectives nearby. It was a big tug-of-war fight when both teams have insane setup in CC and globals. Just one little tug-of-war game down here, one little shove attempt that goes too deep means every single player on the map. Watch the AD carries rush down with a cannon TP. Everyone's like, all right, well, if we don't actually win this war of attrition, they win. They'll get that bottom turret. We have to commit further. The Pop Blossom here initially feels like it's a big fail, but it ends up doing a decent amount of damage and kind of selling the idea to DRX that this play is actually winnable. They commit with a Gnar here onto Pioshik, and then flashes and W's away, and now they're way too deep into a cannon.
Well, now we've got a bit of an angle as Dom could be in trouble. Solar Flare doesn't work, but that is a threaded volley that is going to be able to take down Dom. He had to use Flash as well. A huge deal here to grab that first death for Dom.
It's such a question for the rest of this game for DNS to answer. And really, not even DNS necessarily. It's
how do Dom not die?
Yeah, how do Dom live?
Yeah, that's a tough. I don't have the answer to that one. Handel just going to flash in, does manage to find the angle here, even through the flash. And Dudu not able to get too much value here, as Jiu wanted to be able to get that last auto, but Yukal, he outranged the Slicing Maelstrom, so he's the one that gets the kill. Rich deals with the turret towards the bottom side, and DRX, this is that mid to late game macro that has just been so much better than DNS so far this series.
And the question is now becoming not just how do Dom live, as we'll watch here, he does not live. Pantheon comes through, flashes, guess what? Still got stunned, still got hit with the Solar Flare, and a ton of bursts from Yukal. And then, how do anyone live if everyone engage? It's a flash in from Andal, shove hits, any single target can be blown up, so they have to play together, but they don't have great frontline. It's, like I said, the Kennen ult and the Nico ult from Dudu and Peter that are your best tools of deterrence.
And it's not looking like it's really working out. But a lot of it is to do with the fact that DNS haven't necessarily looked quite as coordinated. They did have a much better early game this time around, but even still, you had Pop Blossom being used when there was no Aphelios or Cannon involved. I feel like the way Peter needs to engage is when Dudu is ready to get massive damage. As now Yukal is likely to be dead again. Pioshik able to set up for that one. Does get flung back, but he will still be able to go down. Closer will be able to grab his 4th kill of the game. This Rise will be very scary.
It's actually a pretty crazy, it's almost a Baron angle, but Dom can't really get access. There's not enough time. They don't have any mid-prio. If Dom was able to control the mid-wave, he was playing, Sivir, if Sivir was on DNS's side, for example, and he had that wave control while they got that pick, they could have maybe turned into a Baron. He has IE, but unfortunately it's not really going to work out that way because Yukal doesn't have teleport. He has Weaver as well, but that can only get you so far. But it looks like his death is not really going to be punished by DNS outside of the gold they pick up from his corpse.
And does have Weaver's Wall as well, so he can get back to a lot of the different fights that will be happening.
I think they'll have enough time to get back to this dragon with how slow this, how it spawned, and DNS haven't really set up very directly on it, as Rich is already here, as you can see.
Yep. Moves on over. That is going to be Graviton, though. Does avoid the Moonshot, I believe. Yes, that is a Calibrum. And Yukal will now find his way back. So an honest 5v5 here between these two squads. Looking for a bit of poke damage to start this one off.
Let's see where the Pop Blossom and the Slicing Maelstrom go this time around.
Exactly.
Rich needs to charge another Gnar bar. He does not have it, as the observers are showcasing all 10 big ultimates online for what could be the deciding fight here of this game, now potentially of the series. Willer!
Oh, Willer just dives in, looks for Dudu. Solar Flare going to slow him down, as now Jiu looking for an angle, but he's kind of lonely at this point in time. Boomerang Blade's sort of missing all over the place, but there's a Weaver's Wall from Yukal. Pop Blossom as Peter finds 3, and they take down Jiu to start the fight. Rich now looking to try and take down the Nico, but this is so dire, as Dom has so much protection. Both of the damage dealers are now on the floor, and DRX, You flubbed that one.
Yeah, they really did. They just were not able to get consistently set up to do the damage with Gio. He was kind of going in by himself as Willer was able to get a lot of health bar, but not actually as secure. That was
pretty
closer than I think it would have made Pioshik comfortable. But at the end of the day, it's sole point here for DNS, and they take back control of the game and the gold lead with this trade of kills. They're also going to grab this mid turret, some additional plate gold for their carries. But Willer's idea here is very risky and it's very greedy because look at where Gio is right now. To follow up is certain death, right? So
yeah, Gio needed to be with the other guys.
Exactly, and if the Maelstrom comes out at that moment, I think this might have even been more one-sided as Peter leaps into the arms of his old 80 carry partner, takes him out. Will die for it. Rich is like, I'm an 80 carry. Well, not really in this fight, and they don't have any friends as Ando is long gone.
Yeah, he got the heck out of there.
The one who started it all off just cannot really do anything for them. It's not the deciding fight of the game, but it definitely puts DNS back in the driver's seat.
And this is exactly how fights need to look for DNS as well. They need to find Pop Blossoms and get enough damage. There's a kick. Beautiful knock-up onto Andal as well as Yukal has to flash to get himself out of the way. There is a mega disengage cone up and available as Pioshik not going to quite find the cube. But Closer, he finds it, and down will go Yukal. Now Willer just desperately trying to leave, and DRX are very quickly falling apart.
This is starting to be
Joker, where is the coach call? We need the coach call right now.
It's like a Baron angle.
Oh, and Doctor is not going to lose health. He can probably tank it, to be perfectly honest.
Lost his red gun.
All right, DRX now moving in. These health bars are going down. But let's see, there's so much damage. There's a Solar Flare onto Doctor, but he's not too worried about it. Willer is on vision as Peter doesn't find the Pop Blossom, but it was all zoning. As now into the backline goes Dudu. Andal is going to be able to lock him up as Rich should be able to take down the cannon. Never mind, he just flashes away. And Gio is dead yet again. Yukal just now respawning. The Willer is also going to suffer the same fate. Nice sidestep there from Rich, but it's too little. It's too late. It's a 6,000 gold lead. They have soul point, and there is the kick back onto Rich. He should be dead. Hop comes through, and there's the flash, so he survives.
The Dragon fight might not have been, but I do think this was the deciding game here, or the game-deciding fight here for DNS to bring us to a third and final game, our sixth of the day.
Yeah,
that's the Baron that goes over on
is
top
this our
of the Dragon.
first six gamer?
I think it is, if I'm not mistaken.
And I looked at Pony this morning, and I was like, Pony, it's 6 games today, and he's like, I've been going to the gym. I've got the stamina. I am ready for it. So Pony's going to get his wish here today. By the looks of things, obviously, you know, we shouldn't be counting chickens and things like that, but it's a 7.5 thousand gold lead, approximately.
I'm pretty ready to count the chickens.
How many chickens are there, Wolf?
7.4 thousand.
That's so many chickens.
I mean, give or take, it's been oscillating between 7.3 thousand and 7.5 thousand.
But that's. I
did a rough count.
You could solve a famine with that. Was that a Sonic Wave steal of a big Krug?
I didn't. I was looking at chickens.
Sorry. That makes sense. I did ask you about the chickens, so I appreciate that.
But it might have been.
That was a test to make sure that you were paying attention to the chickens and not the Sonic Wave.
Rich is looking to eliminate some chickens.
Oh.
Watch them go.
Wow, that was so many chickens. The crystalline the chicken line overgrowth. Is that what you're talking about?
I mean, the chickens are still going up because
there's
a farm in 2 lanes and a big plate to go down here for Closer. The final one of that inner turret will be the whole turret is TP flank from Rich is optimistic. He's got only a little bit of Gnar left.
All right. They look for Closer, but he's just going to press Ghost and gets himself the heck out of there.
Who was he flanking?
Is he still flanking?
Nah, Poolbay is, though.
Yeah, he certainly is. Where is Poolbay?
He's going to jump into the LCK at any moment.
Well, I personally would like to see it. As all right, Weaver's War going to come down here as they're looking for Doctor, and he just gets stunned up and denied entry. Out goes Pioshik, and DNS playing some really nice defense.
Yeah, they're just like, you can't reach him, so... And he's got Flash and Cleanse, so...
Oh.
Good luck with that.
As a big old Gnar as Dudu gets thrown into the wall. There is the stun from Willer at the same time. The slicing Maelstrom still goes off. And now the fight is going to start. Pyoshik gets on top of his target, and Willow is going to be taken down. Yukal, unfortunately, just hasn't done much of anything this game, and will once again die as an afterthought. And DNS, man, they're making this one look good. Doctom on his signature pick,
I mean, you can
and
see,
he's going to pick up a win with it.
You can see the intent in DRX's actions. Try to get on Doctom. Oh, can't quite reach him. Okay, the Kennon's in range. We blow him up because we've seen so many of these mid-game fights where they just single target blow somebody up, but they're just too far behind now. They can't kill Dudu in time. He's got his Maelstrom, and they're just fighting tooth and nail to try to get anything back. And the end result is their base is alive, but they did not make progress. We'll watch this again. Look at this, Rich into Dudu. Willer's coming over, lots of chain CC, but where is the damage?
Yeah, and where is everyone else? Like, Yukal is on a third of his health bar, and I believe, yeah, someone looked at him and Yukal died. Yeah, there he goes.
Jiu was trying to help clear the wave, so in the mid-game, that's enough damage there with the Pantheon to kill that Kennen. But at this stage, it absolutely is not. It's too much health. He's level 16. He does not care. He smirks at your attempted Gnar into Pantheon.
Oh, that sounds rude. All right, well.
He says it's my year, baby.
Closer is also saying, I'm going to have this year as well. But you had 2025. It'll be okay. Regardless, that is 3 items done for the Kennen, 3 items on Pyoshik as well, having a great game today. 1-1 and 14. 15 out of 17 as far as the kill contribution feels very, very nice.
Started with the flash of a spear and ended with just running the entire game.
Exactly. And he's looked really, really good. The defensive play, like we already illustrated it, it was going to be difficult in this game, right? Defending this Aphelios could be tough.
All right, we're flanking again. Maybe this time we'll get that pesky rat.
Maybe they can do it. Flash is available, though, for Dudu, so it is still going to be a very difficult task.
He also has ult still as well.
All right. Well, Rich has Wit's End, so let's see. 2 inhibitors now going down, though, as DNS just playing this one by the book. Looking to close in. There's a super minion making his way down. 1 minute until the Baron, though. Might be that DNS are just going to back away. Look for that one again. It's, oh my god, the damage from Doctom.
It is impressive that DNS were able to make this comp work. They were able to defend Doctom. He became a huge threat. His positioning was phenomenal. But I'm also impressed with the fact that DRX are still in this game. Like, they know that if DNS overstep just a little bit, they can actually, you know, potentially get those picks. They've tried so many times and failed, right? But if the coordination is a little bit better, or if the damage dealers are actually there when that Pantheon Gnar goes through, they can get a multi-man shove and somehow miraculously steal the game away, right? But everyone has flash on DNS. So it's going to be really tough, but DNS are like, you know what? Like, I don't like ending the game here. I don't like staying around. They have too many tools to wrap around. There's too many flank opportunities with Pantheon Talia. Let's just back off and look for the Baron like you were alluding to, and controlling that space is certainly the safer play. Maybe learning a little bit from the DNF 10,000 gold lead that didn't go so well last year.
I mean, right now they don't have a mid laner. Yukal's 3 levels behind, 4.5 thousand gold behind. Rich is blanking, I guess, as Doctom. Let's see whether he can survive this one. He flashes. Yukal goes golden, but look at the AoE from this guy. Just presses Q with Severum, and everyone's dead. Jiu likely to go down as well. Does manage to pick up a little Pikachu on his way out, but that is going to be Closer flashing for it. Willa manages to get one, but it's Doctom at full health that completes the ace, and that is going to be the end of the game.
I liked the peel from support Kennen and support Nico as they try to kill Doctom and fail miserably. I told you guys the front line, it's the ultimates, and it's also the positioning of Doctom. I did not believe. I was not a believer. I thought this composition just was too risky, too many ways to kill the Aphelios. Doctom says, no, not today. Yeah, the elite 80 carry, and the rest of his team propped him up in a big way in this game.
Not to mention, like, Closer almost had a flame horizon in that game. Yukal was made basically irrelevant. So the Pantheon Talia this time around just got nothing done at all. Man, it's pretty impressive stuff. And maybe it is the year of Dudu in the end, because the Kennen counterpick looked really nice. When I saw Blind Gnar come in, I was like, no one does that. Why does no one do that? maybe it's because they can just get cannoned at a moment's notice.
Well, it didn't look like it was working at first, but it did ultimately end up having a much larger impact than Rich later on, even though the laning phase was going really well. It's that time period, you can see it on the goal difference there between like 19 and 22 minutes, where if you are a DNS fan, you're like, oh, no, we don't throw this away. Because it looked like maybe there were just a few too many threats and the side lanes were not getting back into their control. But once we got to 5v5 team fights, Duckers had too much support.
Yeah, looked really good. They managed to pick themselves up the Dragon Soul as well, and they bring us to the coveted 6th game. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break for the last time this evening, and then we have, of course, the lovely gentleman on the space to break down that game, and then the deciding one between DNS and DRX. We'll see you there.
가볼게 이거. 나를 보자. 나는 잡았거든. 야 본대 맞아. 해볼게. 나 패지. 나봐줘. 안 죽어. 앞라인 봐줘. 달려. 잡았어. 오케이. 나루도 잡았어. 오케이. 이거 가면 끝날 듯. 이거 가자. 내가 11을 뚫을게. 야 아니 이거 꿀열매 때문에 방어가 안 타지네. 강 잡는 건데. 야 근데 초반이 이거.
I still feel them. Blades buried in my back. You trusted death to be my end. But death knows only one. Kill me. I will turn your swords against you, one by one. Traitors! Betrayer! Outbreaker! You will beg for the end. For death. But my revenge has only just begun.
Both squads desperate for their first series win, but the DN Automotive Supers strike back to try and close that gap against DRX. And if there's one thing we learned today, it's don't give signature players in the LCK their signature champions. D+ Kia had the opportunity on Showmaker with Twisted Fate. This time, Lee Sin in the hands of Pyoshik, and he looks deadly with it.
Yeah, and also it's kind of illegal to give them Nico on Peter, like Peter or Nico, and also like Lee Sin at the same time. But also, don't forget the closer Rise as well. So I think they got too much out of like first picking Pantheon here.
Yeah, I mean, draft-wise, the Pantheon to the giving enemy team like Kennen with a Gnar with the ban of K'Sante. I thought it was great draft, but it was just a good signature picks for Peter and the Pyoshik and the closer's Rise.
Especially when you have so much playmaking on one side to be able to overcome a draft deficit. And here in the couple of plays that really shaped the match here, you show exactly why Lee Sin and Pyoshik go hand in hand.
I mean, it's literally Pyoshik montage of all of these highlights. He just tried to gank on top lane, but he already knew that like Gnar put the ward in the brush, so that's why he backed out to sneak out. So after that, fortunately, like just Gnar jumps in and then his plan worked out.
Okay, so I will explain about the Gnar's perspective. He just warded the first brush. He feels like it's not a counter gank now, and there were no flashes each other. So Pantheon and Talia was coming first in his perspective, so he tried to fight and kill the cannon because their win condition was killing the cannon. But Pyoshik just hid in the second brush like that and then killed Gnar instantly, and then they just lost Pantheon's flash and ult too.
And all that happens in a split second, right? I mean, we slowed it down to show the decision making, but the ward, while Pyoshik was moving into the bush, Pyoshik stops, and then the idea that DRX was like, yep, we're gonna make this play here, and Pyoshik's Johnny on the spot. That's
at first place, he was on the top side. He already knew that the situation is gonna be happen on the top side, so that's why he was there. And also the reaction of like just seeing the ward right there. So I mean, just in general, he made some good plays. But again, we are gonna have insane montage of Lee Sin play by Pyoshik.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what it's like when you are on a champion you're comfortable with and you're in the zone? And that's what we saw Pyoshik here in game number 2.
I think the most important thing is, as a position, he was always at the perfect position to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's the classic Lee Sin, classic ping pong, and enemy team is like desperate about it.
Yeah, I mean, again, he was really good at Lee Sin, but as you mentioned, it's about the positioning. It's about to know where you need to be at. And I think the execution is like the after thingy, you know? So I think just in general, Pyoshik and Closer working out really well on the side wave helps a lot for the team, especially for this game, Snowballing.
Yeah. Not even this one, like he was killing the Yuka. He was just tracking and stalking him.
Right.
It was quite hard for Yuka's life today.
It was on the bot side. Now it's on the top side, left and right and up and down. And it's again in the Nashor pit. He's looking for the angle as well.
I mean, look at this angle. He doesn't have any vision. Just look at his beast heart.
So clean.
Yeah. His Q doesn't miss without the flashes.
This is always the enemy's Lee Sin in solo queue, right? Tracking everything, nothing you can do. And he knows that it's frustrating on top of all of it.
Yeah.
So a great performance there by Pyoshik. And much needed for this DN Super squad because of how out of sorts they looked in game number 1.
Yeah, and again, we already mentioned that DNS picked the counter pick in the first selection. And that worked out for them, right? For counter picking and just wait for the right moment for the trap. And again, I guess after the first game, it's good to have the counter pick, you know? Even though like you give up the side, it doesn't matter. All you want to have is a priority, counter pick in the lane. And for the game 3, DRX picked the second pick. So now it's their time to choose what they want to like prove in the game 3.
So if I speak about the first pick and the second pick, I would say the first pick will make the team comp. The second pick will make the breaking the team comp as a counter. So that's how draft goes. I think this game, Pyoshik really played well for the breaking the comp.
Yeah, and we'll see if DRX have something up their sleeve in terms of composition, because we know, we've touched on it again, another clean early start by DRX. We know that Joker's been on that coach talk button, and it feels like it's organizing things, but now will he be able to pull something up here in the draft? What do you want to see here, Umpty, real quick before we head on over?
So DRX went to the second pick.
Yes.
So I think he thinks that to win the DNS, as winning the supers, he should just get a laning prior and get a counter and then counter his comp.
I want Varus on the bot lane. It's really strong pick right now. There's no point to not just picking Varus here.
All right, well, let's see what happens. One of these squads will get their first win, and the other one will still have the egg. Who will it be? Let's find out in game number 3.
Jace.
That's a really good point. I don't know who is going to have the egg. We were talking a lot about chickens, but the eggs sometimes come first, Wolf.
Yeah.
Unless they don't. I'm not sure. Where are you sitting on chicken or the egg?
I think probably egg.
Yeah, I think the egg had to come first because theoretically, like, the evolution takes over.
Yeah, I think
good
we
point.
kind of just know, right? Like,
yeah, okay. It does depend whether that's what you believe in.
It's a fun conversation to have, but ultimately the moment the chicken is defined is in its egg, when it hatches into a chicken. Otherwise, it was something slightly different than a chicken, but very similar to a chicken in that moment.
It's possibly a dinosaur. Maybe it was a pterodactyl and then immediately a chicken. Probably not. Okay, that's a good point. You gave me a very quizzical look.
So I think we defined the choices of ROFS to simplify them, right?
Okay.
We either pick R1, which is picking first pick, which is R1, because the enemy team is going to pick blue side.
Got it.
You either pick R5, which is what DRX have done here, because you picked second pick and the enemy team is going to pick blue side. Or you, in the rare case, just simply pick blue side, which is otherwise known as B5, because the enemy team is going to pick first pick.
Right.
We kind of solved it, right? Like, those are the three main archetypes.
That's kind of how it works. Well, let's see exactly what DRX can make of it. I did like the analysis on the space about the fact that if you do choose second pick, then you do get counters, and then you can just try and win lanes. Sort of what we saw out of DNS in game number 2. So DRX going to do their best in order to replicate that, as we have Rumble and Malphite being taken away here. I assume Jace will follow. Ambessa is a good ban, as is the Vi that we did see in game number 2. We'll see what is going to change, though, if anything, moving into this one, as Brad is taken away.
Goodbye. Varus taking away some of these lane bullies.
Oh, well, someone was listening to Wadid.
Jace, not banned.
Okay.
So it's got to be banned here.
Surely. Unless they feel like they can do what D+ did, which is beat Jace. Could be the way.
Could be the way. They think they can beat it, but it was beaten with Vi. This time they banned the Vi and give the Jace.
That seems like a potentially bad thing to do. But let's see whether it pays off.
They don't want Pioshik to play Hecarim. They're like, yeah, I'll play this instead. It's the trap set.
Well, this is already dire straits for Willa. But the Aurora is going to be the decision here for most likely Yukal in that mid lane. We haven't seen her top side for quite some time.
This is a really strange situation because Jace is powerful for all the reasons we listed in the previous series, but it's still relatively unexplored territory in terms of the well-roundedness of how you can build compositions, because the comp we saw earlier didn't have engage, right? It was really cool. They got Jace, they shot a lot of shock blasts, and then got engaged on and died. The Vi was not picked this time by DRX, but they get the Jarvan. So that's one form of engage.
Yeah.
Squishy Jace, so that feels relatively good.
Well, Cassante, bit of a look here. The Dusante that we have praised in the past could be a scary one, and does provide them with a bit of a front line as Zoe. That is what Showmaker decided to do and lost.
There is a possibility this Jace is top still.
True.
Let's see. We'll probably find out right here. The Jarvan already locked in. But
Man, I'm
it would be blind, of course, and the Cassante is going to get taken instead, so...
Malzahar
is fake and not real and can't hurt you.
It can. It certainly can.
I don't think it's real.
It's been here for a while. It's still looking at me.
I think it's just a bug.
I think Malzahar is going to now describe what the history of the Void is. Because we were asking Kassadin to do it. And I think that, Malzahar might be better at it. As instead, we've got some Shadow Isles as Gwen is going to be locked away. And so that will confirm that we do have the Aurora in the mid lane.
Aurora into Zoe feels pretty decent. You have the Gwen into the Cassante, which is a really nice matchup. A lot of side lane power. Great follow-up to a Cataclysm with both of these champions. So let's see what kind of setup DuckDom and Peter are looking for in the bottom side of the map. This is something that both teams are looking for. Obviously, there's a bottom 2v2. Do you prioritize blocking out some supports? I think if you're DN Supers, probably you should be if you're planning on playing a scaling carry. The Nautilus ban screams, I'm going to play Zeri.
True.
But they banned Misfortune, which is something I mentioned in the previous series, I think really rising in popularity right now. I think it's only a matter of time before we see this start to come out here in the LCK a little bit. It's really good with Jarvan and with Aurora, so that's probably why they do ban it.
I imagine Gio probably thinking about a Zeri angle himself. Could be one of those options here.
I mean, there's so much engage gone, right? Leona's gone, Nautilus is gone, the Rel is now gone.
All right.
So it feels very safe to play Zeri here. Maybe you should ban it, DN Super, especially because you're playing a poke comp.
Could be something that they're looking for. Let's see what this final ban is going to be. Ezreal's still up as well. I think that's something that DNS would really like to pick themselves. And so it could be a denial for DRX if they do want to go that angle, but instead the Ashe is going to be taken away.
That's actually a pretty good one. Very safe. Can even set up the Cataclysm into big damage in a circle.
Well, let's see what this next pick is going to be. Likely, Gio going to be picking away the champion that he wants to be playing
Zeri
here.
or Ezreal are the two safest picks, but instead, a little bit of burst damage. I was saying earlier, I would not have been happy watching Gio play Lucian last year, but this year, especially his form right now in LCK Cup, I'll trust it.
All right, well, I don't know whether it necessarily fits the composition or what they're facing at the moment.
They have
I'm a bit worried about it.
Braum in this draft, obviously, but there's still the Nami, which I don't think is really something you can pick away. But Lulu is also available. I could just play a Lulu lane into this Lucian Nami if they want. Doesn't work extremely well with the rest of this composition. This is where things get a little tricky. Oh, we're doing this again. Actually, Kalista Renata goes really hard into Gwen Jarvan.
That is a really good point. Gwen can immune the hostile takeover in theory, but I do feel like having a lot of lane presence with a composition like this that really wants to get ahead, poke comps from behind, just kind of do nothing. So a good idea to have a powerful bottom lane, but we did see that the Lucian Nami can actually go toe-to-toe at certain instances in the lane. So you do have to be very careful with how you play it out. DuckDom and Peter are going to have to grab that synergy that they built on KT together and really make this one work.
I think, remember earlier when we had the D+ series, like, oh, this game is going to be one side, one way or the other. The Zoe's going to get massively ahead, or they won't, and they'll lose the game. This is a little bit more nuanced than that, because sure, there is the Gwen side lane angle. There's a bit of scaling damage in this Aurora that's relatively safe, and the Lucian is going to be a late game threat, but so will the Kalista, I think, in terms of matching it. I think this game is going to be a bloody game, is what I'll say, more than I think it's going to be an extremely one-sided game. I think we're going to see a lot of skirmishes. I think they could go relatively even, and I think it's going to be possibly the highest kill game we see today. That's my forecast going into this one, because we have a lot of champions that want to spike in the mid-game and run with that spike, so there's not going to be a whole lot of avoiding fights. There's going to be a lot of opportunistic searching for fights.
Yeah, I do think that if it is like a skirmish-heavy game, though, I think that the DN Supers are feeling pretty good about it. With this style of composition, I think they want to kind of scrap with uneven fights and set things up for themselves. If they can get out to a lead utilizing that, that could be an opportunity. But I think there is some stability with what DRX have put together. And so if they can hold them at bay, there's going to be an opportunity here. Having a look at this draft, it's more reminiscent to what we have been seeing a fair bit of so far this season. And so let's see what Joker has for us here as we get onto the Rift for Game 3.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are. DRX fans in full voice. DN Supers as well being well represented here at the Chijijik LOL Park.
So, Atlas.
Yes.
Let's play a fun game.
I love fun games. They're my favorite kinds of games.
I think it's the type of game that you might find fun.
Okay. Is it a tower defense?
No, but it is kind of a guessing game or an identification game.
Okay.
You know? The type of game that if League of Legends was on Sesame Street, they would probably play.
Okay. I do like Sesame Street.
How much engage do the DN Supers have on their composition, do you think?
An. I think they have an engage.
Wouldn't that be the handshake or potential like Cassante?
Oh, I guess Flash handshake. I was just gonna say Fate's call. Just throw Peter
Fate's
at
call. Okay, so we're looking at a similar situation to the last time we saw the Jace, right? Where it's like a lot of poke, but
do you need to engage if you have a range advantage?
If you have a range advantage, you don't need to engage, but that's only if you can see, right? So that requires map control. That's kind of why I like DRX's comp more in this situation, because they have a Jarvan. Nami is, you know, her ultimate and Renata's ultimate do fairly similar things, but the bubble can follow up on a flag and drag, for example. There's some chaining there is.
Okay, Willet just walks away. The little Krugs, though, are going to get denied. So there is that. So Invade going to be in vain for now.
Leashing the enemy bottom duo to get extra money.
There we go. Well, now you got Gio and Andal in a better position here in this lane. As you can see, Peter and Doctarm did need to give up lane control by moving over here. So big wave going to be moving its way forward. UCal having a pretty good time here up against Closer in lane for the moment. We'll see whether these bubbles are going to connect and things like that. As Willa now moving back towards his bottom side. We'll be able to claim his Wolves and Gromp. Pioshik still dealing with the red buff. Will now be able to move down towards his bottom side as well. And does have a little bit of a speedier clear for the minute.
Electrocute here versus the Airy. Just aggressive trades on both sides. How many of these shock blasts are we going to see Pioshik hit? We saw almost all of them hit for Sponge in the early game last time around.
He did a very good job.
And that's, you know, why we were joking that they've increased the amount of Korean Jaces quickly.
Well, let's see whether Pioshik is going to be one of them as well. As UCal going to take a nap momentarily. And with
Ghostblade
finding a Ghostblade. Yeah, exactly. Flash does come out as Closer looks for it. He'll find it. And they go 1-for-1. But first blood over to the Zoe. And Closer feeling real good about how this lane is going.
Yeah, that was a near opportunity there with the Flash pickup to maybe get out, but he's just too low. He has to all in at that moment when Willer is spotted, because otherwise he will die and also give an assist before he can get the kill onto UCal. So he just does it as quickly as possible there. Not in an opportune moment to really get tons of value of that Flash at that state when he did pick it up. But it was a cool idea.
Yep.
He's holding it now.
Very nicely done. Also denying the assist is fantastic.
Yeah, super important.
So having a look towards the top side of the map, Dudu has actually evened out the CS, but it was an earlier back for him. Teleports back in. Same thing to be said for Rich as he makes his way back forward. Does have a Ruby Crystal and an Amp Tome now complete.
All right. Shock Blast.
Oh, it doesn't actually connect. So we're going to check this one out from Closer's perspective. Just finds the Sleepy Trouble Bubble and Ghost Blades at him.
Looked a little janky there, but that's Zoe.
Yep.
Closer picks up the Flash just a second too late.
And I think the turret shot was in the air, so doesn't need to worry about it. Just makes sure that he is out of the way of the Jarvan. As Andal looking for a little bit of an angle here as once again double bubble. Oh, golly. Okay, well, Closer just... That's how you get out of the way. You just walk. That'll do it.
I mean, he's got tier 2 boots. They're made for walking.
Yeah, I guess maybe he runs. Or at least, like, power walks.
Power walking, yeah, I think.
I think you run when you're home guarding, but it's more of a power walk if you've got boots too. As there's an all-out here from Dudu. Flash from Rich. He wants none of this, as he doesn't have level 6 yet. UCal going to have to go back to base once again.
Closer is crushing this lane.
I mean, honestly, ever since the beginning of Game 2, Closer has just been all over the matchup.
He really is, and I mean, he's got cooldown boots, and he is using them quite well to maximize his cooldowns. He actually looks like he's going to maybe even get a plate here. This massive wave. Not sure if he hit that turret or not.
Yeah.
Going to be a mystery for the time being.
Kalista is so echoey.
Yeah, she needs to, you know, turn down the echo from, you know, it's like the Noribong where you have the echo set.
Yeah, like too much reverb, man.
Yeah, turn that down a little bit.
Oh, missed. Okay, so not quite Sponge. Not quite Sponge.
That Jay speaks a little bit of English, actually.
And as it turns out, he does. Nicely done. As he was
Mark, come on.
He was the jungler before Umpty.
Yeah.
Very cute. Okay. Gio and Andal doing a decent job here towards his bottom side, actually with a little bit of a CS advantage over the Kalista Renata. But I think as skirmishes start to unfold later on, that is when we're going to see a lot of this Renata value from Peter. We'll see how he is actually going to be able to play it out. We know that he is pretty good at this champion from what we saw on KT and Nongshim as well back in the day. As Gio going to get pierced momentarily.
Do see a ward here for Rich, but okay, I thought we were going to see a big collapse to try to get on top of him. As this is a aggressive move from Jiwoo.
Yeah, there's the culling. Oh, flash out of the way. The Aqua Prison here as the rest of DNS now trying to turn this one around. There's the Rend. There's Doctorm. Okay, some needlework here towards his top side as well as Dudu going down low, but Pyoshik is in the area. Flash comes forward, and Rich realizing what's going on here. He doesn't have Flash, and he denies. Oh, never mind, he doesn't. That's actually the kill picked up for Pyoshik. And DNS continuing to find advantages as Peter and Doctorm. Let's see how this dive's going to go as Willa makes his way down. He's got Cataclysm available, gets the knock up onto Doctorm, and slam dunk as the Kalista is taken down. Peter, for some reason, decided to bail himself out. And unfortunately, that is not going to quite work as Jiu just finishes off the kill, and that's a clean dive.
Yeah, a bit of a panic there, I think. That was kind of what I was alluding to on the top side there about what I thought was going to happen to Rich. It did eventually eventuate there, as we'll watch it again. He was pushed up super far. He has this ward, has an aggressive position, looks for the all-in, and then promptly shows up Pyoshik. And Pyoshik this time hits. So as you mentioned, the assist is going to go through. It's on the wrong side of this one.
Yeah.
And then down here, you know, we did see both summoners used by Peter just a moment before. No bailout for the AD carry. Peter will promptly die as well.
Yeah, Gio just waits for the bailout to conclude and will then just destroy the Renata pretty comfortably.
It was a very bizarre situation, and even the moment before where we saw Doctorm and Peter go in, Gio did not flash or barrier despite using his culling, and I thought they could have even played that more aggressively, but they wanted to guarantee it was going to go well. They end up sending their jungler over. As things going well are not this mid lane for UCal.
No. I would say that one's going quite well for Closer.
Yes.
Who's just portal jumping around, having a really good time. I feel like Zoe was Aurora before Aurora was released, right? With the way that Between Worlds works. As Doctorm getting taken down a little bit. But looks like Gio's not going to be following up with too much more, just putting that culling on cooldown.
Bit of a warning culling.
Yeah, something like that. It's not exactly doing the most, though, as both ultimates available here for the DN Super's bottom lane. And jungle is in position as well. Willa moving down.
If they have to maintain prio if they want to 3v3 this, and they will, and then potentially rotate over. But Willer does have his ultimate, so this is very scary.
Yeah, Pyoshik does have that dragon leashed. Should be able to take this one down. First Drake of the game over to DNS, but now Willa makes his way in. Hostile takeover. Gets rid of Willa for the moment, but UCal was trying to come down. He does go between the worlds. His Fate's Call comes on through. Doctorm looking to try and get bailed out, but it does not work, and UCal's even going to survive. Shock Blast, not quite enough damage. And out goes the Aurora. That is 2 swift kills, but the Drake goes over to DNS.
It was, you know, a bit rocky there in terms of the setup. Could have just been happy with taking the dragon. As we'll see it's coach voice, actually. All right. Talking about Kalista.
Yep, trying to see.
It's going to be tough now, but hold on.
All right, making sure that they keep their heads in the game. And I think UCal probably needs the most kind words out of Joker.
So this fight here, like I was saying, they have the Renata ultimate, but you know, Willer is here, and he's a Jarvan, right? UCal actually is able to utilize his ultimate to avoid the pressure as well as get on top of Doctorm. UCal plays this incredibly well. And they just have more tools. They even have to use all of them.
Yeah.
And ends up being 2 kills here in trade for Dragon, mind you, but significant gold swing back into even here for DRX.
Yeah, and it looks like what you were saying is actually coming true, Will. The fact that there's just been so many engages as, oh dear, UCal could be in a little bit of trouble, but does get woken up a little bit prematurely.
There's a lot of situational engage tools for DNS, like this Trouble Bubble, like the Jace Hammer.
Yeah.
You know, Cassante pulling somebody through a wall with the All Out.
I think that, like, there's also the fact that if you're a poke composition, you don't need engage. Because you just kind of shoot them from far away.
But if they get to you, because you're holding on to a dragon like that, then there can be problems. It's also early days in this game, but this is a huge swing of momentum. Right now, Peter and Duckdom, they don't have their ults just yet. Duckdom doesn't have flash, can't farm the minions, so that's kind of an issue.
And it's a 1.6k gold advantage for just Jiu. So he's having a very good time. Teleport to bring this Cassante in, though, as Jiu needs to get himself out of there. Teleport does come on forward. There's the flash. They're trying to hold on to this Nami as the all-out gets him really far away. Tidal Wave is kind of the opposite direction, but sometimes you panic and you just press a button.
I think he was just
not dead.
Just trying to tell him which way to go.
There we go.
He was like, get on your skimboard, let's roll.
He's like, body surf your way out.
Body surf it out. Well, Jiu is left alone here, but I think he's okay with it.
Yep, Culling is going to soften up Peter, but not too much more going to happen from that one. 1 versus 3, though. It's diveable.
Rich is going to get some free push time here before Dudu shows back up with that teleport attempt there on the bottom side. And it looks like he's not going to get the plate. We'll just back away. That was the Cassante situational engage I was talking about.
Yeah. And that's the engage by placing your body between the bad guys and where they want to go. And that kind of works out as well. Riftmaker now completed here for Rich, but still slight advantage for Dudu, whose Dusante has been working out quite nicely. Bubble going to connect as once again, Closer just having a really good time. Finds the paddle star there, as you can see, and is going to upgrade those boots of lucidity.
If you look at the farm for UCal and his current level, which is almost a whole level behind Closer, you can see that he is clearly making a statement that he is not doing the strategy of killing the minions. He is doing the strategy of killing the champions, hoping it works out. He will have to kill quite a few more of them if he wants to catch up into Closer, as he has not been killing the minions. That's not his strategy in this game.
No. He hasn't been, I mean, he's killed 2 of the champions, so I guess there's that. But currently we can see that it's 900 gold in the deficit, and right now he's taking a nap. Taking a nap is not how you do the winning, especially when you get hit by Shock Blast as well. Willa's making his way over, though, as Yukao goes between the worlds, and there is a Cataclysm looking to try and hold this Zoe at bay as Pyoshik at full health, but he's not going to be able to help out and even gets knocked up by the Tidal Wave himself. And Closer going down there. It is another kill the champions strategy there for Yukal, but it's actually a kill taken away by Willa.
He says, assisting my teammates in killing the champions is also part of my strategy.
Aha, perfect. I didn't know the whole strategy. That was my fault.
Yeah, no, I didn't fully explain it, so that's on me. And obviously, Yukal can't talk to us right now. He's kind of busy.
Yeah.
He's making a bit of a statement, but, you know, it's not fine print. As Willer will have to do some Jarvan things now, but I don't think he's ever really worried. He's just a little bit annoyed.
He flagged and he dragged, and he was okay. So we're gonna have a look at this one more time.
Closer is just way too far up, and you know what? Pyoshik doesn't have engage or peel.
No.
So the Jace isn't really going to be able to do much here. This kind of reminds me of when everyone was saying Zed was great, and I was like, I don't know, he doesn't have CC.
Well, Doctom may not have living for very much longer. Does have to flash to get himself out of the way of that one.
I think Jace is really strong, but both of these comps haven't really suited him. As Doctom may just die?
Yeah, Gio actually takes 3 turret shots or something. Maybe it was 2. It was an angry turret, nonetheless.
Got the backstop, and another wave is going to crash through, and no one is here to catch it, so that's just the turret.
Yep. Takes the barrier as well from Doctom, so won't have that for the next little while. As Peter moving over, that is going to be Drake. Started up here by DRX. That's why that turret is not something they're going to stick around for, wanting to make sure they're not going to have these Drakes stacked up against them. Yukal off to the side. Between worlds, very close to coming off cooldown. Cataclysm as well, 7 seconds away.
Another Chemtech Dragon.
All right, another Chemtech Soul. Kind of good for Gwen. Get a lot of extra health back and stuff like that from your Riftmaker.
So, Closer got the Wolf turret, which is going to really empower him on the map as Rich.
Just trying to run with scissors here just a little bit. Dudu finding a great angle, gets the needlework out of Rich. Rich is now just going to go back home.
Do we hit these?
Well, Rich can
I'm
press
still
W.
asking. I'm once again asking, do we hit these? No.
Yeah, presses W and is going to be A-OK. Will is making his way forward, though. There's the knock-up, and Tidal Wave once again gets a flash out of Pyoshik. Flash immediately out of the Cataclysm as Willa goes in. And now between worlds, Yukal wanting to find the kill as the bailout. I don't think is going to work, and that is a kill over to Yukal. Kill the champions, Wolf. That's what he's doing. Willa once again flagging and dragging, but Peter does have the flash, and that will be able to keep him alive. But DRX, they're just killing way more champions this game.
If he kills 2 more champions, he'll actually even up the gold at this point. And believe it or not, when the champions are dead, part of his strategy is it gets easier to kill the minions. He doesn't really enjoy it, but he will do it. It's honest work.
Man, I really want to be there when you're talking to Yukal about all of his strategies.
Yeah, no, I'm reading between the lines on his movements on the map.
Aha,
Spelling
wow.
out. I could speak Yukal.
You're the Yukal whisperer.
Yeah, I could speak Yukal a little bit. I can tell you that after the first death in this game, he told everyone he would like to fall out of his chair, but he was told by his team that was not appropriate. He will not be doing it again. Oh, Duckdom!
Yeah, Rich doesn't get hit by the Pierce, but let's see whether he can actually kill Duckdom and Peter here, as it's taking them a long time to get through him. Oh, the bailout's procced, and the rend is not enough. 2 versus 1. Rich loves those odds, as now Willa looking to come on forward as well. Will be able to knock up Peter here, and there is no turret, ladies and gentlemen. That is a dead Renata right there. Holds onto the flag and drag. There it is. And not exactly in the greatest of positions, but still will be taking him down. Bailout or no bailout, that is a dead Renata. And Pyoshik's like, well, at least I'll take my Krugs.
Yeah, I won't be taking all of them, but he won't be taking his red buff either, actually.
Oh, Tidal Wave throws a boat. Sometimes you just want to throw a boat.
Wait, he got it, actually.
Yeah, he did. Shock Blast. Got to pick that one up.
Okay.
Nicely done. Throwing a boat, that's a thing in the other game, isn't it?
The other game?
Yeah, you know the other game? The game that this game is sort of like modeled after a little bit?
Yeah, it's a bit boat. There's a bit of boat action.
Yeah, it's a bit like a boat guy in that one. We got a boat lady in ours.
Yeah. Lost Viking is like, get in the boat. So, conditional engage, right? Conditional engage. It hit. They are in the mist, so he's not immune. However, he is Gwen. That is a level 9 champion. He's a level 12 champion.
Yeah.
So...
And the other one's a level 7 champion.
Yeah. That was a bit optimistic. If it were bro, I'd say optimistic, but no. This game for DNS has been a bit of a tragedy. You know, they started off with such a huge lead. Things were going swimmingly. The Zoe looked infallible. Still up in gold. Still up in item.
Yeah.
But
the entire top lane is leading, in theory, here for the DN Supers.
Crowd control seems to be a strong tool, as Willer has shown us in this game with his 7 out of 9 KP.
Yeah, 3-0-4 on the job, and he is frightening. There is a lot more of the killing the minions that Pyoshik's done. But I don't know whether that is going to work, because it's not translating into dead champions. As Doctor, my god, the damage from Jiu here, who just cancels the culling and is not quite able to kill Doctor. He didn't have flash, but he was able to at least use that martial pose to get out of the way, and the barrier did need to be utilized.
Yeah, they need to be careful because Closer is in the area. He is the main character for DN Supers right now. Doctor, unfortunately, was removed from the game. He was retconned.
He was.
In this one.
They just didn't really feel like the storyline was that interesting, I guess.
They killed him on screen.
All right. Well, Yukal is going to get sleepy once again. Let's see whether... yeah, he's just really dead. That's the 1-2 punch from the Jace and the Zoe.
There'll be a turret and trade here in the mid lane, but they are getting something out of this Zoe that is...
They are trading Yukal's happiness for Jiu's happiness. That's what they're doing. Both Doctarm and Yukal just having the most horrible time ever. But there is certainly fun times to be had for their teammates. And so let's see whether they can focus on that.
He had a few fun times in this game.
Yeah.
I don't think Doctarm has had any fun times in this game.
No. He is 0-3 and 0. So that would certainly equate to not a whole lot of fun times. It's the flanking numbers in the scoreline that really do dictate happiness. As, okay, Will looking for a bit of an angle here, doesn't quite find the knockups, but Pyoshik's in a little bit of trouble. He does have to flash to get out of the Cataclysm. Another big old boat flies by, but it doesn't find too much joy there as Jiu gets distracted and starts shooting his teammates. Hostile takeover, though, not exactly the most impactful. As UCal, I don't know about that one, as he dives into the enemy team and does give Doctom a little bit more happiness. It's a triple in the end for the Callista as Jiu, do not throw away that big old bounty, my friend. He throws in the culling, but it doesn't really do too much. And DNS, I mean, Baron's been around for 30 seconds. Maybe they're just going to take it down.
There's no ult here for Jiu. There's no tidal wave. I think trying to make something of this is asking for that shutdown to go over, but they are just simply not willing to give it up.
Oh, Jiu taking matters into his own hands, I guess, as the Baron will be going down, but can they get anything? There's a handshake, Jiu. I just don't know whether that was worth it, my friend. And but I do know. I actually don't want to talk about it. Yeah, it was. I'm going to say it was not.
When I said Jiu was more confident, more aggressive.
Beach ball.
He is. He really, really is. It was very well showcased in this moment that he is not shying around, that he is like, okay, I got a lead, I'm gonna try to push it, but that was probably not the moment. That was, pick your battles, but don't pick that one.
Yeah.
This was the big bursty damage.
That was a very dead UCal.
This fight is incredibly broken up, right? And Toronto loses half his health bar initially. The engage is onto Pyoshik, who's able to get away. And from here, UCal, little crazy, little psychopathic, right? Like, watch UCal go in just a moment here. Yeah, going into 5 people. There's no way to save you. There's no way to protect you, my man. All the tools were used.
And the Dusante actually finding a great angle with that final Q to lock down the next kill.
Jiu, sometimes, you know, you're like, it's me against the world, and this was one of those times. But maybe it didn't have to be.
It did not have to be. Yeah. Peter did have a great handshake there, though, so certainly something to be spoken about. But the Rebel Baron power play sitting at 2.7k right now, and there is still a minute and a half left on the buff. This is looking like a blowout moment.
Yeah, it certainly looks like now even Doctom is relevant, and I don't know what conclusions we're supposed to draw from this game. Like, does this mean Jace is good? I don't really think we learned anything about that, but I think good when Zoe sets him up and they both hit their burst at max range.
Very true.
That much, I guess, we learned.
We also learned that UCal struggles as the day gets later because these last 2 performances have not been phenomenal, and we'll see whether he can pull it together moving into this late game, as they're looking to try and break the siege. But that's exactly what this composition does. I mean, the siege is ridiculous. You just saw that shock blast. That means that this inner turret is dead. That's just all there is to it.
And it's about to be another one. Coming straight at you. Pyoshik, line it up. The observers are ready.
Battlestar, not going to quite find you, but the shock blast does. And that spells the end of this inhibitor turret as well. DRX realizing that they really need to do something, or their base is just going to fall apart.
They have flash on their Jarvan, but everyone is grouped. There's not a great target here. So Willer needs to find an angle, but it's just so tough.
Yeah, the Dusante, we're going to try and take this turret down as Willer looks for the angle there. Does put Doctom in the Cataclysm as, okay, there's a tidal wave running forward. Doctom in a little bit of trouble, but does, UCal gets into the back line again and just gets wiped out. The bailout was there anyway from Doctom. Uses both of his summoners, but this is exactly what they're there for, as the DN Supers might be on the verge of their very first victory here in the LCK Cup after a disappointing first week. DRX unfortunately not able to make it happen here. And they have shown a fair bit of promise. Their first game was great, and then they sort of fell apart at the seams in the last 2.
This has been a pretty sobering series, I think, for DRX fans who were on the hype train after some really good performances, not only earlier today, but last week. As this engage was the desperate one they were hoping for. Like, they had the tidal wave. Doctom's fairly low, so UCal is like, maybe, but look at the shield.
And it looked like Peter rode the tidal wave as well. It was actually really cool. We were talking about body surfing before. He did it because the Fate's Call kind of pulled him along it, which was very fun to see.
That was some very high locket value for Peter in that fight. And Doctom was not really in any danger, despite UCal's best intentions there, to kill him. They were not good intentions for Duckdom, but Duckdom didn't care. This one seems it's really reaching its conclusion at this point, Atlas. IE is done for Jiu, and it's a really cool sword he's going to put in his storage case. Like, he's got a case for it for sure. We can keep it in. I mean, won't be wielding it really in this game.
If they can find a good teamfight angle before all the poke comes in.
Willer just used his flash Cataclysm earlier, so doesn't have that flash anymore. I mean, Yukal has his ult back, but he is on 2 items.
Man. Dudu is also an entire item ahead of Rich.
Banshee's Veil.
Very far behind.
We have Edge of Night. Okay, here's the flank.
Yeah,
One more
let's see whether they can make it happen as Yukal once again going between the worlds. There's a Cataclysm into the backline as Yukal's dead once again. And Jiu is just trying to get away from this Cassante, who is just way too big. Rich gets into that backline, though. They do manage to take down the Jace, as Closer still hunting for the rest of DRX. A 1 for 2 so far, as it's probably better than what DRX could have been hoping for prior to this, but there are a lot of people now trying to take down some Nexus turrets. As Jiu, let's see what he can actually get done here. Needs to get out of the way of this brick wall that is Dudu, who just dives towards him. Duckdom almost falling down here, but Willer, can he get it? The knockup does come through, and Rich turns up to try and take down this Callista once again. But the Dusante says you are not winning this game, and Rich will be falling. It's a triple for the Zoe, and Closer once again showing that he's the better mid laner here in this series today. Yukal will be respawning, but I just don't know whether that's going to mean too much here for DRX, as him and Andal are just doing their very best to try and find it here. Great Q3 from Dudu to try and lock down Yukal, who is just desperately trying to kill minions, trying to kill Closer, and neither are things that he's really managing to figure out. As the heal comes through there from Andal, but Tidal Wave not going to be enough. And down will go both of them. Jiu shows up yet again, though. Oh, can he actually find a couple of kills before his Nexus inevitably dies? The answer is yes, there's one. Dudu is now getting very low, and I think this game is a disaster. Peter now running away, and there's the culling. So, you know, a lot of them are dead, but the Nexus is very exposed.
Yeah, the Pommet Collector, or not Pommet, Pomvote Collector just appeared and then walked away. Well, not walked away, but sent a message to confirm the game and not ended. It did not collect.
Speaking of confirming things, we have an update. There's actually no official name for Renekton's weapon. It's just referred to as a crescent blade or axe.
Sounds like they need to get on that.
Yeah, so it's
man,
we can call it the Crescent of Truth.
I sure hope that I one day can buy a model Renekton and it'll have really high detail on its crescent blade / axe.
Well, it may just have that, as he's in the Cataclysm, but who's trapped in where with who? The rest of his team is just not there.
I personally did not witness, I was not there, I was on a plane, but I was told legends of and then watched a VOD of a 10,000 gold lead from a certain organization.
No. Wolf, no, surely no. No. They would never do it again. They couldn't do it again. No. There's no way. No, don't even say it. Don't put it into existence, Wolf. Don't say stuff like that. They are not losing this game.
Production, can I take a look at the gold difference over time? Let me pull that one up. We might need to take a look at where it once was.
Suggest not looking at that. Okay, G-Sun's going.
Put a bit of a dip, 11,000. So we're kind of on par.
Hey, wait, but they had a really large gold lead, and if it's really large and then halved, it's still pretty big.
Yes, but what if you get the other half? It's not like it halves again and goes 2.5.
But Wolf, they have no Nexus turrets and stuff. Well, I mean, they will in about a minute.
Look at that inhibitor.
Yeah.
What's it doing? What's it doing, Atlas?
It has respawned! They've all respawned! Oh, goodness. Okay.
See those timers?
Wait, Dudu's caught? Dudu's caught! He takes the Mega Cone. Duckdom. Okay, Jiu, not going to overchase.
Okay, so
wait.
I actually kind of have to think about win cons for a second. For about 5 to 7 minutes there, I was like,
Nexus needs to explode.
About 5 to 7 minutes there, I was like, all right, well, this game's a foregone conclusion. Let's think about POM and where we're going with it. And I was like, is it Pioshik or is it kind of closer? Did it kind of pop off? Had a decent game in game 2, but now I'm starting to wonder.
Is it Willer?
Yeah. Is it Jiwoo?
Maybe it's just Andal. Maybe it's Joker.
I wonder if the DNS coaching staff is currently discussing how they will talk to Dudu about running into the fountain instead of hitting.
I mean, Dudu doesn't do a massive amount of Nexus damage. To add insult to injury, ladies and gentlemen, it was an 11,001, 11,000 gold lead, 100 as Willa looks for the Cataclysm, and Dudu is in the right position right now. Hostile takeover, not doing a massive amount of work though, as this is what DRX need to do. They just need to hard engage every single time.
And they got a lot of damage done. They're going to get a lot of map control from this.
Beach ball goes wide.
Was not taken. You know, at this game, we're sitting at 2 dragons apiece, right? This next dragon's not up for 2 minutes, and it's not even the soul. It's just soul point for whoever gets it. This game is
there is still an outer turret in the top lane, Wolf.
Yeah. Also, you know what's the craziest thing?
What's the craziest?
Like the crazy. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna blow your mind.
Okay.
UCal still doesn't have a 3rd item.
Oh God. That's not. I mean, that is crazy. It's not a happy crazy.
I'm looking at that. I'm like, wait a minute. Is that even? He doesn't have a 3rd. He does not have his void staff.
Hey, look. There's at some point this game, all of these players didn't have a 3rd item. Okay.
That's true.
He's a late bloomer.
Seems to have 4 though right now, and he does not have his 3rd. But
I mean, Jiu's got a casual. Quicksilver Sash, and he's down.
Okay, here's a problem, Atlas. Remember we were talking about conditional engage earlier?
Got it.
They don't have Baron anymore, but they had it, and they got enough map control back. They don't have that vision thing we were talking about, hit the poke, so they don't have engage either. And Rich is just pushing aside as a level 18 Gwen. He's about to be level 19, just hit it.
Oh, God, yeah.
How do they deal with DRX now? They don't have any tools. They gotta hit that poke, hit that handshake.
I feel like they should deal with them the same way they dealt with them for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but
by killing them all the time.
But that was when they had a little bit more even map control. Now they don't have it really at all. So it's gonna get a little bit tricky. It's gonna get a little bit hard.
Well, I mean, okay. So positives for DNS are that they still have a lot of turrets still available. Positive for DRX is they can kill a lot of turrets that are still available.
Yes. And then
to get money
further.
Yeah. All right. Willow looks for the angle once again. Handshake gets rid of him. And there's the shock blast. That's what needs to land as Jiu gets closed in on. There's a hostile takeover, and he explodes with the Ren damage. Peter now in trouble. It's a double kill for Doctom, who gets put in the bubble. Dudu looks for the angle. It's a triple. And I told you that it was impossible. There was no way they were going to be able to withstand the power of the DN Supers this time around as they march up the mid lane. Only Willa and Rich.
Are you telling me or are you telling Dudu and Pioshik who lived it?
I don't know. I think I'm telling myself and hoping that it is indeed true as Closer looks for it here. Rich is still very scary as Willa just trying to take care of Closer momentarily. He has a GA, but Rich not going to be able to help bail him out, I don't think. And there's only so much needlework that can be done here. As a lot of buttons are going wide. He's trying to pull the minions, goes golden.
10 seconds on Geo, there's no way, right?
Yeah, I mean, these turrets are just going to fall like paper. Geo is going to show up. He's marching out with that big old horse, but there's the all-out as he looks to try and take down Closer. He does at least get one, but Doctom is focused on the Nexus, and down it will go. There is the first win of the season here for the DN Supers. They will take down DRX tonight.
That was a harrowing moment, though, when the Nexus did not fall. They lost map control. But I tell you what, Geo did not get POM today.
No.
It was very cool when he had the defense there, but he stepped pretty far forward into a comp that had very little engage, and they were still able to burst him down, and then subsequently win the game. I think if played slightly better, the game would have gone on for a little bit longer. We might have actually had a chance at DNS lose it, but they were able to identify their target and take him out and push to end. But it's probably not the way that the late game went is probably not the way that they will be remembering this series. They'll remember the lead they had earlier. They'll remember Pioshik playing Jason, picking up the first win on the champion this season. And Closer reminding everyone that last year was his year.
It was, and he's looking to try and continue that, although he does have another gentleman whose year it is on his team, and the Dusante, who is pretty powerful. Doctom got a little bit bailed out in this game, no pun intended there.
Except when Peter self-cast it for some reason.
Yeah, that did happen also. The bottom lane were a little bit worrisome, but the late game Callista actually kind of worked out as he was able to utilize a lot more of a tanky build in order to stay alive and get that work done. It was a slugfest though between these two squads, and the cool thing is, at the end of today, we have a 6-6 between both of our Elder and Baron groups.
At the end of a 6-gamer, that's why this Phantom of the Opera music is there, man. That's actually too creepy. 6-6-6.
All right, now I'm frightened.
Not as spooky as how Yukao played his ultimates this game. This one worked out really well.
Yeah, this one was a good one, but the others left a little to be
in the
desired.
mid lane, right? The one that was in the mid lane was all right. It might be this one. I cannot remember exactly. A lot of gameplay today and a lot of gameplay in this one. No, it was not this one. This is the one where he goes into 5 people.
Yeah.
The one where he defends the turret later is better. But yeah, he had the mindset of somebody who, like I said, would not kill champions, would not kill minions, but kill champions and try to carry this game. But he doesn't have the items to do so. This was Gio's heroic defense. I mean, looking back at this, it's just a Cassante. Like, yeah, I don't think he could have ended. He tried his best here, and Pioshik was not there. So,
yeah, they had a respawning wave as well, so the minions not exactly helping out. But man, this was a very weird end to the day. As, yeah, Pioshik dying there almost cost the DN Supers everything. As this last-ditch effort to defend, just not quite enough there. Rich, cute little idea, going for the Marin tech of pulling the wave away, but as soon as he goes golden, the minions lose interest, and these Nexus turrets were just not that healthy.
Yeah, they really weren't. They respawn with less health, so they just die. They're made of paper. Gio still made this kind of interesting and cinematic as he went down, but this time not able to save the day.
Yeah, good target selection there to make sure that he was focusing Dr. Arm and Closer, but there was a GA on this Callista anyway. And yeah, DRX not quite able to make it across the line. You could see there was a bit of a dip, but this time around it was not the heartbreak that DNS were suffering against the Bros last year. It was a little bit of a better outcome. It's Closer that picks up the player of the match here with his Rise performance that was outstanding, and Zoe really making Yukal's life hell.
Yeah, I think you could go for mid or jungle. The Azir game, obviously somewhat forgettable, 0-2-2, but yeah. In the wins, pretty high impact. Crushing Closer and basically getting him out of the game in Game 3 was, I think, part of the recency bias why everyone voted for him. But as was illustrated by his face and discussed by us, Pioshik ran Game 2
he did
on the Lee Sin. I had a pretty good game with Jace there at the end. I ultimately went for Pioshik, but I think both votes are very strong and viable.
I assume that it would be pretty split between the two. Obviously, we will get full information as to what the votes look like immediately after the interview on the space. But I probably would have been a Pioshik voter as well after that Lee Sin performance. That was vintage. Beautifully done.
You and I were both predators of DRX, and we both were, I think, I don't want to say we read too much into week 1, but I think we were hopeful this team was going to show us more. I'm a double predator of DRX. I predated them against Nongshim later this week as well, and I'm a little bit less confident about that now.
The bounce back might happen, though. You never know. They've got a great coach that is all about making sure that you know, his players stay positive, and that could be something that could be lent upon here after this disappointing loss.
DRX lose to Nongshim, I think maybe I'll take them out of the dark horse category. If they win again, then I guess they're just going to keep playing with my heart, Atlas.
Yeah, I think so too. And this is a very fun team to watch. And I think after that Game 1, they got a little bit lax, perhaps. But not anymore. And certainly not the guy that is waiting on stage for the interview. So let's throw it over to have a chat with Closer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Closer on the side of DN Supers, who have taken their first victory. Congratulations! You know, with how intense group battle is, DN Supers' victory has evened out the score at 6-6. How do you feel? To be honest, if we were to lose today, I feel like we would have been in a really awkward space, you know, in the perspective of, you know, the Baron group's leaders. So I'm really glad. And there was a change in your lineup, so how has practice been? I think we've just been trying to build up our synergy, and I know that Peter, he must have been pretty anxious, but he actually did really well. And there was a gameplay in Game 2 that shocked everyone, so let's take a look at the replay. Ryze's positioning here was so good, so how did you set this up? You know, we wanted to push mid lane, and then there's a lot of action going on, and I thought that there was going to be a lot of eyes on me. And on the Nico first, so that I thought it would be a really good, nice time to kind of ambush. So when you succeeded, how did it feel? I felt so relieved. I actually thought to myself, oh, they actually didn't know where I was. Thank goodness. What do you think is the biggest highlight, your most favorite highlight of today? You know, with Pyoshik, I was able to hit my sleep bubble with Zoe and get a kill on Aurora, and that was actually something that I was most proud about today. And just like match 1, we saw Jace being left open for game 3, and Pyoshik took him as the first pick. So what do you think makes him so available right now? I feel like a lot of teams actually put Jace as a win condition, and I think in our team we know that Pyoshik's role is really just playing that Jace, and he's really good with him, so that's probably why. And game 3 turned heavily unfavorable for you guys, with especially the enemy's poke comp. So what was your game plan? You know, yeah, the early game wasn't easy, but we had a high value comp. And our goal really was to try to focus on the top side, just making their enemy top side suffer a little more, and then we would eventually win. And their player comps have become so much cleaner. So what did you focus on? Yeah, I think it does become really chaotic in terms of player comps, but as we are becoming more experienced as players, as veterans, I think it's getting cleaned up. What is your goals this season? Yeah, we didn't have a great start, but I think this will be a new beginning for us. I think we can definitely turn things around and make it more favorable from now on and win. There were so many fan signs, just like one that said they will hold their breath until DN Super's first victory. Any message for your fans? You know, I was really sorry for our fans because we started week 1 with just losses, but thank you so much again for all the support. And your reply to that lullaby, the message about your lullaby, do you want to say anything to that fan? Good night. And your next opponent is Hana Life Esports. What is your mindset for your next match? You know, Hana Life Esports is considered a very strong team. I think we will have to do so much better. I want to do well. I hope you keep this momentum going. And that's the end of the interview with Closer, and back to the space. Thank you.
That's right. It is a victory the long way around here for the DN Automotive Supers. Again, thank you for the interview, Yeji, and the translations by Deer. As I think we got to see generational trauma broken live because they had an 11,000 gold lead and they're able to get a win. And oh, look at that! Ox decides to care about LCK when he's on the run for a perfect week. But there were 4 of us that predicted this one, and Ox was one of them. Congrats, Ox.
Finally, I'm correct.
Yeah, I mean, he might have cheated.
Yeah, I guess, you know. Like,
I don't trust that.
You know, it's just kind of weird when some people on the LCK care so much about predictions getting a perfect 10 out of 10.
This doesn't count.
You know, we love Ox anyways. But yeah, again, huge win there for the Supers. They needed a victory after a slow start, not only to week 1, but also in this match as well. Looked a little dire. Eventually, Closer and the squad able to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, I almost voted for Pyoshik because of his leasing game. But, I mean, Closer had the insane mid gap for game 3, so I had to go for Closer. I mean, it was not even close. knows? You know, he was just gapping enemy mid lane, 1 versus 1, and also he soaked a lot of ganks in the mid lane. So I'm not even shaking. You know, it was so clean.
XD.
So clean.
XD's in the chat for how clean this one was.
Yeah.
What'd you have?
I mean, I think the game was actually just by closer, and then closer and Pyoshi combo is super OP. Super OP.
Wait, is it so
That was so bad.
Is it
bad?
Are you okay?
I'm not okay. I'm not okay. That was bad. That was super OP. Oh, no.
No, I'm not.
And I make these jokes all the time, Umti. That was... Oh my goodness.
Okay, anyway, the...
Oh, look at it.
No.
They
left because it's so cringe.
Oh no.
Oh,
Anyway, Pyoshik was like, you know, like shining, brighting, but there was a closer at the back at the Pyoshik.
I can't hear you over your comment.
So I gave closer. Mid gap.
All right, mid gap closer getting the vote here. Super. All right, let's see what we had from our fellow Korean broadcast. A strong mid leads the team to victory. That one straightforward from Gogo, a closer pick here. Zoe Jace, a never-ending poke. I like that one there by Prince. Putting that one up. Let's see what else do we have. Probably a couple more. And Cloud Templar, the final essential puzzle piece DNS needs to soar. Again, the addition of Closer to this roster is moved from Bro last year, now over to DNS, get themselves the victory.
I like this one.
And the world is big, but the mid lane is where it all begins. Oh, Pony.
Clean comment. It's so much better than ours.
I will learn that. He's my teacher now.
I've been updated to say that Wolf also didn't send a comment. He sent his vote, but not a comment, because he also doesn't care about LCK. No, he had a 6-game broadcast. Good job, Wolf. We'll just assume that you made a comment about Closer as well. That was witty. Let's take a look at the main highlight here on the top side of the map. Starting on the top side of the map and how it led to the big fight down by the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment where they finally figured out how their comp works. By the way, DNS bot lane, they were 0-3-0 together on the bot lane. It was unwinnable game, but Closer and Pyoshik made insane plays on the top lane as poke comp, and that made a huge turn on the top side. And after that, this Kalista, man, he went 3-3-0 after that team fight. So it was insane 2v8 from their mid jungle. It was insane performance.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should highlight the mid and jungle there. And then jungle played, Pyoshik played really well at the team fight. He just like, you know, he just dodged the Jarvan ult and Gwen ulti and he just walked out. And then Kalista killed them all at the next fight too. I mean, I actually think that Dokkan played well today too. Because at the laning phase, there was some mistake, I would say. Some of few or many mistakes, but at the end of the game, Dokkan just killed you there.
Yeah, again, just you're a little worried if you were the supers, especially after that start. But you know what you're not worried about? Wolf coming through in the clutch. He did have his comment ready to go, and it wasn't a mid lane vote. It was a based jungler vote, and he stuck with it, unlike one of us here on the analyst desk. Pyoshik brings it back. When on form, never count out the veteran jungler. Wolf there with the Pyoshik vote, again, shouting out his Lee Sin play, and then the Jace poke, which got ahead and then got a little entertaining, shall we say, for the DN Automotive Supers as they get themselves into the win column and Group Baron tie it on up 6-6. Now only 3 teams that don't have a win yet in the LCK Cup.
My 2-0 week for DNS looking pretty good.
Okay.
Looking pretty good here.
That's right. For a perfect week for the 3 of us on the desk, Wadid needs the supers to beat Hanwha Life Esports.
Yes.
Umti needs BNK Fearex to beat T1 at the end of the week.
That's great.
And I need Bro to beat KT later on. Otherwise, I think we went pretty standard across the board. As we take a look at tomorrow's matches, the Bros take the Rift against also winless Hanwha Life Esports. That one, both teams trying to get their first win of the season. And then surprising undefeateds, it's Gen G against BNK Fearex. Always fun when those two teams get together. A 6-game day to kick off week 2. What does the rest of the week have in store? We'll find out tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.